Right. Good evening, everybody. I am just in the process of getting everything up and running for the game. I'm sure a few of you may have noticed that the last couple of streams, it's taken me a couple of times to get started. And this is just because I want to make sure that I have the quality options from Twitch. Cool, we got those the first time around. So, we're back to Cultist Simulator tonight. Let me just take a quick second here, and I think I might be able to get by without having to close the browser windows like I normally do. So, we'll be picking up from the Aspirate from last time. I'll admit, it's only been or has it been a week? Oh, Jesus. Sorry, I just saw a big drop in frame rate. All right. Sorry, I know this is always tedious, particularly for the people watching on YouTube, for which kind of it's the majority now, I think. Not that I'm, I don't want to take the Twitch audience or, the people who come live for granted. But just taking a look at the numbers, it seems to be that there's quite a demand for a Cultist Simulator on here. I have a feeling that there was an event that I was supposed to be at. Nope, we're good. But yes, it is actually not a bad time. Before I jump into the game, I wanted to talk a little bit about a couple of my intentions for the game right now. I have been feeling really, really good when I start cleaning out a few things in the backlog, particularly games that I have started and for one reason or another needed to drop. And then I also know that there's going to be a couple of games that are coming out which I would like to cover. And I've been thinking about it a little bit, and one of the things that I miss a lot and I would like to get back to is having sort of the dedicated Paradox Day on Mondays, and then sort of the other 2 days would be dedicated to one game as opposed to the current format. And it's been this way for a couple of years, I think actually a couple of years now. Because of course Cultist Simulator had such a large amount of support, and one that's sort of stuck. Obviously that wasn't all Cultist Simulator all the time. I have taken breaks from the game, but what I've decided on right now is this. Once we finish this run, and obviously it's still early days on this one, so don't expect anything soon, but I think once this run is finished, I'm going to park Cultist Simulator for live broadcasts for a while. But this does mean, unlike last time, so last time I said that I was going to take a break and then come back with YouTube videos, and then Exile sort of wound up sort of scuttling a few of those plans that I had, which is fine because Exile is really good. But I think the plan will be, once I flip off of doing dedicated Wednesday Cultist Simulator, what that will mean is that there are specifically recorded YouTube videos to kind of keep the momentum going there. So what this would mean is that if you like watching these on Twitch, that will be shifted over to YouTube. And then for those of you who only watch on YouTube, what will probably happen, I tend to notice that there is a subset of people who like watching really long videos. But the most popular video is still sort of the tutorial, which is obviously going to be, or pseudo tutorial, which obviously is going to have its attraction for its own reasons. But obviously shorter stuff works better. The fact of the matter is, I don't think most of you have 3 hours to dedicate to this sort of thing, and given that they're specifically made for YouTube, specifically uploaded for YouTube, this allows me to do things like be a little bit better at making playlists. So if they wind up being 15 minutes long or so, then you can just queue up a whole bunch. So that's where I'm thinking right now. This, again, is probably a few weeks or possibly a couple of months, depending how long the run goes out. But this is sort of where I'm thinking about it right now. As far as Cultist Simulator news is concerned, you may have noticed that the EU did do a round of financing for some indie games, and it does look like Weather Factory was one of the choices. Obviously, this is a controversial choice. If you take a look at some of the comments on that one, for the same reasons as before. So I always want to be a little careful in terms of saying what the future is, because I know about as much as you folks do in terms of what's happening. But they were approved for that round of funding. It does seem that there was a rather intense negative reaction to that announcement from the funding body, or sorry, towards the funding body, and they did say that they'd pass that on for review. So as with anything, I tend to figure, wait until you hear things officially. But in the announcement, I believe the plan was that there would also be a later Kickstarter round for the Book of Hours. So for those of you who are looking forward to it, you may have already wishlisted it on Steam, but of course that's what the sign up for updates line is for. So it looks like we sort of knew this already, that Book of Hours was on the way. But it does look like there have been a couple of official announcements regarding the game moving forward. And, sorry. I tried to make some tea for myself tonight. I think this is quite old tea. It definitely tastes like it, so. But I've got a little coaster which is stubbornly sticking to the bottom of my mug. But yeah, so that was the last little bit of news. That actually happened, and I saw that just before I came online. And what else? Covered updates, cover version news. I don't think we've got anything new since... Yeah. Zune's Book of Gold, or why I don't usually put patches. And then finally, as is traditional, responsibilities: design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy, production, marketing, and biz by Lottie Bevan, UI design and coding by Martin Nerukar, who, again, I always want to mention, does have his own game. He was published by No More Robots, who I believe is celebrating their 3rd year this year. But if you've not checked it out, No More Profit is quite fun, and it's I believe it's got a Switch version coming out now. So he's the one responsible for sort of the the Desk in the Darkness look. We've got art by Catherine Unger, Lottie Bevan, Clockwork Cuckoo, and Sarah Gordon. Music by Maribeth Solomon, Brent Barkman, Mickey Erb for Mickey Mar Productions Limited. This is, of course, available on its own from Steam, but if you have, at least for me, I know I can get it through Apple Music, and I tend to find if something's available on Apple Music, most people, if I mention it to them, they'll say, yeah, I got it on Spotify too. So, audio by Soundcuts, additional coding by Chris Payne, Fraser McCormick, Mark Gagne, Lyroseiter, who is available on Twitch if you'd like to watch him play The Sims or his Jackbox Party Packs. He's a really nice guy and is responsible for the Frangiclave, which is this database of all of the sort of the cards and connections inside of the game. He was one of the reasons why I was able to do that network blog. Hannah Rose, who is also on Twitter, Hannah Aesthetic, and actually she just put out a really interesting tweet on some of the shaders. One of the things that got her the job on Cultist Simulator and a little bit of work on Book of Hours was actually some of the work that she does with shaders, and she did sort of a 3D world in the spirit of the art style of this game. So I quite like following her account. There's a bunch of interesting stuff that she posts, and it's just one of these things where I sort of realize that I'd never be able to do this myself, but I'm really glad that other developers are, because it's so fascinating to look at what's going on there. Additional writing by Lottie Bevan, additional design by Callan Porter, additional marking and PR by Claire Sharkey, who I think is now at Raw Fury. Chinese localization. One thing I will actually mention, Project Gutenberg actually is not related to the online books program. I always thought that was a little funny, because I thought it was like, well, maybe there was just some like translation service that they had as well. But it turns out this is a totally different thing. Again, I'm sadly going to be skipping over the names just because pronunciation's always a hard one for me, and whether it's an online name or whether it's a name in another language, it's probably better that I don't. I don't butcher it. And then special thanks, I always go for the original special thanks in the game before the sort of the beta testers were brought in and such. But Sonia NPK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, who recently is coming off of a big marketing coup at Mediatonic with Fall Guys, and finally, everyone who has ever sent feedback or a bug report. Thank you. Let's continue our descent. So the main focus that I want on this round before I go too far into it is I basically want to make sure that I'm filling in my gaps in terms of my cult. I'm a bit short on a couple of disciplines, and more importantly, we're still continuing on with our expeditions. I don't really want to just sit and wait until I have everything in my in my stacks. So with that in mind, I have a little bit of schmoozing to do as a Grail cult leader. But on top of that, we've gotten a little unlucky with our Stagdoor's riddle. We've not yet got the... it just so happens that the riddle that we got is one that doesn't necessarily lend itself towards the third lore that we need to solve it. But that's fine. Again, I'm not in any particular hurry to go through the Stag Door, except of course to push ahead my ascension. There's other things that I can do in the interim. I just want to make sure that I'm not idle on that. So priority number 1 is to finally just fill out the cult, because that gives me a little bit more to do with my talk verb. Of course, with my talk verb, I want to make sure that I'm excuse me. I want to make sure that I basically have that a little bit more free than it has been in the past, so that I can get people with, a high moth to get rid of evidence a little bit easier, or maybe in some cases, if I want to get very aggressive with notoriety, I can get some of my heart followers to maybe clean up the problems. But for the meantime, I'm just trying to take advantage of whatever opportunities come in front of me, so that we can make a little bit of progress. The weary detective's currently looking after me, or looking for me rather. We're going to give him at least 2 mystiques, so that's about 2 minutes where I think it's going to be about 2 minutes where he's kicking around looking for me. And we are getting close to the end of this expedition, so I think it's quite likely that this tentative evidence can turn into damning evidence. However, once this expedition is finished, it also means that I'm going to have the Voiceless Dead available with its relatively high moth to be able to take away the damning evidence. Of course, if this is the time that it fails, this will be the moment when not only do I have damning evidence, but I have a notoriety waiting to catch me. So it's a little bit of a riskier proposition, but we'll see what we can do. Another threat that's on the board right now is the intensity of radiance. So we just got this. In one sense, it's actually quite nice to have, because it's 6 lantern. It's something that I could potentially summon something with. But the challenge, of course, is seeing whether or not I can, in fact, summon something with 6 lantern with the disciples that I have. I think they're all disciples, yeah, except for Rose. But of course, before I go anywhere, I'm going to have to get some work done. So we'll wait the 2 seconds just for me to finish up my job. And I think what I'll do here, I'll do a little bit of an exploratory run. So I think what I'm interested in at the moment would be, I think probably a hint is the sort of thing that I might be able to run around with. The other possibility is that I could use the intensity of radiance in a recruitment drive. Let's see what we can do with the hint, because in the end I can always use the intensity of radiance elsewhere. So let's do our Sunset Rite. This is the one. So the reason why I like the Sunset Rite is that it asks for influence. Influence, of course, decays on its own. So that's why that's a bit of an easier one to give up. Now, if I wanted a high level of knock, well, let's go for the higher level of knock. So we're definitely not going to have enough forge to kick King Crucible out of their slumbers, but we could probably get a hint. So a hint was once a living mortal and then a dead one, and now it's something else. Their summoning requires lantern for the light which drew them to the Mansus, and edge for the striving that they've endured in mirrors. So this will take me away for a minute. I'm going to have to go right back to work at Glover and Glover afterwards, but that's not a particular hardship. All right, so we've got a minute, and then treasures lie before us. The dead draw back, their almost faces flat and watchful. They will not trouble us. So again, after a minute, the mystique will get picked up, and of course, we'll have the notoriety well within hand. If I have a particular friend, now is the time to renew our connection. So I don't think I have any dread to experiment with. And I've only got 30 seconds, so in this case, I definitely don't want to pay them off. So looks like I need to put passion in. My lover's experiments and pleasure are endless in their ingenuity, but so far I can match them. For days and days, the memories of this will interrupt my thoughts, like lightning on a summer night. Okay, talk-wise, I think for now, I'm just going to settle blabbing about the Red Grail's secrets and seeing what kind of people I attract with that. I prepared the text for study, so this is on what is contained by Stilver, a dire bestiary of horrors to be found in mirrors. This is the recent edition of a 3rd century text by Pomander. So I'll add that one up here. Keon and Abydos, we've got... so I suppose the question is, do I... Okay, well, I don't want to be reading any winter texts right now. Let's just do some translation still. So we'll take Lantern. I will definitely translate Lord Bancroft's diaries. If this thing tries to escape, it's possible I'll get into some trouble at Glover and Glover. Which is, by the way, an incredibly amusing thought, that you kind of come in with all the scars that come from a failed summoning, and the danger associated with it. Your boss is giving you the glare as you come into the office. Sorry, I've got a cable wrapped up around me. There we go. All right. I can keep going through the white door. Right, I still have some places that I can find. All right. The hinter do not indulge themselves in showy entrances. A living gaze will shatter them. I know it's here, and that's enough for now. So here is our new hint. The hinter are most comfortable behind. Are most comfortable behind the scenes, behind the mirrors, behind you. They slide under doors and kill with glass, but they cannot survive the gaze of a living mortal. So this is 8 Lantern, 8 Edge. This will be helpful on a number of expeditions. We do have a decent amount of Lantern. If we combine Slee and Pope Clifton, then we should be in good enough shape to be able to kind of get equivalent, if not better, results than a hint. But of course, the trick on this one is that generally, if you have to give up 2 things to accomplish something, that's inefficient. Plus, it keeps me from having to worry about the Lantern influence for now. So, when I arrive, Rhaenyra is hazed in perfumes. When I leave, she lies tangled in a glorious sprawl of limbs. I'll carry her with me for days. All right, so there's some contentment if I run into any dread problems, fleeting reminiscence, and there we go with Rhaenyra. Looks like we didn't wind up with anything to go into dream with. All right. The air is stale, the dust sifts worryingly down from the rock above, but the dead still lie. This chamber, with its chalked figures and ancient stains, looks promising. In a lead-lined sarcophagus lies the skeleton of a woman. She wasn't buried here. It looks like she crawled in to die. Something has happened to the shape of her skull, pushing out the jaw like the muzzle of a beast. Scraps of rotting linen swathe her bones. Treasures lie among the remains of her clutching hands between her ribs. All right, so here's my voiceless dead. We'll put that beside the hint just to get the idea of decay. We can take Violet, Valsine is my forge, so is Tristan. So we wound up with a bronze Spintrea. So now really I should be talking with Valsine or Tristan about repairing that Noonstone. We've got a cracked Wilding Mirror, so once again we've got repairs that we need to do. And Betty's Blade, I should probably be reading these. Deep crack runs through the shimmering metal. A forge aspected follower could repair it with sufficient resources, or I could use up what power remains in it. And Betty's Blade, a cut from this blade will not cease bleeding until the wound is healed. One account has it that Betty was a knife-collecting surgeon highwayman in the 18th century Toulouse. Another claims Betty is only a bastardization of an Arabic word for mosquito. And fairly strong item, of course, 8 edge. Okay, so in 16 seconds, we're probably going to see... So the trick on this one, of course, is that in 16 seconds, it's going to turn over for the conversation. I can't remember if that's 30 seconds or a minute, but again, we only have 50 seconds before we know it's notoriety that's going to get sucked up because of the the time that's left on Mystique. At this point, I kind of want to just say, we'll run with it and see what happens with our 2 summons. Although I would kind of like to keep the Voiceless Dead available to be able to deal with the evidence, because it's not going to be that long for us to wait. So let's take a look at what we've got. So Gladwin Lake, beneath the stark slopes of the fells, the mist-wreathed surface of the lake waits. There was a twin altar here before the Romans came, and a legend of a serpent who was sent to defile that altar. So I want to wait until Neville is a little bit stronger, and preferably we have Enid alongside. We have Crocus Hill. The ancient tribes reserved this resting place for one who by the end, in service of a certain merciless hour, was more scar than man. They sealed the entrance with binding songs and mortared blood. On a crumbling cliff above Grey Sea, Gwere Inn squats until the day the sea comes for it. It received a few guests since the owner closed its notorious library to visiting scholars. Lockwood Fen. The reeking murk of the Fenlands is ripe with furtive life. Taciturn locals still watch the sacred places of small and secret gods, the ones that answer prayers. I think I'm going to try Crocus Hill. So there's a side of me that would prefer Gwere Inn. Well, yeah, there's a side of me that would prefer Gwere Inn, but I think I'd kind of like to have Moth available if it comes down to that. And I know the Voiceless Dead's going to be occupied, so let's use the resources I have available. So the one who came here before had marked the door in the hillside, and here it may yet be, but it is sealed besides with stone and a binding spell. Okay, so we'll probably need something like Heart at some point, but let's add Tristan for Forge just in case something comes up. Again, it's kind of nice to come back to this after a while because I don't have the immediate recollection of what all the solutions are, and so I get to make some best guesses from the text, which is of course consistent with how it should be played, in my opinion. All right, so we've got a minute while we wait for our next body. We've got a fresh translation of Bancroft's diaries. And like I said, just to maybe avoid the concept, well, you know what? So unless I wind up with a dread sort of out of nowhere, I don't really see any threat coming from this in 45 seconds. Season of Vision's is coming up next, so I might want to be a little wary of that hint if it decays. But I think now let's do Kion at Abydos. So I play dealing with a 9-year sojourn of a snow goddess in the Thracian city of Abydos by Apollo Fireweaver. It enjoyed success in London in its 1892 edition, when it was republished from apparently an older Greek text. The entity called Kion arrives in a blizzard and demands that the city gates be barred. As Abydos falls under her spell, the dead return but do not speak. Alright, our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So, what are we up against? We've got a warded door, and an engineer or an adept has ensured that this door will not open easily. Forge or knock will defeat it. Well, we definitely have Forge, and that's about it. So, Valsine comes in. The hint just kind of kicks around for the fun of it, and the rest is academic. So I'm definitely running down the timer on the Voiceless Dead. Okay, well, I've got an icy atmosphere. If I think I'm going to lose the... Voiceless Dead, let's go back to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. I know I've been pushing it a little bit, but my emotions run higher than usual. There will be things I never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I am closer to them. I recall my dream. This was the Lodge of Blue Silk, flapping in the winds of the bounds and the Mansus Edge, and here was its mistress, who welcomed me as she welcomes all travelers. Company is nice, she confided, but I still miss my Christopher. 10 years. 10 years and still not enough. But we could not have been long together, not without touching each other, and you know what occurs when a man long lies with a long woman. Or perhaps you don't. I hope you don't. I won't tell you just in case. I'll give you a tiny gift. Alright, let's just head straight back to the White Door. I don't have as much to fear as I used to. There's always the danger of fascination coming up, and we will have a season of visions emerging, but we do have a fleeting reminiscence, and we may wind up with some dread from the Voiceless Dead as well. Alright, ink, paper, the fizzling of electric lights. The office is dark when I leave. Outside on the pavement, I turn up my collar. Now, I am getting a little short on money, and I'm not entirely sure there's a whole lot for me to do. I think maybe I might consider trying to resummon the Voiceless Dead. That's not quite what I wanted. Rite of the Crucible Soul. So in this case, we can have a victim. With some winter aspect, a little moth, and a corpse. I might create a cunning servant. So we could take the Elgabalin... Neville might be... Oh, that's right. We can't bring Neville in because we've already got our victim, and I don't think this rite is enough. You know what? I don't think this counts as a corpse. Alright. Oh, but I will get some money. Call upon the Forge of Days, who will end all night. Will almost certainly shatter this warded door. I don't think there's anything else for me to do here right now, so we'll just wait it out. Oop, there's my Season of Visions. Of course, we've got the fleeting reminiscence that comes from that anyway, so no real worries there. And I might be lucky. Let's see whether or not I can pull it off. So we got 34 seconds on the detective's cooldown. They've already taken the notoriety, so the fact that I've got the mystique doesn't count for anything. Hello, Cat Caro. Speaking of, Cat Caro, she, as she styles herself, earns a living as a stage medium and a fortune teller. She may have deeper talents. So what I think I'm going to be doing here... So we have a chat with the Voiceless Dead. It takes a minute, so this evidence is going to get scooped up by the weary detective. But we'll still keep the cooldown from running down on the Voiceless Dead, so it's not a complete loss, just not as good as I was hoping. Alright, for 8 years the city is a place of slow death, frosty ecstasy, and silent beauty, but in the 9th year a conspiracy of shouts is mounted against the quiet that Keon demands. The conspirators open the city gates, and a scarred man comes to drag Keon out by the hair. Summer returns, but the conspirators die of remorse. Alright, so there's the white ceremony. When I speak it, my lips don't crisp with frost. Each time, this is surprising. I could translate Debellis Murorum. We already actually have the material from it, but then we already have most of the lantern stuff that we need as well. Let's read what we can. So, on what is contained by Silver, a dire bestiary of the horrors to be found in mirrors. This is a recent addition of a 3rd century text by Poemander. A dire bestiary of the horrors to be found in mirrors. This... Oh, okay. This is the exact same writing. All doors must open, as all lives must end. This door has found its end here today. 1 million winter. So the one shame about what's happening with the the Voiceless Dead right now is that this is a turn that I could have been waiting. I could have been. This is a turn where I could have been trying to recruit someone, either bring them into the cult or just make a connection. And essentially what's going to happen is I'm just going to have, 30 seconds where nothing happens. But again, I mean, it was a chance. I didn't know offhand if it would be a minute or 30 seconds. If it was 30 seconds, it would have worked perfectly well. So let's try the Orchard of Lights. Oh, okay. If I feel like a percussigan. A rising power, a reassuring energy, a 6th order influence, significant resonances, or correspondences. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. The hours have been called unmerciful, but they permit sleepers sometimes to walk in the Orchard of Lights, where each fruit glows like a sunset, where the roots of trees are shaped for peaceful rest, where the mist soothes the heart. I was there last night, and the taste of the fruit lingers, sharp and sweet as the passage of spring to summer. All right, I think I'm just going to continue on this path. There's not a whole lot else for me to do with Dream right now. Yeah, so there goes the evidence. 22 seconds till I get the Voiceless Dead again. I think I'm just going to throw them into the talk verb again because I want to try and get rid of the damning evidence as soon as possible. Also, I might want to consider going back to the Blue Lodge a little bit more often because that will get me protection from investigations. So we're going to have some restlessness. This I'll probably use to paint away, although with the 7 seconds, it might be a little tight. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am sane, if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions. It's over for now. Alright, so what hungers drive us? Shouldn't this be... Nothing. My words cease like sand in a glass. If this ever reaches trial, I will be in serious danger. Even if this hunter is disposed of, another may find their notes. So, this is definitely a danger, so... Damning evidence. Earth, gape! Oh no, it will not harbor me. With damning evidence of the occult activities in the city, the Suppression Bureau will be able to convict you. Evidence may survive the death of a hunter who created it. So, Season of Ambitions is coming up next, which of course we're already in, so I don't have too much to worry about there, I don't think. It'd be nice if I can generate a little bit of mystique and notoriety just for, for painting purposes. But at this point here, I just kind of want to do what I can to earn some money and potentially delay any use of that evidence. The virgins maidens of the mirror favor orchids. The behindlings favor the rhododendron. Cut flowers of either nature should not be placed before polished bronze. An appendix contains a rite which might be used to summon one of these entities, although the details of its use are not made clear. So there's another Mansus glimpse. The rite of the watchman's sorrow. This rite recalls the loss of the watchman who walks the house which has no walls. Light goes before him, shadow behind. He must not see you. The instrument of power is used to summon him and to take a sacrifice. Precious knowledge from the root of your thoughts. The assistant must speak the words that anchor your sanity, so choose someone you trust. Alright, let's keep reading. In this case, it will be... Lord Bancroft's diaries. Lord Franklin Bancroft was initiated into the arts of the flower maker by the Rose Witch Fiona Ayrshire. He rose to become a society provider of occult services and secret pleasures before his abrupt disappearance in 1790. Bancroft seems to have been a talented adept, but devoted his energies to frustratingly whimsical projects, arranging grape-fetching races between Mansus spirits, teaching percussigants to juggle, and conjuring storms of imaginary blossoms for the Rose Witch Ayrshire, who resolutely refused ever to couple with him. Bancroft spends 20 pages bemoaning this last. I am not nearly as cool as Franklin Bancroft, but I see parallels. The Grail has touched me with her wonderful fingers. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough Grail aspect. Exploration might find more. So I've got 47 seconds to deal with the... or to get work done. I've got a minute on the restlessness, so I should be fine as far as the the painting's concerned. Although, I don't think I'll have enough time to do 2 paintings, so the next restlessness I get is going to be a problem. Like I said, we're going to go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. There's the danger of the fascination. There's a danger of fascination in both, but in this case here, I'm really angling for the relationship with the Suppression Bureau here, so... Well, speaking of fascination, maybe it's a good idea for me to just let this restlessness decay into dread so we can deal with it. Last night, in the billowing blue of the Lodge of the Sage Knight, I sat on velvet cushions and watched 2 dead contend with shining swords. They came with the place, said the woman who rules here now, the one who once called herself Gallagher. I was not the Sage Knight, if that's what you're wondering. He went higher into the manses, long before I came here. My attention has drifted. The swords sparkle like falling water. The dead move like dancers. Alright. So, well, I still have a fleeting reminiscence, actually, so let's say... Yeah, actually, this works out rather well, so I will combine these. Alright. It's almost impossible to stand upright in this place, I think. Yeah. It's almost impossible to stand upright in this place, but the air is foul and our lamps burn low. Here is the warrior king staked on his funeral stone, his bones smashed to keep him from walking. The orbits of his skull are bound with bronze. Others have been here before us. Power still lingers, and no doubt they used it in their ceremonies. They've taken some of the warrior king's funeral treasures, but have left something of their own. So we've got an icy atmosphere, which we'll need to deal with. There's some notoriety, so this potentially ends me. Spare funds, because we paid too much. Here's my hint. Hello, Erasmus. Oh, things are going all right. I'm in a little bit of a tricky spot just because I've got a second restlessness, which is going to come up before I can finish the painting that I do here. We have a damning evidence and a notoriety, so of course that can be a game ender depending on whether or not a season of suspicion comes up next. But by the way, probably should be working on this damning evidence right now. But of course, the worry of the damning evidence is, or like failing the damning evidence, isn't really there anymore. So overall, it's turning out all right. All right, Book of the Centipede. In the mid-1860s, one Madame Yee presented an entertainment based, she claimed, on this book. Grade on oil, the precise color of the hours when one cannot sleep. Bone flute, its sound will cease. Meteoric bullets, Tainite iron bullets are occasionally dug from the skeletons of unusual beasts across Europe, the Middle East, and India. Someone has been hunting monsters. And a piebald pigment. All right. So I still need to translate De Bellis Murorum. I think we just keep going down the path of the expedition. So the icy atmosphere is also a little bit of a wrinkle, but not impossible for me to deal with. So I feel a little uncertain going to Gladwin Lake right now, but oops. So again, the hint leads the way. We can reserve rooms at the inn easily enough, but we can expect the locals, if they divine our intentions, to turn nasty. And if the library is still there, it will be well hidden. Okay, so that definitely implies lantern. Let's bring along Saliba in case we need to do some convincing. Of course, this is going to generate more notoriety, but we're sort of already committed on that front, so... And I was sort of hoping to see what the outcome would be here before I committed too much. But so we've got a season of sickness coming up. Not the best, but we can work with that. And we'll have some vitality from the trembling airs, so that's not too big of a problem. I await word, so we've got a couple seconds before... I think in this case I'm just gonna work with what I've got. I'm gonna assume that this works. Which is not a good assumption, by the way, but I'll put what I can into the painting. should have an impact. We'll take what we can get at this point. My minion has returned. The evidence has been destroyed. I'm a little safer. Okay, good. So, and in 4 seconds, I'll be able to add the voiceless dead. The mantra here recorded is a high and exacting magic, which can be used to pledge one's spirit to the Watchman, beginning an ascent to the house. Bancroft boasts of his ability to recite it when in his cups. He also had it set to music for a performance with fireworks at Vauxhall Gardens. So here we've got the unmerciful mantra. Again, we sort of already know what that would normally be for. But in this case here, it's not something that we need immediately. I think at this point I'm going to get the translation done for actually, now we'll read the Book of the Centipede. Change my mind. Oh, it's in Greek. Never mind. So we'll do the translations in order then. Lock the study door. The work begins. Oh, and I'm wasting my talk verb right now. So if I wanted to get rid of the icy atmosphere, I could do a summoning. Or not a summoning, I could do an initiation. And actually, I think an initiation's not a bad idea here right now. Because I have the potential threat of a restlessness turning into dread. And we've got Rose and Cat Caro to bring in. So let's bring, Rose in. So Order of the Bloody Cup, Rose, Winter, and Megalesian Incantation. So Rose is a Slimus. She recognizes you as someone uncommon. This one is ready. Alright, the Grail has touched me with her wonderful fingers. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough Grail aspect. Exploration might find more. So of course this is the challenge, right? I've got 7 seconds to go on the original painting. We've got to get back to work, and I have a minute before this restlessness turns into dread. So unless I find a better... Actually, I have a couple of ways that I can get rid of this, so never mind. All right, so we've got Watchers, mortals, perhaps even ordinary mortals, but quite a number of them. They can be fought, seduced, or deceived. And then we also have a warded door. An engineer or an adept has ensured that this door will not open easily. Forge or knock will defeat it. So this is the big challenge here, is that I've come more or less completely unprepared. If I don't get rid of the voiceless... If I don't bring the voiceless dead, I'm... Oh no, well, we have the deception, but... Yeah, okay, what I'll do is I'll add the voiceless dead. If the Watchers come up, then we add Rhaenyra. If it's the door, then we add at least a Forge follower. Yeah, it's tricky. I never thought about getting rid of it. Yes, it's well, it's a tricky one, right, Erasmus? Like, it's not an obvious choice, but it's a fun little trick that can get you out of some tight spots if you need. I'm going to remember to pay for paints this time. The air's curdled now. I am home again in this lump in flesh. Better, perhaps. We haven't got the season of sickness yet, so let's jump back into... Oh, damn it. With luck, I'll wake okay, well, I get a extra health. I'm sleeping in because I know I'm going to get sick. I guess I didn't really need to worry about the threat of the... or I didn't need to worry about the Suppression Bureau, but... They will not forget the savor that I've given them. Ro is a Slimus, but loyal, so we will move her up when we can. In fact, yeah, I'll just do the same trick. So we've got Rose. Oh, this may not work. Yeah. Well, with that in mind, Cat Caro, welcome to the club. Cat Caro, as she styles herself, earns a living as a stage medium and a fortune teller. She may have deeper talents. In fact, in this one, of course, because it's already got its 2 points of Grail, you don't actually need the lore. Which I always thought was kind of interesting, that you can begin your journey in this game without actually having... So, like, the implication of this is one that I really like in terms of the idea of a story that you might tell. And I've thought about doing it, but it's just, to me, it's not inherently... it's not inherently interesting in a way that, you know, I would want to base a whole playthrough around it. But the idea that very commonly your cult is sort of, well, I guess you have to found it. Yeah, you have to found it with a piece of lore. But I sort of liked this idea of introductions to the sort of the world of the supernatural world, not necessarily through the knowledge that you've achieved, but rather just the things that you observe day to day. So someone who has a great intuition for these matters, but maybe isn't necessarily able to study and formalize it in the way that it is here. So of course that would imply a lot of influences. That would imply a lot of use of passion and reason. But as you can see, there's only so far that you can get with that. In order to found a cult, you have to have a piece of lore. In order to advance through the stag door, you have to have a certain piece of lore. Bored, restless, desperate people joining cult. Yeah, that tracks. Well, the other thing too is that it's in this particular case here, it's what you're using as part of the initiation. So in one sense, I also sort of imagine this a little bit as, I got to do something. I'm gonna get my friends together, which is the very deflationary version of what's happening in Cultist Simulator, but I think it's kind of funny. Anyways, we'll add Rhaenyra to help with the persuasion. Come closer, dear ones. We have something special for you. All right. Well, we knew the sickness was coming, so not too much to worry about there. Season of Suspicion's coming up, so we do have a notoriety that's going to cause me some difficulty, but we also have, we've got our Voiceless Dead, which can help out as well. My recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly, and surely someone will buy something. So I have some content to deal with the dread if it comes up. We have 1, 2 Mystique. We've got a Glimmering, which doesn't really get me anything anymore. Passion, 3 Mystique, and a notoriety. We actually made some money out of that. So of course we wait the 45 seconds to be able to heal up, but we've got enough time on that vitality. De Bellis Murorum, an 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Solipstos. The poem elliptically describes a war between beasts, weather phenomena, and arcane concepts, but it's quite specific about their tactics. They'll not forget the savor that I have given them. Cat Caro, a believer, a bright-eyed, watchful woman who recalls her dreams perfectly. So at some point we're going to have to deal with some evidence, but we're not at that point yet. So there's a side of me that's... actually, there's a few things I'm going to do. So first thing I'll get done is have a chat with Jannings about turning in this manuscript. I think there's a decent argument for bringing Rose up, but I did have something of a pacifist approach to Mr. Samuelson here. So maybe I do just keep talking about the Red Grail. Received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So we've got an extra Glimmering, we've got an extra Mystique. This, of course, is helpful if I want to go painting, but we will have all of that Mystique vanish as soon as the Season of Suspicion is underway. And yeah, we're going to have a chat about a Red Secret. That'll get me a little bit more Mystique. Sleep is long dark ocean, but sometimes when we reach the further shore, there is lamplight. So if I need it, I've got some spare contentment. And I've got 24 seconds before... I'm not in a rush to go back to the Mansus. Alright, our expedition has plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So, in this case, their present pleasures will end ill for them. Perhaps they think it'll be worth it. Meanwhile, we can pass. Alright, so there's my affliction. We'll combine that with the vitality we got from the Orchard of Lights. Indirectly got from the Orchard of Lights, of course. And coming up next is Season of Visions. So I want to make sure that I'm not generating too much fascination. Oh, wow, he went right for that notoriety. All right, well, got something for the Voiceless Dead to do when they come back. Ink paper, the fizzling of electric lights. The office is dark when I leave. Outside on the pavement, I turn up my collar. So here, I think I'll just try and get a little extra studying done. Not studying, but a book report. This may be useful for a commission. Oh, the one horn joined and the horde distinguished. Consequently, blood. So there's Chiliarch's lesson. And we're back to translating. So now I suspect we'll get a bunch of books out of the next location. So I'm not too worried about having an idle study verb. Tools are ready. We should be able to penetrate this warded door, and we'll almost certainly shatter this warded door. All right. So another acquaintance. I won't worry about the hangers-on until the absolute end. These are really nice ones to sort of sink influence in. So if it feels like I'm dragging my feet on these folks, it's just because I really they're not as high of a priority in the grand scheme of things. All doors must open as all lives must end. This door has found its end here today. Sorry, what I mean by that is they're more useful as a sink for undesirable influences than as someone to contribute to the expedition, especially if I'm reluctant to doing edge solutions. Sick room glows close and stale. It's time to get up, and we've got the Course of the Heart. Season of Despair is coming up, so I want to mind my manners as far as getting too sad. Let's go back through the white door. I might need to worry about visions, but I don't think I can get dread from the white door. I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. So we will be generating a notoriety for the expedition that we're on, but of course, finishing that expedition also means that I get the person who can destroy evidence. I prepared the text for study, so... The centipede has always found her way into dark places. When she was punished for it, she reacted badly, in the Manses as in Maya. I finished the manuscript, so I will have a chat with Adim about it when I can. For the meantime, though, let's talk about work before I get reprimanded. Come with me. Laidlaw. Laidlaw is a tinkerer and a mechanic with an uncanny knack. All right. So add him to the stack. Let's turn in... Yeah, actually, I'm looking to try and run out the clock on these details here. So I think I'm going to do a lot of the sort of the side jobs, getting people upgraded, getting commissions done, anything that'll basically buy me some time while I wait for the Voiceless Dead to become available again. Every day the wary detective types up a report about cult crimes, and every night the Voiceless Dead tiptoes in like a Looney Tune and runs it through the paper shredder. It's a perfect government bureaucracy, you know, years of fruitful labor. Don't want to give up a system like that. Someone said that the wary detective never takes off his helmet, even if he becomes a cult member. But then somebody else said, what if that's his hair? The lore of this game is very deep. I received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. I should actually I haven't read these out. So, initiates of the hidden world use Spintrea to pay for services. Iron Spintrea are the lowest denomination and display scenes of murder on the reverse side. Spintrea can be sold for more traditional funds at an auction house. Bronze Spintrea. Initiates of the hidden world use Spintrea to pay for services. Bronze Spintrea usually display an act of shaping on the reverse side. And initiates of the hidden world use Spintrea to pay for services. They can easily be sold for more traditional funds. Silver Spintrea are more valuable and usually display scenes of debauchery on their reverse side. How do I organize my cards? It's different every single time. Is it an enemy? Sorry, I am really struggling to read that. Aneman Morvlor, 123rd of their name. Welcome. So, This one's a little bit more tame. So I did the vertical arrangement of the verbs because that's a little bit like what I did for Exile. So I wanted to try and put a visual. I did sort of a visual comparison. This one actually. So I didn't have as much intention. So in the priest, I did a cross in in a couple of aspirant playthrough or a couple of other playthroughs I did. Actually, maybe it was Aspirant. I did like pyramids and that. But the basic idea behind this one is that I took the verbs and I stacked them one on top of each other. Any incidental ones go on the very edge of the board. My stats essentially are combined here. So it's health, funds, passion, reason. Sometimes I have to cram them in little spots. So this row here is dedicated to the sort of the decaying versions of their upgrades. So I've got Glimmering and Erudition here. Glover and Glover goes up here because that generates funds. My skill for health is above health. My skill for passion is above passion, so on and so forth. And then because I had some extra space, this is where I decided to put the Spintrea. It seemed to make a little more sense than just trying to drag it down below. Now, I put one of the reasons for this is that, for the most part, these tend to interact a lot with the work verb, and when they don't interact with the work verb, it's the dream verb next. Every once in a while, they will be used in study, they will be used in exploration, but it's usually these two verbs that they get used in the most. So there's also sort of an efficiency in terms of just mouse movements that causes that. For the same reason, all of the locations in the Mansis are right beside Dream. It's really convenient to just drag it over like that. As far as the lore is concerned, so at this point, I more or less did it at the rate at which, in the order in which I got them. So Secret Histories isn't actually. I guess I did something different. I do tend to put Secret Histories on the edges just out of habit. But some of this is just sort of the order in which I received some of these. But in this case, I kind of just do a vertical ordering in terms of the lore. So 2, 4, 6, they're on top of each other. I haven't necessarily done any specific ordering beside. If I wanted to get really elaborate out of it, I would maybe do lores that subvert into each other, so like Lantern into Moth and so on and so forth. But this is more or less just kind of from the order in which I got certain types of lore. I originally kind of put the Order of the Bloody Cup in that sort of just adjacent to the lore for reasons that probably don't require a lot of elaboration. And then I did put the scholars sort of beside it, just because they're, logically they're kind of alongside knowledge. These tend to just wind up because I put the dumping material up in the upper right hand corner, but it just so happened that as I got the rights, they just sort of got parked here and I didn't bother moving them, so that's why these are in here. I used to have a bunch of books in here, so this wound up being my possessions pile. This doesn't have a whole lot of rhyme or reason. You can see that the edge items are starting to bleed into my locations. So in this particular case here, this is the attic almost. But then the locations again follow a certain ordering. So we used to have, this row used to be for locations in the capital. We exhausted those. So now we're in the Shires. This is the continent, and as these get occupied, we'll move these up. Or if we just wind up getting more locations before we examine the other ones, these will just wind up moving down. And then finally, we have my contacts that I know. At this point here, this is really just filling in space. So there's a vertical alignment with the different types of lore. So in this case, anybody who's actually a member of the cult, you can see that vertically the Lantern followers are in the Lantern line. I'm almost certainly going to need to move these people down as time goes by, but of course that's just going to move them closer to the talk verb, so that was originally planned that way. As you can see, you've got Edge, Forge, so on and so forth. But that's kind of it. It might seem like there's a little bit more of a plan here than there is, but there were kind of two impulses behind it, which was number one. Also locations that I would be exploring again. They're close to their verbs. So I had sort of that first. I have broad strokes in terms of what I wanted to do. But then the second one was, once I make a decision, it's locked in there, and I wanted to see how the board shaped around the fact that maybe this wasn't an optimal decision, but how do I organize everything else? And that's just one of the ways I keep the game interesting for myself. If you see some of my previous videos, I definitely got a lot more elaborate in some of the verb placement and whatnot. Hope that gave you what you were looking for. All right, so I think I said I was going to be talking with people to try and filibuster to get my voiceless dead back. I don't think I can do an upgrade. Yeah, I've got 30 seconds, so well, we might be able to pull it off. Let's try. Jannings wants a commission on Edge, and let's get Cat Caro into the higher orders. So, bright-eyed, watchful woman who recalls her dreams perfectly will give the Megalesian incantation along with some stained gloves. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. It is a 60-second wait, so the voiceless dead might actually decay in time for that. The White Library. The room is bleached and quiet. The chairs are pale wood. The table is topped with white marble. Whoops. I am a little tempted to get the icy atmosphere here. Last night, the white door was bright as a mirror, bright as fresh snow, bright as the migraine moon. I remember its brightness, but I remember its chill the most. I laid my cheek against it. I still feel the ache of its cold in my skull. I think we're going to head straight back into the white door here. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm sane if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions, it's over for now. The river runs through the sands out of myth and into legend. The painted river runs the other way. One is barred to the centipede now, but she finds ways back in sometimes. So yet another forgotten chronicle. I think we've got more than we really need on that, but again, we can always subvert, or not subvert, but we can always upgrade lore out of that, so I don't feel too bad. Also, with the Journal of Alessandro Lacrosse, we can get a little language training in. It has something in common with the Latin, and something else in common with the scratchings of maddened rats. Prince Alessandro Lacrosse spent years of secret study on the tablets taken from the Fucine marshes in central Italy. His work will allow you to decipher these texts. Alright, so we've got old, unhappy, far-off things, so this is going to generate some restlessness. There's a little bit of a fly in the ointment, but nothing I can't handle. Some of the books are exotic 18th century pornography, others are botanist journals. Some, however, have value for our studies. A yellowing note tucked into the spine reads, "Watch for me, JC." So we've got Tristan, notoriety again, I'll have to deal with that. Valsine, good work for Rhaenyra. The Voiceless Dead will technically still be around to get an evidence destruction job in, but I think at this point I'm going to have to say goodbye. We've got a hint. Alright, so the Concursum Diaries. Diaries of the explorer and murderers Lars Westergren. He's unhelpfully translated them into Frisian for privacy. We've got a copy of Gildersleeve's Latin grammar. I'm going to put that near the auction house just because we'll sell that off. Just what you need to refresh your knowledge of Latin. Those Who Do Not Sleep, a Fucine text attributed to the mystic Broadnax. The Shaven Lock Tantra, also known as the one who has shaven his hair. This, as the story goes, is the lore that even the shape-changing Vanrys rejected. And on Matthias and Amethyst Imago, Loss. Diagrams and illustrations, even across the centuries, are elegant, hypnotic, occasionally erotic, in Aramaic. So we've got two books that we can't translate, two that we can work with. So I can go to Gladwyn Lake. Again, we don't have the Knock followers yet. Lockwood Fen, the reeking murk of the Fenlands is ripe with furtive life. Taciturn and locals still watch the sacred places of small and secret gods. Yeah, let's try Lockwood Fen, see what we can get. And in this case, I know I'm already going to be summoning another Voiceless Dead, so bring them along. Onto the Mudlands. Somewhere, we are certain, is a shrine bedecked with precious oddments. If the locals try to kill us, we're probably heading in the right direction. So this probably implies I should have brought Saliba or Rhaenyra, but like I said, I wanted to preserve my summons, so we'll run the risk. Alright, let's see what we're working with here. So, ink, paper, the fizzling of electric lights. The office is dark when I leave. Outside on the pavement, I turn up my collar. So, season of silence, nothing's happening. Seems like a good time for me to summon the voiceless dead then. Although, come to think of it, I may not have a corpse. Well, let's do our best. Yeah, so if it's heart... Oh, that's probably what I was missing. If it's edge, I try to bring a maid in the mirror. I don't think I have the power for that. Yeah. And then forge. What was the forge one again? Oh, that's right, the Callagine. That would be a really good one to get, actually. So I wonder if we switch out Nev. I don't think I've got the power for it, but... yeah. For some reason, I always keep forgetting Callagines, even though they're very, very helpful. Okay, well, we will do the original plan, which was to grab ourselves a fresh new voiceless dead. These are the dead who do not descend or ascend, who remain in the mansis and dream of winter. The power of winter, along with a little of heart's warmth, will draw them here. I might try to do some painting. Half-glimpsed wistfulness has touched me, so I've got a minute before I need to deal with that. In pain we are born, in hunger we are embraced, in delight we are devoured. These are the gates of the body, and this is her promise. Not all that is born decays. In remembrance of that promise, we give ourselves to the feast. And the new description of Cat Caro, she still performs in theaters sometimes. Cat Caro, the posters say, will find the path. Cat Caro knows the way. I have 35 seconds before I have a new voiceless dead to run around with. I'm just trying to think of an easy way for me to use that time. I think I'm just gonna leave it. Alright, what's up next? Romance! So maybe I want to try and see what happens with Dread. I'm going to leave this restlessness for now. Let's go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Oh, nice. I've learned something that will earn me a favor once only. This will preserve you or your follower from imprisonment, but it cannot be relied on. Last night I dreamt of the blue silk pavilion overlooking the cloudy labyrinth of the Bounds. I listened to the mistress of this place speak of other visitors. The Suppression Bureau come here. Did you know that? I think they hope to recruit me as an ally, she snorts derisively. After what they tried to do to Christopher. Their folly is your fortune. I will tell you something that may help you if the Bureau ever troubles you. Okay, again, it's really hard to justify going back into the White Door because it doesn't really give me a whole lot of things that I need right now. But what else am I going to do with the dream, right? So away we go. In places it overlaps with languages I know. In other places, well, I can see why they call it the tongue of witches, but I can understand it well enough now. So I can do some translation jobs if I am so inclined. Actually, yeah, let's get that out of the way. Lock the study door, the work begins. The watchman will lend virtue to our lamps, and that will probably show us the perils to avoid. Probably. Ah, this is going to get a little tricky, actually. So I can definitely bring... we'll bring Cat Caro. The watchman will clear our sight so that we will almost certainly pass without error. So if I want to try and get sneaky... I don't really have any more moth to add. I could, of course, add Saliba and Rhaenyra, but Rhaenyra might be otherwise occupied. Rebellious Spirit. The summoning is struggling against my control. I could use reason to dismiss it safely, which is always reliable, or I could try to reassert control with passion, which is not reliable. Or I could let what will happen, happen. So, how confident am I feeling about my ability to... I think in this case, I actually kind of need this resummon, but I'm going to send it home. Pronounce the words of dismissal, seal the circle tight, erase every trace. I think I'm going to be a little more cautious on that one. I'm not in an emergency situation with the evidence yet. We'll have other ways of getting... Winter. Promising root reveals itself as a sucking snare. We have to go around and try again. Alright, well that bought me some time. As long as people don't get injured or die, I'm actually kind of okay with taking a little more time on that. Oh, also, I'm definitely at a point where I can bring in more people. Alright, Tristan interludes. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so if I have a particular friend, now is the time to renew our connection. So this is mostly just trying to find out what happens. So my lover's experiments and pleasure are endless in their ingenuity, but so far I can match them. So right now it will take... It recommends passion. I can put dread and I can put funds in it. Now if I put funds in, and the unfair insultingly, there now. Buy yourself something nice. I'm curious about dread. I think that also ends the relationship. But I am a bit curious to confirm that. So, end the affair by visiting my despair on my lover. There's no future for us, perhaps not even apart, but certainly not together. Yeah, so I don't want to do that. Obviously, there's the cost of, I just wound up with some dread. Oh, Jesus, I completely forgot to go to, well, didn't completely forget to go to work. I forgot to go to work because I was dealing with a rogue summon. But in any case, we will bring in the passion. Hopefully that'll generate some contentment to deal with the dread. What possible reason could the Suppression Bureau come up with for approaching Teresa to help? For help? Seemed like a good idea for them. I don't really have a great answer for that, but I mean, if you're feeling reasonably confident in your ability to turn people, or you think that they have, you have something that they want, I can sort of see why someone might try. This is interesting. I didn't even think that the chilly atmosphere would be something that comes up. But all right, plead to keep my job. This is not a pleasant conversation, but it may be a necessary one. And of course, while we're using our passion for something else, we're on the phone in the middle of the deed. That's the official lore reason. But I am going to wind up with a whole lot of dread, it looks like. So let's do a trip to the Orchard of Lights in hopes that we maybe wind up with some extra contentment. Although the subtle fracture would have been nice for summoning. Sun and Splendor, the hour who once ruled the Mansis, was known to walk in the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes his remnants walk here still. Sometimes I see the chilly radiance of the Menescate through the trees, or the chillier radiance of the sun and rags. Were they to come upon me, it might be my end, but to see them in the distance is the gift of insight. I might try and move up in G&G as well. I can't remember exactly what the... I know the Alden job takes quite a bit, but there might be an intermediate level that I've been forgetting about. Yes, what do I want to do with my dream? Well, I want to get rid of the negative effects, but I don't have a way of doing that right now. I can wait the 24 seconds. prepared the text for study. And we'll do the same with the Shaven Lock Tantra. It's a nice little chance for me to just get some extra goodies in. All right, our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I could add funds now, or I could send another follower. So we haven't actually completed our task. We're still going to be waiting on Lantern, but I can bring Saliba in knowing that we're going to be dealing with some Watchers. And they're not monks, so I know we can use Grail on them. So new Course of the Heart. When I arrive, Rhaenyra is hazed in perfumes. When I leave, she lies tangled in a glorious sprawl of limbs. I'll carry her with me for days. So, bittersweet memory. This might be dangerous, but we can at least get rid of some dread this way. So, actually, I'm gonna be a little more... No. I've been offered another chance. I'm apparently expected to be grateful. Now, this is going to seem a little silly, but what I'm actually going to do here... I'm going to paint in hope... Well, one, in hopes of getting a little bit of money. Right now, I still have some reputation to work with. Oh, a life retold. These memories would have been lost to the earth below us, but now they will live on. I wonder if this consumes it. Watchman will clear our sight so that we almost certainly pass without error. So let's add the... Well, no, we'll add Rhaenyra now, and then we'll add the money. Okay, Season of Despair is coming up, so I want to make sure that this dread gets dealt with if I can. Okay, it is a junior position at Glover & Glover, so I do need to make sure that I show up to work. I'm hoping I wind up with contentment from the painting. I forgot to put the money in. I have not shirked. I might be able to get by with it. I prepared the text for study. Alright, study is available now. Well, we'll work with it. So I'm gonna go for the heart book first because of course Moth may wind up generating old and happy far off things. The Sister and Witch were born, the mystic Broadnax discusses the origins of the Sister and Witch and of the Thunderskin. The Sister and Witch were born in two wombs, one poor, one rich, across the sea. The Sister was stronger in the aspect of heart, and so their survival was assured. The Witch was stronger in the aspect of Grail, and so they were not satisfied. This is work I can be proud of. With enough publicity, it will sell. Let's see how much I got for the... Okay, so I get to keep the bittersweet memory. That's nice. We've got Mystique. Looks like we've refreshed it. So Glimmering. Notoriety is a little less desirable, but... Wait, did I really have 2 notoriety? And that paid about as well as a Glover & Glover run. So I will apply some diligence to my job. Unfortunately, no contentment. So the dread is a little bit of a worry now, but in 20... Oh, no, I think the talk verb's gonna savage me here. Alright, well, I cleared my mind. I'm not quite ready to buy drugs. So... It's a little bit of a flyer, but we can run with it. Logistical difficulties. Supplies are low. Unless I send more funds, we'll have to abandon the expedition. Yeah. Come with me. Alright, we got Victor. Again, still no Moth followers of all things. So, Dread's already that's already a problem. We're not going to recover from that. I will, of course, want to have the talk verb available for when we deal with the Watchers, but we have at least a minute. So in this case, let's just keep talking about the Red Grail. We'll get more bodies to bring in. It gives me some mystique to sort of help run down the notoriety as well, but the fact of the matter is that this is almost certainly going to get picked up in the next season of Suspicion. Of course, naturally, I'm hoping for something that generates contentment. I may just wind up with Herschel's nightmare. When the sister and witch came from the west, the Red Grail permitted their ascension, but then they grew jealous of their power and lured a great musician into the ranks of its names and caused him to be reborn from blood as a heart hour so that the Grail might maintain dominion there also. But his victory is not assured. All right, the formula Vigilant. Wow, I didn't think that I'd get that much out of this. Cool. One who watches does not sleep. One who sleeps watches not. One who watches does not sleep. One who sleeps watches not. Use this right with a Byzantine tinct and a meteoric bullet or other resources of equal power to summon a percussagant. And we've got the Rite of the Seas fasting. This rite calls on the witch and sister to close the gap between what is and what might be. The adept pours or hurls an offering into water, preferably but not essentially the sea. Okay, study. For some reason I didn't put the mystique where I needed it. I guess we'll do the Shaven Lock Tantra. The reasons against researching that one haven't really changed. I think I'm going to have some dread that I'm going to be clinging on to for a while. So it's not like I want to be running any risks. But I also don't want to sit on my hands for the entire time on the possibility that something might come and bite me. So the Tantra speaks glowingly of those who are prepared to abandon their old self to seek a new and higher self. It warns that once the change has truly begun past the third mark, a return to the old self is dangerous and painful. I have regained a higher position. So I don't need to work for another 90 seconds. Maybe I want to try painting again. Paint the evidence just to annoy the Suppression Bureau. Now, I think I don't want to extend the life of the notoriety. I do want to extend the life of the mystique, though. I think I will keep the older ones now that I think of it. This time I'll actually remember to use the paints. So part of this is also just hoping for some contentment. I think if I just do pure rumpled fields, a wink of a river, a tingling chill. I think if I just do reputation, I don't have the risk of fascination. Dreams of curios behind glass. Tonight I will dream of a museum. Colors of the night. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. In the display cases of the Impossible Museum, I always see an apple white as snow and hard as marble, a golden beetle in a stern box, a koi geometry awaiting my touch, a black envelope bursting with spring, a brass opera box for instruments of record and measure, a storm in a tin. I always wake before I see the aisle's end. So glimmering didn't do a whole lot for me there, but then, of course, I've got my next question. Do I want to try my luck in the Mansis, or do I want to go for passion? I think I'll go to the Orchard of Light. This might be a risky one, actually, because I got fascination coming up. Patron. Found someone who may have resources of use to me, but I'll need to impress them. Impressing a patron demands your reason. I can see this working. Honestly, I'm only going through the motions. The quality of my work will no doubt suffer. There's nothing to be ashamed of here. All right. I didn't look at the details, but our expedition plans for the next challenge will consume yeah, come closer, dear ones. We have something special for you. Their present pleasures will end ill for them. Perhaps they think it'll be worth it. Meanwhile, we can pass. So 26 seconds there. I think we've got a minute before we finish the event and we wind up with more notoriety. We did get contentment, which is good. The dread is now gone. I generated more notoriety. Interesting. So the bittersweet memories seem to generate notoriety. Well, that's I mean, it's a problem for myself. I wasn't exactly looking to generate, but I think I can work with it. Yeah, we'll just keep the regular job. Whisper your secrets into the earth, burn them in fire, scatter them in the sea. Still they will cling to your hair, the Tantra cautions. It provides an occult riddle that claims is sometimes the answer to the riddle at the hunter's gate. Of course, we already have the Ecdysis parable, so it's not the riddle we need. But that's life. All right, so we don't have anything to do study-wise with these. There might be an argument for starting to upgrade lore at this point. There is a side of me, like I tend to be a little stuffy in wanting to keep like a version of each type of lore in my collection. So like what I kind of need is like the Megalesian Incantation, the Inguvine Rite. These are the ones I really should be upgrading to make progress. But it's like, yeah, but then I miss the intermediate lore. So I'm not quite ready to break that that habit yet. I think I will try the bittersweet memory, though. I probably should have done that earlier. But yeah, this still invites the question, like, if I'm gonna... what do I want to study? So the Ecdysis Parable, that will need... Glimmering... Oh yeah, now's actually a good time for me to do that. Study the lore of the wood. When breath is black, when breath is black at the glass, when mist tautens the skin, when woods walk in winter, we hear these words. I don't know if this glimmering's gonna last for it, but Season of Ambitions is coming up, so we've got a restlessness that we'll earn. I think I might use that to get rid of the staleness. The Ring-Used Shrine. Here on a flat rock, inches above the marsh water, is a throne carved. Okay, got a little lucky here. Forgotten Chronicle, a story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war that was not fought. Last night in the Orchard of Lights I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved in the bark of the tree. When I woke, I recorded that message, all I could remember in my diary. Okay, so here we'll do the bittersweet memory, and understanding neither dare speak aloud, a quarrel and its aftermath. Alright, this is gonna mess with my verb placement, but we will overcome. And Madame Bichet, it's been a while since I've run into you. Madame Olympie Bichet edits the Carisham Review, which publishes material too ghastly or thrilling for other literary magazines. She could use your assistance. So in this particular case, I'm just going to get a commission from her. Nothing too fancy. Again, I want to make sure that I have my my voiceless dead available to get rid of the evidence. This might permit me to hesitate. All right, so we get a contentment and a dread. Basically, they kind of cancel each other out, but let's make sure that they cancel each other out. Clouds part. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. Here's what she needs. A substantial commission on Forge. So these are probably going to have to take a back seat for a little while. Right now I'm going to wait the 8 seconds for the Voiceless Dead. Again, we've only got about 3 seconds left on that one before it goes away, so I need to be pretty quick on the draw, I think. The Grail has touched me with her wonderful fingers. It's almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough Grail aspect. Exploration might find more. Alright. Ample green paint marks the ritual circles on the rock. The remains of sacrifices past squelch beneath our feet as we search the shrine. In a little hollow in the throne rests an oiled bundle of treasures. Alright, so even more notoriety. Welcome back, Saliba. Hello, Cat Caro. 34 seconds. Okay, it wasn't... I rather overstated how long I had the Voiceless Dead. So we've got a winged doll, so that's moth artifact. In an attic above that skeleton house, there was a window. Beside the window, there was a box. In the box, there was a bandage, and the bandage was a twist of clotted hair. In the hair was wound a doll, because the window had never been opened. We have the Flayed Tantra. This tantra is recorded as being spoken by an enigmatic individual identified as Peel, with many of the qualities of the mythological Naga. The Flayed Tantra played a notable part in Alexander Sparrow's paranoid pamphleteering. We have the icon of St. Agnes, and this will be really helpful for some summonings. Also, it's just generally cool in the priest. So, St. Agnes of Bohemia was renowned for her pious dedication to the mortification of the flesh. This icon makes for grisly viewing. And a vital pigment, of which we have quite a few. So, first things first, let's get the Voiceless Dead working on the evidence. There is kind of a side of me which says maybe we should sick our heart followers on the reputation, but I'm not quite sure we're ready to try that, especially given that there's so much mystique. Now, exploration. I think what I'm going to do, I'll take advantage of the fact that the Voiceless Dead's going to be occupied for a little bit. Let's just finish the exploration on the continent, because that'll tell me how many secret histories I need to keep around for further. I think I'm pretty much at the end, but... Alright, a challenge, intuition. This is a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in odd corners of scholarship, provide a glimmering, or use a sanctuary. So I got very lucky on the pause on that one. Of course, the heart vitality, that'll be good for the season of sickness, which is just about to hit us. I thought that was painting for a second. I was worried. Alright, ink paper, the fizzling of electric lights. The office is dark when I leave. Outside on the pavement, I turn up my collar. So, nope. Let's paint. This time, this might be a little overkill, but I think I'm going to do... Actually, no. Let's do 2 Passion, 2 Mystique. Close the night. I could spend more money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. As always, we continue with the regular paints because we're really just doing mood pieces so that we can earn some extra cash. This is the streaming job when I work at the bank, basically. Not that I ever worked at the bank and streamed at the same time. Those are two different times of my life. Okay. Still haven't got any really good answers about what I want to do with my dream slot. It doesn't hurt to have more secret histories because I can just keep, boosting them up. And in this case, I might as well just sit it out and use the vitality. I always hate not having one of these things counting down, though. I see the mistakes, but I can also see the end. So we're still looking at about... Oh, Jesus. Long time on that notoriety. Oh, right, that's because of the new expedition, so... The unnumbered stones. Megaliths placed in obsessive, inerrant rows by priest casts long dead. Time has long erased the original bloodstains, but on moonless nights, the locals supplement what remains. Hidden chambers might guard hidden treasures. So now I need to either be upgrading my secret histories, or I need to be going up in the Mansis and finding new locations. So Gladwood Lake, we're still waiting on finding Enid and bringing her up to a level that she and Neville can deal with the serpent. I don't really want to butcher the thing just because I'm incompetent. We might be able to do a trip to Karisham, though. Maybe I want to try and keep the Voiceless Dead around for a little bit longer, though. So is there anything else I can get away with exploration at the moment? The Ecdysis Club would have been something I could have used to get rid of... Oh, yeah, Oriflammes, although for 6 seconds, nope. Alright, challenge, Illumination. This is a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in corners of scholarship, and of course we've got... Whoa, hello. Oh, that's right. I completely forgot. I don't get to use the same thing more than once. So unless I can somehow get my hands on some fascination... I could, use Moorlands to get access to the library, I suppose. That's a little, yeah, it's a little much. Alright, my bad, I forgot how that worked, so, I'll just, take my lumps. This is actually the one time I wish I did put more, passion in. Alright, contentment. A fair amount of it, actually. Too much passion. I got rid of the staleness, and we've got 3 funds for my trouble. My minion is not returned, and they have failed. Their blundering may have attracted attention. Alright, so now I really do need to get a summoning in. But this does sort of free me up for a few other activities that I can do. So I don't have any moth followers that I can really mess around with here. Let's go to Karisham. So we'll bring the hint along. Let's bring Saliba as well, just in case. As always, we'll throw money at the problem. Slink around the streets of the once fine townhouse, surreptitiously case the back garden. Odd stories circulate about the woman who lives here. She might be an adept, a collector, or even the rare thing called an impausa. We must be watchful. So 30 seconds before we find out what we're up against. In terms of talking... I mean, there's a side of me that says I could try talking with Rhaenyra and see what happens. I could, of course, No, you know what? My priority is still getting followers. So really, at this point, my default should be trying to bring more people in. And then in 30 seconds, I'll be able to use the dream slot for curing what ails me. Sorry, while I'm watching these counters go down, I'm going to enjoy a quick sip of refreshment. Well, it's like medium refreshing. It's definitely tastes like old tea. Right. I should have read that text, I'm sorry. All I need now is time. Okay, so I don't think I have any threats from Dread, except for the fact that it just messed around all my placements. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so unless we do something to generate dread, but I don't really see that happening. Mocked. My studies have been stymied for now. Although I think I retain the progress if memory serves. Okay, we've got a few things. So our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I can send another follower. So, heart for the Watchers. An engineer and an adept has ensured this door will not open easily. Forge or knock will defeat it. Forge, definitely. And we need Heart or Winters to suppress the curse. Otherwise, it will not keep us from our goal, but may trouble us later. So let's bring... Where did Tristan go? Oh, here he is. Yeah, we'll bring Tristan. I'm going to bring one for each of the obstacles. Actually, you know what? I'm going to bring Leo, because it occurred to me that the curse is the only thing I don't get to try more than once. It's the one I think is the least likely to come up first, but it's the higher risk, so I'm kind of proving my risk aversion. All right. Ah, yes. Okay, I see what happened. So we'll keep these around waiting for a fascination. The hint will generate that eventually. Of course, this is the one time I don't want fascination, so let's we'll leave the lore building for a little while. Let's translate the Flayed Tantra and read that. Lock the study door, the work begins. Alright, still attracting talent. Against the Watchers, the Grail's temptations. Our allures should sway the Watchers' minds. So, come closer, dear ones. We have something special for you. Sorry, guys, just need a quick second to... I had a thought for a second that I didn't tweet out the stream, but then I just realized that somebody said the like to the fact that I was streaming, so my bad. Right, ink, paper, fizzling of electric lights. The office is dark when I leave. Outside the pavement, I turn up my collar. Outside on the pavement, I turn up my collar. Sorry, I just want to take a minute here and think about what my next steps are. So if I do have the ability to summon a few things, if I'm so inclined. I'm not sure that's what I really need right now, though. I could work on some commissions. Yeah, actually, I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. I think what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to do I'll wait for the season. Season of Suspicion's coming up. This is going to be a little rocky. Especially because it's actually going to turn into damning evidence. However, with the generation of Mystique, it's possible that the evidence might die in time. In fact, even without the Mystique, I think this evidence might be dead before I need to worry about it. Lucky me. As an insurance policy, though, let's go figure out some secrets. The Watchers fall. Their present pleasures will end ill for them. Perhaps they'll think it's worth it. Meanwhile, we can pass. So, Tristan and Valsine are up next. Unfortunately, this also... We need to find a way of getting money into the matter. I think this is a case where I might roll the dice. So I know for a fact I'll need the funds. I don't know for a fact that I'll need to forge followers. So, hello, Enid. I've been waiting for you for a while. So, this is one of the higher priorities. So we'll take Enid. We'll bring them into the cult right away. So Enid speaks softly, and sometimes her gaze doesn't focus on anything visible. It may be that you've dreamed the same dreams. So, where were you? This one is ready. Alright, and we will read the Flayed Tantra. This Tantra is recorded as being spoken by an enigmatic individual named, identified as Peel, with many qualities of the mythological Naga. The Flayed Tantra played a notable part in Alexander Sparrow's paranoid pamphleteering. The reason why I read these twice sometimes is that some of them seem to change in the translation, others don't, and I haven't quite been able to figure out which ones they are. Plus, I'm just forgetful, so... Peel was numbered among the great hooded princes, but it breaks with its brethren and followed the Thunderskin in the endless dance. Okay, lantern. So we got some erudition for that. I finished the manuscript. Here we go. Obviously, I need to rush to work. Whenever the principle of lantern sheds its light, I may recall additional scraps of knowledge. So we need to upgrade Rose. I'll prioritize Enid first. And yeah, there's only 18 seconds left on that evidence, so even if he winds up picking up the notoriety, the effects of the evidence will be gone by the time he starts preparing his notes. So the trail's gone cold. Although, of course, I'm going to be running out of mystique, so I'd really like to get the painting done soon. This is going to seem a little bold, but here we go, restlessness. Some dead are lost in the woods, some rise higher, but many, so many, pass the white door into the house and become silent forever. Last night they thronged the entrance, our mouths were healed wounds, their eyes roamed my skin, their hands sought my warmth, but my touch burnt, and they drew back. Their urgency infected me. So... in this case here, I just got this restlessness, so I have something to paint. The idea will be that I throw a bunch of passion into this painting and use the fascination in building up the Ecdysist parable. I don't believe we'll be getting any books from this expedition. A warded door. This door is held fast for a long time. Unless we bring forge or knock, it will hold fast against us, too. So, Alcine, our tools are ready. We should be able to penetrate this warded door. They have not forgotten the savor that I have given them. So this is... Enid speaks softly, and sometimes her gaze doesn't focus on anything visible. She sees things that others don't. So, once again, I should probably be adjusting so like the rose pearl dust should be, it's pretty clear here. Actually, yeah, here's what I'll do. So we'll take the painting materials, we'll put those up on this row here. So the pastes and whatnot. And then I guess I'll do the higher level. Something like that. He went straight for the notoriety. Oh, the 13-second one too. Damn it. All right. Cutting it kind of close on the restlessness, but we should be fine. Once Peel had peeled itself, it had the ink that it needed to write the Tantra. It had to face the wrath of its fellows. Here is the invocation it used to fend them off. The Gemnite invocation. The Sister Witch had always been invoked for protection at crossroads, at moonrise, and where the land shelters the sea. Use this in a rite with a Byzantine tink and a meteoric bullet, or other resources of equal power to summon a percussicant. Oh, So what do I want to be studying now? So I'm not quite ready for the to try and bring up the ecdysist's parable. Oddly enough, I actually think this is a case where I need to just sit and be patient for the study verb. Considering the evidence. If a hunter has found notoriety, they will try to use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they will always succeed. If they're erratic, they are more likely to fail, but they can occasionally create evidence even without notoriety. All right, ink paper, the fizzling of electric lights. The office is dark when I leave. Outside on the pavement, I turn up my collar. So, again, the point here is to try and get some fascination. So I'm going to throw everything I am into this. You know what? This is really terrible timing. Because I'm painting now, so I would have loved to use this influence, but if I get this influence now, I'm gonna have trouble at work again. So let's go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight on the odd chance we need a bribe. Soak up knowledge as the shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. In last night's dream, I was in the Lodge of the Sage Knight behind the white door. It is difficult to remember how exactly I came there, and the mistress of this place, the woman with dark glasses, was nodding as if I asked her a difficult question. Of course I hadn't. I lost my speech when I passed the white door. How is it that I can speak? She said to me. I didn't come here through the white door. I'm not proud of what I did to come here, so let me tell you about something else. I still think it's worth it for me to use this dream. The expedition continues. Doors have two purposes, to open and to remain closed. Today, this door has remained true to its second purpose. All right, so that's going to mean that we're going to run short of money. I think in this case, I'm actually I'm gonna add the funds first. So let me make sure I have the heart. Yes, money first. In pain we are born, in hunger we are embraced, in delight we are devoured. These are the gates of the body, and this is her promise. Not all that is born decays. In remembrance of that promise, we give ourselves to the feast. All right, so we've got Enid. Enid sees what others do not. It is becoming difficult for her, but it is very useful. So we'll finally be able to go to Gladwin Lake, and then of course we can start on our more advanced journeys. We can have a chat with Dr. Adim about his commission. And again, I'm waiting on the fascination before I do anything, so I am certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip, so more erudition, which I don't exactly need right now, but I won't say no. And, wow, I'm really short on passion. What's going on there? Oh, that's right, because I'm painting it. For now, I think I'm just going to go back to talking about the Red Grail. We've got a little bit of a backlog of followers, but we might as well commit. Alright, our tools are ready. We should be able to penetrate this warded door. Here we'll bring Tristan. So this wound up being a rather expensive expedition, but I'm not too worried about that. I have a fairly reliable way of generating more money. What I don't have, though, is an easy way to get rid of the curse. So I've created something distinctive and beautiful that will very likely enhance my reputation. My recent work has attracted a couple of callers. With luck, something will sell. So overexpose. What? Really? All right. Lots of glimmering and contentment and all that sort of excitement. And nothing. That cost me money. All right. Well, that's fine. We can just go to Glover and Glover. But I can use that fascination in the pursuit of... Oh, here we go. That's so weird. I never saw it work like that. But then usually I haven't been hammering the the pause button in time for that. So probably I should have started the study a little bit early, but of course I didn't know that I was going to be getting fascination for sure. So, and here, because I'm working at Glover and Glover, I wish I saw how long I'd been working. Let's try it. 60.3, so that's just slightly going to screw me. So, anyways. Last night, the white door was as bright as a mirror, bright as fresh snow, bright as the migraine moon. I remember its brightness, but I remember its chill the most. I laid my cheek against it, but I still feel the ache of its cold in my skull. So if it was just half a second later, this wouldn't be a problem, but now it's going to decay down to it might be a level 2 that it goes down to, actually. But that's life. I'll work with it. Death of a door. All doors must open as all lives must end. This door has found its end here today. The Grail has touched me with her wonderful fingers. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough Grail aspect. Exploration might find more. Ah, yes, and I need to do a painting as well, so I actually have quite a few... So a lot of my abilities are sort of spoken for right now. I think I'm going to wind up with Dread one way or the other. So the question is, what's the best way for me to manage that? Alright, well, there we go. This is a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in the odd corners of scholarship. Ah, all right. Now it gets exciting. Let's do Orchard of Lights. Ooh, fascination. Well, it's a way to go. Light dews the skin and suffuses the air. So I'm definitely in danger of sort of having this thing veer off into a dangerous place, but... the invisible arts, Christopher Lopley is said to have remarked, as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there is always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after waking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. Okay. So, I have first of all, okay, so Season of Suspicion's coming up, which means that I don't want to have that evidence hanging around. We will have notoriety in time for it. Although, on that note, let's just... Oh, you know what? I think I messed up the ordering of some of this, but that's fine. Okay. In 17 seconds, I'm going to have a new follower. I can get rid of one of the threatening... Oh, no, okay, here's how I do it. Potentially... So it depends how this works. If the chilly atmosphere can get me a voiceless dead, which again, I'm quite doubtful that this will work, but we won't prejudge. So if chilly atmosphere works, then I use that to summon a voiceless dead. If it doesn't work, then I use it in the either, I'll probably bring in like Laidlaw or something like that. Then whichever one, so let's assume that I can't summon with a chilly atmosphere. That goes into the upgrade, and then we take Restless. Aha! Actually, this is the trick, because I'm going to need to make that decision at Glover and Glover right away. Well, you know what? Oh, no, I can still do that. Well, this doesn't need to be academic, so... first step. Sunset right. So if I were to bring in the knock and heart... I've already brought my heart followers, so I need to make sure that Neville's on the case. Yep, I needed more winter. Okay. So with that in mind, I will get rid of the restlessness through painting. Might as well use the mystique. Nothing to stop me from bringing a health in. So again, I need to make sure that within the next minute I do that upgrade. We're strong enough in heart to be almost entirely secure against the curse. So I think I was off by 1 on my funds. I think I could have actually had 2 followers for each stage, but all right. So Porter, hey, we finally got a moth follower. Porter was a barber until the court case. That one always gets, I keep forgetting that that's Porter's original description, and I'm very fond of it. All right, because I have 10 seconds to play around with, I will get a new commission from Adim, and then we'll bring, I actually want to bring Porter in right away here. Colors of the night, so I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. All right, he wants some secret histories. Now we will bring Porter into the fold. So here we bring the chilly atmosphere in and just do a standard Grail ceremony. This one is ready. And then this is a potential threat in the form of the fascination. But I have a few options available to me to get rid of that. I have not shirked. I forgot I had an extra mystique that I could throw into that. New colors. I begin to notice colors in this world for which I have no name. Blinking in the light. Now I understand. Aha! Alright, so this was... this is the case of the fascination propagating. Not exactly an ideal outcome. But I think... So a fleeting reminiscence from the dread will be able to help me first off. It's a season of suspicion that's coming up next. Recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So there's a couple things that I want to be taking care of before too long. So the big threat to me right now is that there's tentative evidence on the table. I don't have anybody with high moth to deal with it, and we're going to have a notoriety from completing this task. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. So within about a minute, we're going to have a notoriety just in time for the season of suspicion. So at some point, I want to summon a voiceless dead, but at the moment, I need to deal with work. Not forget the savor that I have given them. So Porter plies his razor and his scissors to the great advantage of his friends. So I'll have enough time to do at least one more recruitment drive. Let's do Lodge of the Sage Knights again, just on the chance that I get the bribe. My emotions run higher than usual. There are things I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I am closer. I recall my dream. It was in the Lodge of the Sage... it was in the Lodge of Blue Silk, flapping in the winds of the bounds of the Mantis' edge, and here was its mistress, who welcomed me as she welcomes all travelers. Company is nice, she confided, but I still miss my Christopher. 10 years. 10 years and not enough. But we could not have been long together, not without touching each other, and you know what happens when a man lies with a long woman. Or perhaps you don't. I hope you don't. I won't tell you just in case. I'll give you a tiny gift. I'm sorry to do this, folks. I did not go to the bathroom before I started, so I'm actually going to take a quick pause to get that dealt with myself. But it does give me a quick chance to... Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I do try to do blogs on a slightly more regular basis, and in this case, I had a very long gap between the most recent Cultist Simulator one and the one that I just wrote. And I'll admit, this one probably has the more contestable claims inside of it. Or it's, I know, so a lot of, I think a lot of articles I write, I kind of have an idea what people are going to object to at the start. And there's definitely versions that I can write that deal with the objections to start off with. But there's the other side whenever I run into stuff like that where I'm like, well, The thing is, the objective is not really dealing with the central point that I'm dealing, and I'm trying to keep the word count on these things a little bit lower. So this one's about tabletop RPGs. I'll leave that there. It probably I'll not be gone long enough to read that, but I do tend to notice that I've never really had a great balance in terms of the writing that's on it. So this is about tabletop RPGs, and I think the biggest idea out of it is I'm actually less interested in people agreeing with the diagnosis so much as pushing people towards considering an alternative in building up their tabletop experiences. Anyways, though, I do need to go to the bathroom. I'll leave you with that, and I'll be back in just a couple of seconds. It's nothing urgent. I've been feeling the pressure building over the course of the cast. So see you guys in a little bit. Sorry, I'm trying to get the table organized before I do that. I really shouldn't, but... Why am I clicking on her? Okay, yep, screw it. I'm going. I'll be back in a sec. All right, thanks for putting up with that. Sorry for the slightly longer, well, that probably wasn't 45 seconds, but I did get my water refilled. So, all right, so where were we? This is why I wanted to try and work through some stuff. So I was looking, no, right, it was Dream that I wanted to see. So Restlessness is coming up next. I've generated more fascination. So I've got one fleeting reminiscence to deal with the fascination. I will have a restlessness that I could turn into dread to deal with the other fascination. And I actually think that's all I really need to worry about right now, so I'm probably panicking over something that I really shouldn't be. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. Only thing I would like to get done, of course, is summoning a voiceless dead to get rid of my... I've increased my mastery of the lore of the wood, which we call by its aspect moth. And we've got the Moldy Warp admonitions. Moldy Warp keeps her crowns in the moss and her feet in the dirt, and the trees locked jaw tight. Moldy Warp has these warnings for you. Okay, so I've got lots of fascination to deal with. So ultimately I've got the threat of 3. So I'm going to use the fleeting reminiscence on this one. Now, it gives me moth, which I don't really have a lot of use for right now. What I'm really looking for right now is heart that I can throw into things. Yeah, so we'll just leave this be for now. This means that the study verb goes... Oh, wild. I wonder... Oh, it's moth. Interesting. Okay. Subvert moth influence. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. So create lantern influence instead of moth. Okay, let's see what happens here. So here I'm just going to neutralize the new fascination. So working your way through the article brings to mind C.S. Lewis writing about a fear of appearing childish or immature, being a child of childness or immaturity. I didn't really think about the connection with C.S. Lewis, but that's a really good point. Oh my god, did I just wind up with new fascination? Alright, I've begun to notice colors in the world for which have no name. Yeah, I mean, the central point of that was... So, the genesis of that article really was the stream that I was talking about. But on the other hand, I really do not like the style of article which is taking a really controversial moment and sort of leaping to do the take. I didn't really think I had a whole lot to add at the given moment. So I shelved it for a little while, but then I shelved it for too long. And I think the biggest one for me was just simply that I kind of had this opinion. So the essence of it really is that I think comedy is severely underappreciated in terms of tabletop gaming as a means of telling serious stories. It may even be in other forms as well. And, you know, I kind of talk about specifically why, but I just happen to think that because tabletop lends itself to a lot, like if you take a look at the sort of stuff that comes out for tabletop, there's just so many examples of these relentlessly dark settings that I sort of feel like being able to, like, you know, it just sort of feels like there's kind of a default assumption now that sort of the higher level of gaming is going to be doing the, you know, the really dark material or the really sad or the really intense material. I think it's perfectly enjoyable to have like a really good gaming session, whether you feel like you've covered, you know, gone to the depths of the human soul, or just simply had a really fun ride. Without going into material that's necessarily going to be, you know, kind of pushing the boundaries. And that's, you know, no disrespect to people who do that and do that well. But I think if the immediate impulse is that this is where you go for gravitas, that, I think the biggest problem is that if you sort of feel that you can go to that well, it's a little bit like comedy, right? You can tell a certain kind of joke and you know that there's going to be sort of the shocked response that'll earn you, a laugh. But one of the things, so I actually tend to like pretty dirty comics, but I actually got to see a guy who was renowned for his clean comedy, and I was incredibly impressed by just how drop down funny it was, and how elegant it seemed, how it really seemed like, going into the, to put some names to it, I really like Frankie Boyle. Like, that's pretty heavy into alternative comedy. And yet when I saw this guy, I was really impressed by how hilarious it was and how it didn't seem to use a lot of the material that I kind of come to associate with comedy. The thing is that a lot of very good comics are able to use, are able to kind of push the boat out a little bit further, not cross the line, but still do something quite good. And I think the one problem is that, especially in tabletop gaming, generally the skill doesn't necessarily match the ambition. And of course, the problem here is that if you push the line, if you start pushing the line, you're not necessarily the one who pays. It's the player who does. Or if you're the GM, it's the players who do. And so, in one sense, I kind of wanted to talk about the dynamics that might create this incentive structure, but more importantly, I wanted to try and explain that like, who are you waiting for? Like Joseph Heller, Jonathan Swift. There's like how many more really good books that are dealing with serious subjects? Stanley Kubrick is another one that I mentioned in the article. It's not like there aren't examples of people dealing with subjects in a really impactful way, using humor. And I just tend to find it so interesting. The first reaction I got from someone they were talking about is like, well, my best gaming experience was, it was a really serious campaign. I'm like, yeah, but that's not the point, right? The point is that everybody assumes that their campaign's going to be that, and people aren't putting the creative effort into doing something that might actually be very rewarding, because it's so new. But anyways. So you can take away from the overused dark stuff and still have a good story. Yeah, exactly. I mean, so here's a great example. I know it's an old movie now, but Men in Black, if you consider the fact that when Men in Black came out, sorry, the game's a little bit on pause right now, but it's not bad to talk about stories. Like this game actually has some funny moments in it, but it's obviously a serious subject. But think about Men in Black and the fact that when that movie came out, I'm pretty sure that the X-Files was a popular TV show. And of course, the X-Files, it's the sort of thing, it's a trope that we take for granted, right? That, the shadowy government conspiracy that's hiding the existence of aliens, and, it's a very menacing sort of thing. And yet, there's a couple of really smart things about Men in Black. So number one, the shadowy government conspiracy is in fact consistent with our experience of what it's like to work with the government, which is that it's not always the most competent thing in the world. But on top of that, there's that wonderful scene with Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith, talking about, 1,000 years ago, everyone knew the Earth was the center of the solar system. 100 years ago, everyone knew that the world was flat. And 10 minutes ago, you knew that humans were the only species, or the only intelligent species on this planet. Imagine what you'll know tomorrow. So by introducing the Men in Black and doing a lot of these really funny beats, you get to completely transform the world. The National Enquirer becomes the best source of investigative reporting on the planet. Read the New York Times if you have to. Cab drivers, not as many as you think. There's so many things that we take for granted in the world that suddenly get disrupted by the fact that they're, you're all that we've come to expect from years of government training. Again, incompetence. it's not even necessarily that the men in black are necessarily benign, because they are quintessential bureaucrats. They want to keep all the information for themselves and use it to their ends, although of course they do take a role in protecting humanity. And I've noticed there's been a lot of discussions about tabletop settings and what we inherit from it. So there was some discussion about sort of these racist portrayals of orcs, and how while you can have the best intentions, you might be tapping into certain tropes. The idea about intelligence being associated with race, for instance, that maybe aren't necessarily the sorts of, when you actually sit down and think about them, it's maybe not necessarily communicating the kinds of ideas that you want. It doesn't necessarily mean that, if you're running a D&D campaign that you're a racist. It's just that obviously, with hindsight, the mere idea that intelligence is tied with race is a fairly dubious proposition, and maybe one that we don't want to have come into our games unexamined. I think that's what the essence of that conversation is. Now, if you do imagine a high fantasy Man in Black, where there's this noble lie that the whole reputation of orcs being just these brutes is based on the fact that they are in fact the front line against the interdimensional, invaders, and that they've taken on this great, they're in fact the highest level sorcerers that are specifically daily doing battle with these incursions. And because you have all of these looky-loos from the village that are, that want to see what's going on, they've created this illusion, they've created this myth that they're actually not that smart, so they could never, have you ever seen an orc magician? And don't go around that neighborhood, they're pretty dangerous, and they'll cut your throat as soon as look at you. That's not, that's kind of off the top of my head, but the Men in Black approach allows for that, right? You can turn the world on its head as soon as you say it's like, yeah, there's a shadowy government conspiracy, but it's actually hilarious. It's not as menacing as you think. And this is the whole thing, right? Like as soon as Men in Black, nobody thinks of that as like their first choice of a really clever science fiction movie. And yet when you look at all of the details in Men in Black, it's actually a very well crafted film. It tells a good story. It's very funny. And there are just so many little details about the consistency of the world that they've built for it. That I actually think it's one that people could really benefit from, from emulating a little bit more often. I'd love to see, whether it's in a role-playing game or not, I'd actually really like to see a Men in Black level take on a high fantasy setting. Anyways, there's my rant. Not all of that's in the article, but I think you get an idea of the flavor of what's in there now. Now, I don't know if I did myself any favors with this intensity of radiance. At some point, I'm going to have to pay that bill, but I'll have some dread coming up for sure to deal with this one. Successful, no more suit. Nothing remains to bar our way. Search the cellar first and then the upper rooms. We don't want to be trapped. All right. I don't think we'll get the restless... Oh, no, we will. We'll get 2 restlessness out of this. All right. On the topmost floor is an altar to the sun divided, which could be one of many hours. Sweep the items there displayed into a carpet bag, and let's make haste into the back streets. Oh, an icy atmosphere. Okay, that's welcome. I will summon I'll summon the voiceless dead from that. So I'm trying to remember the order in which I put people. All right, I got 90 seconds left on my hint. Oh, wait, that's right, yeah. So the Orchid Transfiguration says 16th century alchemical fever dream attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations. This is in the original Latin, and we've got a cracked Wildering mirror. I still want to try and bring my more bodies in, so I'm not quite going to do the repairs yet. The thing is, I haven't really had that much of a need for certain items yet, but I do have something that I can use my study verb for now. So let's take the Latin, let's take the Orchid Transfigurations, we'll lock the study door. Uh, let's go. Yes, Neville and Enid are ready to go. So we'll put Neville in charge. We'll add the hint. We'll add the funds. Beneath the surface of the lake or in some cliffside nook, perhaps some relics remain for us yet. Okay. Let's think about summoning. So we've got icy atmosphere. I can't. Yes. Okay. We used the Igavine Rite. This is because I want to make sure that Enid is available for the expedition, not for the summoning, which means that I need a heart follower. So Leo, come along. These are the dead who do not descend or ascend, but who remain in the mansis and dream of winter. The power of winter, along with a little of heart's warmth, will draw them here. Doors of vision swing wide, a little darkness will mull my light, even dread has its uses. Okay, so obviously I won't be able to paint with this restlessness, but that's not necessarily all that bad because then I'll just, I'll annihilate the fascination with one of the dread. Ah, it's just the snake. All right. I've given my agents the opportunity to serve. Let us hope that it ends well for us all. The mother of ants was born among serpents. She has so very many younger sisters. It can be defeated in battle, or it will respond to the mother's power. You know, actually, it occurred to me, Erasmus, you've mentioned C.S. Lewis a couple of times. I did start reading his... God, what was it? It was The Invention of Love, I think was the name of the essay that he wrote. Unfortunately, I had to return the book before I finished it, but it seems like you... It seems like you know your Lewis. All right, patron, we can learn from each other. So if I'm willing to eat the notoriety... Oh no, you know what? Because I need to explore with it. I'm not going to have it in time. So the patron was a kind of a false start, but that's fine. If I want to talk, I'm going to wait on this actually, because I might need to get rid of the evidence in a hurry. The serpent's mouth is large enough to crouch in, but its tongue is the thickness of a man's shoulders, but almost certainly it will respect the power that we bear. I prepared the text for study. Let's read Flood again. A long dialogue between the mountain mother and the vigilant storm describes the ways in which both mountains and storms end and the protections they use against those ends. Ah, Season of Ardors. Okay, so it looks like things are looking up in terms of our ability to deal with our demands. All right, looks like we do have a restless spirit. In this case, I'm going to use passion because I really do need this one. So, and things from the outside world have many weapons, knives and riddles, fire and despair. I have weapons of my own. You're pretty into Lewis when you were a kid, both his fiction and his theology, and the blurred line between them. That's neat. My aunt is actually an Anglican priest, so she definitely sent me a lot of C.S. Lewis, obviously, and not unlike your probably your own reading. Definitely started with the fiction, but she definitely sent me a lot of the theology. I mean, from the way she talked with me, I think she really had a hope that I would be sort of this like next generation C.S. Lewis, but. Just because you give someone a book as a gift doesn't mean someone's going to read it all that closely. It's a shame, actually, because the one I really wanted to read was the Screw Tape Letters, and that was the one I never got. But it's neat. I mean, it's, to be able to read the people together, it's an interesting... It's kind of... what I find so funny is that the C.S. Lewis I wanted to read, I never got, and then... when I had the chance to read it, there was always something else to move on to. But But I kept the books. I still have a few sitting on the edge here. So now that I know I have a viewer who's familiar with it, I'll have to do some studying for next week's stream just to make sure that I don't miss any references. 17 seconds. Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna wait it out. If this thing gets loose, I'm gonna be very sad. It lowers its great head. Moisture seeps from its lidless eyes. Is it weeping? What does it remember about its eldest sister, whose power we call upon? I'm succeeding. My summoning will obey my wishes for now. Alright. So these two cancel each other out, so I'm happy about that. Voiceless Dead we're going to use on the evidence, although, well, it might work out. Definitely need to beg for my Glover and Glover job. So we'll do our best with that. It's a minute, so yes, we're not guaranteed success, but I don't think there's a scenario in which the notoriety turns into damning evidence without. Is there another? Nope. Alright, but we must use the knife, said the lion-throned one. The noose, the flame, the waking word against those who have passed the three-valve door, and so none may pass. That is our law and the law of the sun. Alright, so we're back to kind of sitting in the study, which is not great, but that's life. Let's do passion, liaison, the imperatives of delight. For days, the memories of this will interrupt my thoughts like lightning on a summer night. You've never read any C.S. Lewis. Could you recommend one to start with? You need something to read with all of this free time. Erasmus might be a little bit better to recommend. I mean, his best known work is the Chronicles of Narnia. But I know the reason why I don't immediately turn to that as the the reason I don't immediately turn to that as a recommendation is because a lot of people object to that book just because it is kind of the like, I don't know, the tool through which you sort of secretly I'm trying to think of it's the payload for delivering Christianity. I'm trying to remember exactly the quote that I heard from someone, and I know that's one where people are like, yeah, I don't like it at all for that. I think they kind of view it as being I guess propaganda-like maybe would be the term that they would use. But they're interesting. I mean, I've read a couple of them. And to me, it's kind of interesting to have figures like J.R.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis, all sort of in this club together at Oxford. And so, whatever a detail like that, kind of at that point, I become interested enough in the fact that all of these authors were sort of working together, or talking with each other and sharing their stuff. That. I'm kind of just interested in doing the comparison on its own. But Erasmus says his fiction's mostly kids' books, fair warning, but yeah, start with The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe and see if it's your thing. The Inklings. Yep, yeah. Yeah, I think out of the Chronicles of Narnia I'd read, I think there was the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, which has obviously had different film adaptations as well. There was The Horse and His Boy, Prince Caspian. I feel like I read one before it as well. It has the creation of Narnia. And it's definitely not The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. There's one before it. But those are probably his most famous ones, for sure. And again, if you... probably his most famous... You've never read a space trilogy, but it's supposedly unintentionally hilarious. That's really funny. Yeah, I will say too, if you go and look for his adult stuff, almost certainly you're going to start seeing overt works of theology. Like, so I think like Mere Christianity is the one that probably is the really famous one. So that's like, I wouldn't recommend, like, if you're looking for a fantasy story and then you go and pick up the theological works, you are going to be very disappointed. But yeah, that's I defer to Erasmus on the details, obviously, because I've read the snippets, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm well equipped to talk about it. Although, if you have spare time and you've not read it, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is in the spirit of recommending things that I think are very funny, but that doesn't necessarily, like, it doesn't mean that it's frivolous. I think Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is an example of a wonderful book that is probably a lot smarter than people give it credit for. Although obviously it's a very well loved book, and so it's probably got a better reputation than others. Although again, like recommending Hitchhiker's Guide, it's kind of like recommending, like 1984 or something like that. People usually have read it. Although, of course, if they haven't, then it's like, oh yeah, put that high up on your list. But that's obviously science fiction, not fantasy. The doors of vision swing wide. A little darkness will mellow my light. Even dread has its uses. Okay, so we're working on the evidence. I've got my fleeting reminiscence, so I think the fascination threat is now dealt with. My study is kind of idle just because I haven't got enough books. And I think it's time. I think I'm just gonna go to Glover and Glover. I'm not that financially secure right now, so probably grinding out a few rounds of Glover and Glover would not be the worst thing that I could do right now. Although in the worst case scenario, I sell some Spintray, I wouldn't know. All right, the chapel route just beneath. There are ruins just beneath the water. Beneath the water, just beneath at wading depth. The lake has risen a little in all these years, but not enough to keep us out. When I arrive, Rhaenyra is hazed in perfumes. When I leave, she lies tangled in a glorious sprawl of limbs. I'll carry her with me for days. So contentment, bittersweet memory. So actually, the bittersweet memory winds up being kind of useful. If I need like a pocket dread, that's an easy one to unpack. Otherwise, it just kind of cancels itself out. You read the guide, but thank you. Yeah, no worries. You came at it backward and read his theology first, which makes reading the Chronicles of Narnia super weird. You can see him introducing his view on theological concepts he discussed in essay form, only there's witches with mandolins doing drugs. Alright, just in time. My minion has returned, the evidence has been destroyed, I'm a little safer. Alright, so I can keep talking with the voiceless dead to try and preserve it, although honestly, we're going to be going on to our next expedition before too long, so maybe I just roll the dice. Again, it would be nice to start doing some other tasks, but let's make sure that the roster's full, and then I can start thinking about some other tasks. Alright, so thank you for your service, Enid and Neville. So we've got our bronze Spintrea, we've got the witch-kissed oil, so that will... Oh, that complicates things. I guess it's the rose pearl dust that's actually the... There's absolutely no reasoning behind this anymore. And those indignities perpetuated by the deceitful fraternity of obliviates. This book is famous for its near incoherent fury of its tone, as for the knowledge it contains in Latin. I really like reading this one. All right, let's not lose any time. So we'll do Foreman House. Philip Foreman, the helminthologist and antiquarian, did all his best work here in the family home until the day his subjects escaped. The infestation was destroyed, but Foreman, they say, walks the halls to this day, guarding his library and his shame. Now, the drawback with having the Voiceless Dead in the hint is that I'm really closing myself off from other alternatives in terms of sort of the group that I'll be bringing in. So I need to be a little more careful in terms of the order in which I bring people inside. But that's fine. I feel like we should be able to manage most of what comes after us. Although I should probably upgrade Porter at some point, just so I can get the extra moth. Unquestionably, this bleak mansion is haunted. The last visitors saw and fled the dead before they could touch him with their fraying hands. The visitor before claimed she saw nothing, but she died of despair exactly 1 year later to the day. Alright, there's our fleeting reminiscence. Again, we don't worry about that too much. I've regained the higher position. And again, I don't see a lot of value in pursuing anything else right now. I need liquidity, so I'll grind away at G&G for a little while. If there's an emergency, I can also sell Gildersleeves, but of course that'll mean my summons are kicking around. The expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send in other followers. So we definitely need to worry about Winter for the dead and Heart or Lantern to suppress the curse. All right, well, we got really lucky here. So we'll add Violet for the Winter, and then we can add Slee, Pope, Clifton, Cat Caro, pretty much anybody. They're all disciples, so looking good on that front. I'm a little disappointed he picked up this notoriety, seeing as it would have died by the time he came back, but can't have everything. Actually, the other funny thing, Erasmus, when I see your name, so I'm assuming your name is after the author of In Praise of Folly. But I've been enjoying Neil Stephenson's Anathem recently, which I feel like the complaints about the specialized language in the book are a little unfair. I can see very clearly why it's in there. And actually, I don't normally like weird words in books, but it works for me in this case. Maybe I'm just biased towards Neil Stephenson. But if you haven't read it, the main character's name is Erasmus. So I'm ashamed that I'm not thinking of high literature whenever I see your name. I'm thinking of pot boilers. All right, those indignities are perpetuated by the deceitful fraternity of Obliviates. It's not clear whether CROD, who is identified only by his initials, was in fact an initiate of the Obliviate Order of Immortal Adepts. He wrote in the 16th century, after the order, if he is to be believed, had passed the height of its power. 58, that they did claim inheritance of the traditions of the House of Leith, but that they have disregarded its most sacred and most beautiful ceremonies where they are not found convenient. 59. All right, what do we got here? Sage Night time. Story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war which was not fought. So here I need erudition or a library, and glimmer. All right, so I really should have been taking advantage of upgrading the Forgotten Chronicles. I had just stacks of erudition and glimmering, and they all went to waste. Last night I visited the Lodge of the Sage Knight. My host had manifested as an elegant woman with fashionably short hair and dark glasses. No, she admits, I don't need them any more than I need eyes. Allow me my sentimentalities. But you've come here for knowledge, I expect. Here's a story that I've heard in my Kerisham days. You're welcome to it, only remember me if you come to make the pilgrimage. So let's keeping on this path is sufficient. And I think, again, I'm going to keep cranking out the Glover and Glover rounds. The wary dead. The dead draw back, their almost faces flat and watchful. They will not trouble us. Okay, sickness is coming up. Come with me. So we've got Eau Claire. That might be the way I've scattered everyone out. So I believe all of the pawns have been accounted for. Eau Claire is the winter we were missing. No, we still need another moth follower. Now I share the right of the order. Now I share the right that the order used to summon a Callagine spirit. In clear defiance of the Lethean tradition, they did not offer Nock lore with a winter initiate and a Malleus imperative, but rather winter lore with a Nock initiate and the Malleus. It is not to be borne. Operation of the Declining Sun. This invokes, acknowledges, and welcomes the passage to silence. And I think we already have this one, if memory serves. Yes. Okay. So knowing what I know now, it's not even know now. Like I had the opportunity waiting in front of me, and I really just wasn't switched on. Given that I know I need a glimmering and an erudition, and that right now this study is sitting idle, I'm just going to manually generate erudition and glimmering and boost up my secret histories the old-fashioned way. In the meantime, we'll also add Pope Clifton to try and not get the Dry Soul Curse. I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling, so we'll send the Voiceless Dead to get rid of it. But obviously when it's convenient. So Porter needs to be upgraded at some point. That actually should be a fairly high priority. And then I should get the last bodies to bring in. All right, let's go back to the Lodge of the Sage Knights. Free Glimmering. All right, so that's my Secret Histories boost. My emotions run higher than usual. There will always be things I never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I am closer to them. Glimmering can be used with study to gain passion. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. Alright, I've read that a couple of times, so in this case, I want to try and make a little bit more progress before we finish for the evening, so we'll run it through. Really, instead of filling out the ranks, I probably should have been focusing on getting past the Stagdoor's Riddle, but this isn't the worst way for me to spend the time because, of course, Stagdoor's Riddle will come with more lore and whatnot. The Colonel is a fierce hour, but a power which knows light, and he has survived worse. His power will almost certainly protect us. And again, I'll run with Glover and Glover for the time being. In fact, if I'm really trying to earn the money, I could try and upgrade my position at Glover and Glover, but I'll make do with what I've got. The words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It is a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. Alright, so we've got my erudition. We had 2 Forgotten Chronicles, which we'll add. Study the histories. History is less certain than we are taught. I can learn from the study of its blurred edges. So in 30 seconds, it'll start asking me for the erudition and the glimmering. And yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure about this decision to work at Glover and Glover. Like, I went for the lesser job so it would give me the freedom to do stuff like paint away the restlessness, but I feel like I'm giving up a little too much in order to do that. I don't have a lot of reputation to paint with, so let's go to the Orchard of Lights. The sun in splendor, the hour who once ruled the Mansus, was known to walk in the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes his remnants walk here still. Sometimes I see the chilly radiance of the Menascate through the trees, or the chillier radiance of the sun in rags. Were they to come upon me, it might be my end, but to see them in the distance is the gift of insight. I'm gonna need my health within 30 seconds, vitality with I'm gonna need dream with vitality within 30 seconds. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna nap because it does have aspect heart, so there's a small chance that I'll get the course of the heart, which will generate vitality for me. If not, given that I want to try and save some money, I might wait and just do some fresh air and exercise. Power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. Good news. Alright, so easy way of getting some vitality is just to do work. So I have a little while we're waiting for the... Oh no, this is fine. Bleak thoughts. Okay, next up, Season of Vision. So I want to mind my manners as far as the fascination goes. Oh, I forgot about Clovette. Shame on me. Before I go too much further, I think it's time that we upgraded Porter just in case I do need some extra moth. So Porter plies his razor and his scissors to the great advantage of his friends. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. This is a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in the odd corners of scholarship. I'm curious what happens. So this is one of the first times I've let the memory sort of fade. And I'm a little curious what happens. It might just go away, but we'll find out. The casts. Okay, in a room that overlooks the grimy glass of the broken observatory, twisted shapes, yellow pale as maggots, recline on slabs of wood. These are the plaster casts the foreman made of the poor souls inhabited by the creatures that he studied. In some of the figures, the entry holes are visible in the relevant surface. In others, we might assume that the creatures entered by ear, mouth, or elsewhere. The room is empty, but at last, when we chance to break one of the casts, we find Foreman's library treasures, cached in the figure's yellowing abdomen. So there's notoriety. Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. There's my hint. There's the voiceless dead. And we've got the devoured tantra. On Matthias and Amethyst Imago Transformations. That's another Aramaic book. The World Does Not Weep. Another Aramaic. And the deeds of the scarred captain, painstakingly assembled by the soldier of fortune and sometimes remittance man Pavel Shuga during his years in Greece. Alright, gives me something to do with my study verb again. I do have tentative evidence, so it may make sense for me to send the voiceless dead after it. What's coming up next turn? Fascination. We already knew that. I'm just losing my mind. Fermier Abbey it is. Fermier Abbey folded into the Robert Fermier spent much of his unsavory fortune on the endowment of this monumental forest-crowded abbey. The monks dislike visitors. Their ways are not exactly orthodox. They celebrate a certain harvest festival with unsavory vigor. Given that it's monks, we're going to wait until the Voiceless Dead is available, and we'll go after Chateau Reveline instead. So the favorite stories of the Comte de Reveline claim that they descended from the first Sun King. Other stories have them prowling the forest in wolf shape. They are long gone. Their rotting chateau remains. Not all its malignities have been uncovered, so that implies that I'll need some lantern. The remote and rotting chateau of the Comte de Reveline was looted long ago. We have found hints that it was not looted thoroughly enough. There may be a secret room. Equally, there may be a curse. So with that in mind, let's bring Leo along as well. My strength attracts comment. Not all the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. Okay, so we did that so that we could get the vitality. So effectively, the way I like to think about this, right? So when you have your physique, it's 45 seconds to earn funds. But of course, it also avoids the cost of spending funds to get your health back, to cure yourself from being sick. And then we can contrast this with Glover and Glover. So that's 70 seconds in order to get 2 funds. And so in the case of sickness, it's actually better for you to work the labor job, if you, assuming you don't have a way of getting vitality. Otherwise, obviously, doing the mundane job is the right call. All right, hidden door with lantern or knock. Excuse me, the dry soul curse. We need harder lantern. Okay, so this is actually this is a no-brainer. You just bring lantern and call it a day. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. All right, we've got old and happy far off things, so that's going to mean that I do some. That's going to mean that I do some painting soon. In pain we're born, in hunger we are embraced, in delight we are devoured. These are the gates of the body, and this is her promise. Not all that is born decays. In remembrance of that promise, we give ourselves to the feast. And Porter goes unnoticed until he's ready. So here we will take our Voiceless Dead. So that was because we upgraded Porter, who's a moth follower. And we may potentially generate even more moth because we're sending the Voiceless Dead to deal with this. But okay, provide them a glimmering. I don't think we're going to be able to make use of this one, but call upon the watchman who illuminates. We'll almost certainly find this hidden door. I was thinking about trying to go for the promotion at Glover and Glover, but I'm glad I didn't, just because I know I'm going to be painting now. Sick room grows close and stale. It's time to get up. And let's just go through the stag door again. Or not stag door, white door. Ink, paper, and the fizzling of electric lights. The office is dark when I leave. Outside, on the pavement, I turn up my collar. Alright. So, we'll take our open soul. I don't have a ton of reputation, but it's more than I used to have. So, 1 passion. Throw the restlessness in. Season of vision, so this doesn't really count for anything. We may also wind up generating some spare glimmering, which means that I can use the erudition, but I'm not exactly looking for erudition right now, seeing as I have, particularly the Devoured Tantra is a high priority. Tampering with records, I await word. Colors of the night, I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. My minion is returned, the evidence has been destroyed, I am a little safer. So I'm going to add the Voiceless Dead here just to keep them from sort of expiring. But it's not exactly what I don't need them for this. It's a nice to have. What I do want to think about, though, is what I want to use the talk verb for. So now I could start repairing some lantern items. I could also try and bring some people into the cult. Or I could try and attract people into the cult. I think probably I did say that sort of attracting was the standing order, so we'll carry on in that vein. I have not shirked. So we'll see what the return on it is, though. Many things have just happened. If I want to paint again, I've got a restlessness. I don't think that's really a viable path, though. I'm going to get a bunch of glimmering from painting, I suspect. So I believe the Lodge of the Sage Knight might give me an erudition. Or it might give me a fascination. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. Last night, in the billowing blue of the Lodge of the Sage Knight, I sat on velvet cushions and watched two dead contend with shining swords. They came with the place, said the woman who rules here now, the one who once called herself Gallagher. I was not the Sage Knight, if that's what you're wondering. He went higher into the manses, long before I came here. My attention has drifted. The swords sparkle like falling water. The dead move like dancers. So, fortunately, we do not have Season of Visions, but we can get rid of this right away. I mean, I could try and upgrade lore as well, but no need to get fancy. I've increased my knowledge of the secret histories behind the one that we know, so we've got a Forbidden Epic. I'll probably turn that into a new location to pick up, but I have other things I want to do with the verb, so... where's my Sanskrit? Unlock the study door, the work begins. My recent work has been considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings. Surely someone will buy something. So, a nice stack of Mystique. As predicted, we got a little glimmering. Any staleness? Nope. Okay, so we got 2 for it. So this pays better than Glover and Glover for sure. Well, in that case it did. Obviously, it's not a guaranteed return. Technically need erudition, but I don't think I'm going to avail myself of it. Call upon the Colonel who cannot be denied. The Colonel is a fierce hour, but a power that knows light, and he has survived worse. His power will almost certainly protect us. Well, let's see whether or not it actually turns out. Is there any clue that implies the Sage Knight is or was or becomes any other entity that we know, or is a throwaway flavor text? It's a really tough call, Erasmus. I've not been able to figure out the Sage Knight off the top of my head, at least. I feel like there's a little more that's going on with that, but I couldn't tell you right now. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. But I will say, like, Tryphon, Julian Cosley, a lot of... So there was a time when certain figures who seemed to be sort of throwaways or people who were mentioned before wound up appearing in later DLC. Now, we know, at least from the official word, that there won't be... from the official word, there won't be... I don't believe there's going to be any further DLC for Cultist Simulator. Again, you never know, right? Like, originally Priest was supposed to be the last one, and then it turns out Exile was the next. Sorry. Exile was great, but it was also something that sort of came unexpectedly. So I suspect if there were to be, what is it to say? It's probably a little bit safer to speak a little more certainly about whether or not figures come in. I do not know offhand. I could not point you to the text which says any other information about the Sage Knight. But I also know that we're basically one release of the Book of Hours away from identifying who the Sage Knight is. So, yeah, I know that's kind of a non-committal answer, but actually what I wish I could do is I wish I could take up my my big stack of text, because I have in a computer file like every single word from Cultist Simulator all in one document. I would have been able to search that and maybe give something a little bit more clear. But yeah, offhand, I don't think I don't think the Sage Knight is someone who is is described in greater detail. Like I said, though, I've been proven wrong by this game so many times, though. So if I seem very reluctant, it's because I'm probably the worst person to ask this stuff. Like sometimes I feel very, very confident in material about Cultist Simulator, and then when there's something that I don't have off the tip of my tongue, I'm like, it's probably hiding in plain sight, and I'm just being an idiot. All right, the diplomat priest Stanislaw John Schaller transcribed this from the library of a Red Long, but his manuscript remains in a private collection in Karashim. Not anymore. Read the Devoured Tantra. The Devoured Tantra warns of the uses and dangers of appetite, but devotes an entire passage to the star-limbed hunger bringers, who it describes with obvious affection. Well, I'm certainly happy to bring the star-shaped star-limbed hunger bringers. And let's keep going back to the well. Not the well, the Lodge of the Sage Knight. As we said at the beginning, it looks like the EU is partially funding Book of Hours. And then I think they said there was going to be a Kickstarter for that as well, for those who wanted to go in and support and kind of pre-order. I know Kickstarter isn't really pre-ordering, but it kind of gets treated like that. Ink, paper, and the fizzling of electric lights. The office is dark when I leave. Outside the pavement, I turn out my collar. I think, again, I'm just going to keep hammering away at money. My lover's experiments in pleasure are endless in their ingenuity, but so far I can match them. For days, the memory of this will interrupt my thoughts like lightning on a summer night. Childhood's end, behind a rotting tapestry of wolves hunting men, a paneled wall. In the paneled wall, a secret door. The spring is long gone, of course. We had to smash it in with hammers. And Yzabet. Yzabet has always been most comfortable by moonlight. She has excellent night vision. She's often overlooked in daylight. So normally I would actually like to add Yzabet to the group right now, but it seemed I'm in a somewhat reasonable position. I've got a voiceless dead that I can combine with Porter to deal with moth problems, and so being able to recruit Yzabet when there's an influence that I'm a little worried about seems like a nice option. So we'll continue with the Red Secrets. I'm hoping this gives us a few opportunities. When I arrive, Rhaenyra is hazed in perfumes. When I leave, she lies tangled in a glorious sprawl of limbs. I'll carry her with me for days. So we've got contentment, fleeting reminiscence. Normally there's no complicated memories this time. A million blazing fires in the belly engulf what has been swallowed by the multiform mouths. So I've got the delightful sacrament. So pleasant upon the ear, one could listen to over and over. These are the words that make sacrifice sweet. So the Raw Prophet's another opportunity. I think Callagine still helps me a little bit more, but I don't really see a lot of opportunities with erudition right now. Well, that's not entirely true. Let's wait the 0.2 seconds. Summoning. Cool. Clouds part, walls creak, old wounds ache. A 6th order influence, significant resonances or correspondences. This can be used in some rites to summon gods. Last night in the great pavilion above the grey sprawl of the bounds, a woman who once called herself Teresa Gallagher sat on gilt-fringed cushions and offered me a horn cup of dream wine. The wine is imaginary, she explained, but the cup is not. To navigate the Mansus, one must understand the distinction. Perhaps one day you'll join me on the pilgrimage, or I'll join you. So here, let us share a secret. And her breath tickled in my ear. All right, so no erudition. I can't easily upgrade some of my secret histories, so we will grab our Greek. We will translate the deeds of the scarred captain. And we will hope for the best next try. The last treasures in the Comte de Reveline, lie here. In a surprisingly airy room, high skylight windows have long since broken, and the floor is lost underneath leaves and debris. But once the place was furnished as a nursery. Here's a cradle with the skeleton of a puppy. So again, at some point I'm going to need to do a charm offensive, but we've got enough mystique that makes it tricky. All right, Cinnabar Amulet. Again, if I wanted to be summoning Callagines, then additional forge is always welcome. The Morphe Codex, a text of the Sisterhood of the Knot, unearthed by Evan Morphe. However, it is in Aramaic, and so not very useful to me. The high mysteries of the innermost chamber of our Church Solar, secret rites of the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which held power in at least 2 histories. So this is in Fusine, so we have it. More Grey Dawn Oil, and the Book of True Blood, a work by Cassius the Tommen. And at this point, while we are generating a lot of notoriety, it seems to me best to just keep plowing away at our expeditions. So, Fermier Abbey, folded into the forest like a jewel box smuggled in a green robe. If we can make it through the forest, we'll still have to face the monks. Expeditions need at least 1 funds per obstacle. So this one I think we're going to be very moth heavy. So it's Voiceless Dead and Porter. But of course I'm bringing the hint along just so I don't need to worry about the thing expiring. Alright, Douglas is on the warpath again. And we will have to deal with restlessness, but that's not too big of a concern. So, to start off with, let's see if I can summon anything tasty. Actually, my forge options are quite grim. I think my best option really is to bring Valsine in. Yeah, not happening. Well, if I brought in... did the other way around. Ah, interesting. I found a useful conjunction of aspects, but I need more power to conjure a thing of blood and change. I'll need a great power of Grail, a significant power not... Didn't this... Use this with a Byzantine tinct and a moth influence. Oh, so I'm trying to summon his... Jesus. I have to slightly adjust the order then, because I want to make sure that I have Porter available. I mean, this is ridiculous amounts of moth, but... keeping Rhaenyra open potentially gives me my trysts and interludes, which can give me some contentment or just generally useful things. Wait a minute. Really? Oh, because Saliba's level 5. I do need Rhaenyra for this. Okay. Grail for the raw profit source, and a little moth for its chaos addiction. Sorry, as you can see, I'm getting a little careless. This will give me another rumor. Whoa! I need to make some choices here. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I can send another follower. So I think Moth in both of these cases will get me through. Peril-prowled forest. Long ago, the primal trees marched from sea to sea. Some traces of their reign still survive, like this dense and choking territory of root and thorn. The practicalities of forge or the mysteries of moth may see us through. And then the monks, contemplatives, blessed or condemned to service here. They're bound by their curious vows. We can murder them or deceive them, but they will not be seduced. So I'm kind of betting it all on my moth Moth Bro's getting me through. The wood beneath the mantis is darker than this place. The moth will guide our footfalls. Success is very likely. Right, so obviously this is evidence that's going to be coming up, but we've got plenty of ways of dealing with this now. If I find another voiceless dead, I can go for it, but at this point I think I'm just going to try and get influence. There's the erudition. I soak up knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. In last night's dream, I was at the lodge of the Sage Knight behind the white door. It is difficult to remember exactly how I came there, and the mistress of this place, the woman with dark glasses, was nodding as if I had asked her a difficult question. Of course I hadn't. I lost my speech when I passed the white door. How is it that I came to speak, she said to me. I didn't come through the white door. I'm not proud of what I did to come here, so let me tell you about something else. So I'd love to try and upgrade the secret histories, but I know the glimmerings will be gone by the time that I work with it. So let's deal with what I have, which in this case will be the deeds of the scarred captain. Painstakingly, is that the right call? No, I think I am actually. No, hang on. I am gonna read the book, and then I'm gonna try and get glimmering from other events. An account of the founding of Mycenae by the scarred captain who first slew 7 monsters to make the land safe. It occurred to me there's so many different ways that I can get glimmering that it's a little silly for me to dedicate one round of studying towards that pursuit. So let's say, let's just go back to the white door. I get the glimmering from painting soon anyway. No, I don't. Debatable, depending on how the timings work on these things. It enters the world one limb at a time, questing like a serpent, cawing like a crow, throbbing like a vein. It will cuddle close against my leg if I lit it, and afterwards I will have to dispose of my shoes. Alright, so we've got a raw profit. Again, I'll just throw it into the expedition to get rid of the timer. So 8 moth, 8 grail. Actually, you know what? Should probably just dump the voiceless dead at this point and maintain the raw profit. Sometimes it divides, sometimes it unites, sometimes she speaks words of warning, sometimes he advises on appetite. Its prophecies are confusion, their whispers confound. And we're just shy of what we needed for painting, which is a shame, of course, because it would be great to get the... it would have been great to get the glimmering from that, but again, that's life. There's a couple things I could try and do to extend the life of the restlessness, but it's not worth putting a lot of effort into. I'll just try and find contentment somehow and get rid of it the old-fashioned way, or of course I can upgrade one of my followers. The expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I could add funds now or send another follower. So there's something up ahead. We've made it through the forest. Let's go for glimmering. Oh! Alright. Last night I walked in the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved in the bark of the tree. When I woke, I recorded that message, all I could remember in my diary. So here, I think what I'm going to do is just spend the 30 seconds to try and get my health back. Alright, as the captain destroys each monster, a blood of blood rises higher until at last a priestess drowns and is reborn as a serpent goddess. She blesses the captain and departs for the house above the forest, leaving Mycenae to reign supreme after the flood of blood subsides. We've got the colonel's names. The colonel has been many things in many ages. He is blind, he is deaf, he cannot be wounded, he cannot be denied. His names are cunning, as only the very old can be. I think we just carry on with our our plan. I'm gonna try the Inner Mysteries. There's always a chance that these kinds of books give you some fascination, which would be helpful in dealing with the dread. Again, I have other ways of dealing with the dread, but if I get a chance to combine in one go, so much the better. Monks, a potent deception. We have brought here with us certain sacred texts whose meaning is apparent only in moonlight. Okay, season of suspicions coming up. Oh, I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. So we'll be drowning in notoriety. I'm refreshed. Unfortunately, I did not get a vitality. So now, of course, I'll just work the day in physical labor. And we'll just keep going through the white door. Huh, we keep getting reason. So we'll have 2 notoriety for the next run after doing this. The Monk's Delusion. We have... Okay. Same text. Faith is a double-edged weapon. These monks have great talent in the matter of believing, and so they have believed our lies. Prepared the text for study, so... High mysteries of the innermost chamber of our church solar, secret rites of the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which held power in at least 2 histories. Fair enough. The church chiefly worshipped the sun in splendor, the original undivided sun, but this text also includes devotions of its aspects as the chilly winter dawn and the departing sunset, as well as the Menascate. The sun's night self. Priests of the church were all male, but rites are also included which allowed women to cross ceremonially to manhood. I mean, at this point, I'm debating on just subverting some of my lore to make some progress. Another season of ambitions coming up, but in this case I should be able to get through work in time. Or I just take another restlessness and make life difficult for myself. Let's do the Orchard of Lights. Well, I avoided a fascination. Pulsing air is a rising power, a reassuring energy. So if I'd like a percussagant, I have it, but I'm not sure that's quite what I want to do yet. The hours have been called unmerciful, but they permit sleepers sometimes to walk in the Orchard of Lights, where each fruit glows like a sunset, and where the roots of the trees are shaped for peaceful rest. Where the mist soothes the heart. I was there last night, and the taste of the fruit lingers, sharp and sweet as the passage of spring to summer. So here we will combine the affliction and vitality. This is the reason why I go work my day job. It's got 35 seconds, so the risk here is that the risk here is that I try and get another cult member and a season of despair triggers, because I won't be able to deal with whatever comes up next turn in time for a full search to go by. So I think, just to minimize risk, but also because I could certainly use some more moth in the group, we'll take the Order of the Bloody Cup. Elizabeth, we'll add Dread as trappings to the ceremony, and we will use the Red Secret. So, Elizabeth has always been most comfortable by moonlight. She has an excellent night vision. She is often overlooked in daylight. This one is ready. Well, this is kind of what I was figuring would happen, but it's the worst possible time. The church's highest rites were performed in the concursum, when the chamber at the Mansus's heart, where the hours were known to pass. These rites include salutations to non-solar hours, the Grail, the Ringu, the Horned Axe, and the Thunderskin. So it's all well and good for me to say, I'll do the cautious thing, but the whole reason I read that book was that it might generate fascination. Oh well. I can do the same trick. So we've got the Formula Concursit. The concursum waits at the Lantern of the Mansus. It has been called the Chamber of Ways and also the Chamber of Endings. Its intricacies are probably beyond human comprehension, but these formula are a first approximation. Use this in a rite with a knock tool and a thrilling air or other resources of equal power to summon a hint from behind mirrors. I can also translate the Book of True Blood, so we might as well get that out of the way. I don't think I have any glimmering or erudition anymore. Although I will tidy up my desk a little bit. So we've got the Mystique, the Peculiar Rumor, this Fascination over here. Yeah, the rest of it I'm happy. I'm okay spreading out. Oh, well, there's my glimmering. They will not forget the savor that I've given them. Yzabet sleeps at fits and starts. She rises at dusk to do things that Yzabet does. Let's say... I'm trying to think if there's a situation where fascination would be helpful. I know for some upgrades it would be, but I'm not entirely sure I'm ready to do upgrades right now. So we'll do the same trick. Clovette, welcome. This one is ready. Ooh. Clovette is happy in a way that brooks no counter-argument to happiness. Alright, so we'll be able to paint it away. And here we go, beneath the boughs. The monks and their miseries lie behind us. Here in their chapel courtyard, a great yew rises beside a granite altar, lidded like a sarcophagus. What's within? The space inside the altar is filled with broken cups, every one painted red, every one scrawled with vile graffiti or otherwise befouled. The monks must have held great ceremonies of detestation and kept the remains as trophies. Buried among the cup corpses are other treasures. So, we've got a raw prophet, more notoriety. Good job, Porter. Hello, Hint. Hello, Voiceless Dead. And so we've got the Thirsting Tantra. The Magus von Brandt's authentic and unique account of the true tongue of the true Holy Land of the Highmost, written excitably and in some haste by a gentleman in the grip of transcendentalist enthusiasm, but nevertheless a useful guide to Aramaic. That's going right up at the front. Deoris Book 2 in Latin, a 19th century reprint by the indefatigable Nathaniel Darcy Evers of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. Against the Sister of the Knot and the foulness of a depraved customs, Hieronymus Hypnerotomachus wrote this furious screed about the sinister influence of the sisterhood on his own Church of the Unconquered Sun, in Greek. Rose Pearl Dust we've already got, and the Tantra of Worms. The entomologist Juliana Zawistowski eventually came to insist that this text was written by insects inhabiting human skin. She never presented evidence for her claim. I think probably von Brandt's work is the first one I want to work with, because I could actually really use some extra forge. But before we go too much further, the Vanderschaft Collection, a cramped little museum in a provincial town, long closed to the public since an outbreak of peculiar rapture in the room where they keep the pressed flowers. Only the very curious would ever pay attention to this place and its close-warded storeroom of ill-omened treasures. So at this point, it's pretty much by default the Raw Prophet and the Hint taking the lead, and then we bring followers along. The door to the painted chamber of the Vanderschaft collection is locked and warded. The building is said to be haunted by flowers. None of this may work, by the way. This is really... I'm really only doing this because I want to keep the cooldowns kind of managed. Expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now or send another follower. Forge or knock, and heart or winter. Okay. Not as bad as I thought it would be, but I am definitely going to need to put some effort into... Actually, yeah, this is going to be a little harder than I thought. Ink, paper, the fizzling of electric lights. The office is dark when I leave. Outside on the pavement, I turn up my collar. So let's try and paint this away. We'll see if we can get some money out of it. Obviously, I'm sort of short on influence or reputation. But we'll work with what we got. There's some glimmering to work with, but I don't think I'm going to be using my study anytime soon. Sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up, and we will head back through the white door. They will not forget the savor that I have given them. So Clovette is now a believer, so I should assign her accordingly. And then Yzabet is a believer, so she's got to go beside Porter. Now we can take... Oh, we can't take the voice... Well, no, we can take the voiceless dead because it takes 60 seconds, so then we move the evidence, assuming it emerges. And hope for the best with the painting, because I could really use the money. Call upon the Forge of Days, who ends what must not change. Let's add Tristan to make it more of a sure thing. Alright. Von Brandt, tell me. There is, of course, no single Aramaic, but I will learn what I can. So fortunately, I don't see any situation where I generate a lot of dread, except maybe from reading a book. I am safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. Well, that's fortunate. So in this case, I'll still keep Tristan, but immediately after I will add the Voiceless Dead, and then we can bring Violet in to help us with the curse. My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain, so... There's more mystique for my trouble. Contentment, which I'm not too worried about. Yeah, we just made our money back. Fair enough. This is going to be complicated. Light dews the skin and suffuses the air. I think this might be one of these times I just want to recruit someone. The invisible arts, Christopher Lopley is said to have remarked, are as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there's always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night, and even after waking I can still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. I think I'm just going to relax on the... Nothing. My words cease like sand and glass. I think I'm just going to cool it on the trips through the White Door. I've got enough books to read now that I really don't need to be getting extra influences. So for the time being, we'll get rid of the intensity of radiance by bringing, I think Eau Claire would not be a bad choice because we've definitely needed some more winter on more than one occasion. So Eau Claire has a scholarly aspect and a morbid streak. This one is ready. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So the idea here is I add the Voiceless Dead, so that gives me 6 winter. And then by adding Violet, that brings me up to 11. I've achieved a basic understanding. So again, first priority is to translate on Matthias and Amethyst Imago, transformation, the diagrams and illustrations, even across the centuries, are elegant, hypnotic, occasionally erotic, and Aramaic. And here I'm going to let Dream just simmer for a little bit. They will not forget the savor I have given them. Eau Claire is quiet, meticulous, and remorseless. Now that that's done, I think I'm still going to pursue the last few bodies. Season of Visions is coming up, so probably just as well I got rid of the fascination. Although in truth, you know, we probably would have been able to get rid of that with Fleeting Reminiscence if it stuck around. We call upon the Elegist who cannot be deceived. The Elegist separates the remembered from the true. His power should protect us. Well, let's make it a sure thing. The Elegist knows what is already lost. His power will almost certainly protect us. 2 funds from Glover and Glover. Let's just jump back into work right away. Again, I'm trying to make this number go up a bit higher without going for the higher promotion in G&G, so... Curse shrivels. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. I prepared the text for study. An account of an occult romance. A certain Iavogos claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation into the Alpine branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who would not pledge themselves to any hour. We cast Matthias out, and we pronounced a curse upon the Amethyst Imago, but we watched them in dreams. We saw them pledge themselves to the forge, to change themselves and ascend anew. Into the fire they fly. Okay, I don't think there's anything I can really do about this notoriety here. Any effort to try and eliminate it, it's a, 75% chance of this thing not working. And did I just get a host from someone? Because there is a rather large number of people watching that I wasn't expecting. Hi. If anybody can mention it, I'd love to give them credit. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy the stream. I'm really hoping for a knockbook. And again, I know I can subvert the stuff, it's a pain to do, and I'd rather not. And the Painted Chamber. The walls of the Painted Chamber carry scenes of war from all the major histories. Vienna falling to the worms, the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame burning the martyr soldiers of the Knot Sisterhood, the meeting of Alexander and the Shadowless King. Along one wall, the shelf is stuffed with junk and curiosities. Alright, this is the first of the practices that the Imago and Matthias use to begin their ascent to power. They have risen beyond our sight, but their flames may yet burn in the Mallory. So we've got the shaping chant. The proper words must be employed when the change comes. So, of course, the one lore we really need is... I'll just double check, too. So, what must open before the way opens? Yeah, that's clearly an Auk lore one. And I'm stubbornly insisting on keeping all of my lore. But if I crack, I might try. I might combine these. Sylvia, we were looking for you. I think this might be the last follower, but I'll double check. Sylvia lost her eye in the woods when she was 9 years old. Every year at Candlemas, she returns to the place she buried it. So this, of course, makes it even less likely that we're going to be able to eliminate the notoriety through a charm offensive. But for the time being, let's just make sure that we don't have any more bodies that we can bring in. And while we are waiting, let's just translate and read whatever books we can. So we've got Book of the True Blood. The Legion's legate answered directly to the hour called the Tribune of... Cassius the Tomman reveals the deeds of the unnumbered Legion, the secret army that protected Rome against the Shadowless Empire. The Legion's legate answered directly to the hour called the Tribune of Scars, and he was promised immortality if he died in battle. Nothing happens next round, so we're in good shape there. So I was originally pursuing Glimmering and Erudition just so I could boost up some of my secret histories, but again, we've just got so many books from not being able to translate the Aramaic that I'm going to be... the study verb's going to be occupied for a while. A book of pressed flowers emanating a peculiar scent. Let me just make sure I got that right. Yes. A book of pressed flowers emanating a peculiar scent, 3 elderly Baedekers, a collection of butterflies painted black and white, and the real treasures, an oddity in a glass case, and a cloisoned coffer of rare books. Rare books is always welcome. All right, so we've got a rattling in the soul. That'll turn into restlessness, which I either need to paint away or I just accept as dread. Of course, we have the notoriety. That's kind of goes without saying. Tristan, Forge, Falsine, Hint. All right, let's see our goodies. The Watchful Tatra. I'm not going to read these out just because I inevitably repeat myself. Yet another copy of the Magus von Brandt's authentic and unique account of the true tongue of the true Holy Land of the Highmost. The Vincent inscriptions, Everett Vincent. I said I wasn't going to read these. A jumble, well, okay, if we ever get short of cash, I guess. Paradoxical curio, so, I mean, not terrible. There are uses for this, but sometimes it's hard to be sure if an arrow slew the Empress Herodias or the Empress Eudokia. Sometimes it's possible that an Ormlu clock was stolen in the sack of Vienna, even as it rested safe in the vaults of Rome. And the Geminiad, a fragile manuscript illuminated with the twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language few seen is much older. Coral decorates its cover, and its page edges are sharp enough to slash a throat. Well, I know what I'm studying next. Let's plow ahead. Key Hunter's Garret. Vienna is one of the few cities which has the same name in every history, although adepts know it as the White City, or perhaps the City of White. In a snowy street and crooked house in a high, rattling attic, we have learnt that an eccentric hunter of imaginary keys has established a tiny trove of odd books. So, of course, the association with keys implies knock, but I do want to keep my raw profit and my hint, so unless I get like a flashing light that says, Near Carrie, did they update the game? Well, the Exile DLC came out, but I'm pretty sure that you've been here since Exile. I'm playing just a regular aspirant because I've been living in Exile Land for quite some time, and then of course most of the other playthroughs that I've done has always been associated with DLC, so Priest Ghoul, even going back, the Detective. It's actually been a while since I've done just a plain vanilla aspirant run, so but yeah, no major... The only real update is the fact that the EU, their sort of funding body, announced a new round of funding, which Weather Factory was included on. Now, obviously, people have very strong opinions about Weather Factory now, and so this has definitely not gone away. And I noticed that when the EU funding body announced it, there was a pretty severe reaction to that. So I genuinely don't know how funding packages like that work. I know in some cases they go through in phases. I don't know if there's sort of a clause that says, we can pull the plug on this thing right away. Generally, I would assume that sort of stuff would be I mean, it's a grant, right? So like in one sense, you'd say, okay, maybe we don't, we don't do that because people are trying to, run a business on the base of this and you don't want uncertainty. On the other hand, there are plenty of reasons why you might want to say we can't take this out. But the plan with it is Book of Hours has got some EU funding for it. And then I believe the plan is to do a Kickstarter down the road for extra funding. And that would probably be the next major update. So yeah, I mean, if you don't know like the full background on this, I definitely think it's good to educate yourself about what happened. A lot of this is obviously the major revelations were things that came out a while ago, but that doesn't mean that people have gotten over them, right? And so it's really in this case, it's not so much that anything new has come up. It's just that because it's a government body that gave the money, I noticed there was a fairly strong reaction, and I have to assume when the Kickstarter happens there will be something very similar. But I think the key on this one is that people should probably know what they're getting into. And so if you haven't read it, I know Weather Factory's given their account on their blog, and there used to be some accounts that did a fairly good job of sort of collecting everything that was said, but obviously people don't dedicate their Twitters to one subject, and so it's kind of hard to find it there. But once in Vienna, we hear that the key hunter has not been seen for many days. A local drunk insists that a great serpent entered the house to devour them. Certainly the house is unlit and boarded up, and there is reptile house smell. So here, I'm basically just throwing Neville and Enid in, but we're keeping the raw prophet and the hint to make sure that I'm able to keep their cooldown from expiring. This is something like enlightenment. All right, the expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So, Lantern or Knock, we're already going to bring 2 Knock in. Yeah. If I could, I'd love to bring the Voiceless Dead in, but I just don't see that working in a way that lets me bring both Neville and Enid in. Did something happen with the developers? Sorry if you don't want to talk about... No, it's no worries. It's like... So it's a difficult one for me because I have definitely gotten some very... While I understand that it's well-meaning, there were some very unkind things that I wound up receiving as a result of this. So there were some accusations of sexual misconduct on the part of the one of the members of Weather Factory, Alexis Kennedy. And so this came out on Twitter, and then in response, so he offered a response, and then other accounts from the company that he founded, Weather Factory, came out. So there's a few Medium posts from different individuals that have sort of outlined their experiences, and then Alexis Kennedy wrote a reply on the Weather Factory blog, and then I believe Lottie Bevan has sort of talked about the experience as a whole, because in some case, I mean, to a certain extent, there are a couple of cases now where she's become involved in it because, of course, she's standing up for him. But basically, that's the broad strokes of it. There were the accusations made. There was some support offered by Fail Better and people who had sort of seen what was going on. I went into the detail. The one thing I won't do is sort of relitigate in terms of the details about, specifically why I'm continuing to stream the game. And one of the biggest things that I think is that we are definitely in an environment where I think a lot of people assign this role of, well, the influencer should tell you what to do or what to think. And I'm like, well, no, because my stance on this has been pretty clear in terms of the idea of believe survivors, but there's a lot that goes into the believe view. It's certainly not, as a legal precedent, you can't take that and say, obviously this is not specifically saying every account is true, and nobody has ever claimed that that's what that claim is. You need to take things seriously. You need to hear people out. And so the thing is that, continuing to play the game, in my view, Cultist Simulator has been as enjoyable before as it is after. I mean, this is something I've dealt with movies as well. And in the end, it's kind of up to the people involved to sort this out, either in terms of giving forgiveness, giving an account of what happened, giving an apology. This is, to be honest, like none of my business in terms of telling people what they should think about it. I do think, though, people should inform themselves. They should be reading what people have to say. But the challenge is, of course, that when it's one of these situations now that kind of, it seems that when Weather Factory comes up in a public way, this sort of, all this stuff comes up again. It's clear that it hasn't really been resolved. And so it puts me in a bit of an awkward position because, in the end, I don't necessarily see the streaming of the game as any special sort of signal. And people were fairly clear. There's a set of people that I actually really wanted to hear their opinions about the decision to continue streaming the game from. And they were pretty consistent in terms of what their feelings were on continuing on, particularly in favor of continuing to play it. And then, of course, I asked the people who watched, and the consensus was that they wanted me to continue playing the game. So I have. And when the first stuff came out, I said what my feelings on that were at the time, because you really can't avoid it. But at this point, everybody's accounts have sort of been written, and I think it's probably not necessarily in anyone's interest for me to give a representation of who said what and who was in the right. I think it is much better that people actually bother to take the time, because it's serious stuff, right? It's not one of these things where it's just, I got the Coles notes from some guy who clearly has been, like, this is the thing, right? I was a Kickstarter backer of this game. I have not been paid to do anything from Weather Factory, but obviously I get along with them really well. And I have been given a gift from them. I've given them a gift as well. And so, I just don't see how in an environment like that I can just turn around and suddenly say, here's what you should feel about this. So exactly, as bad as any behavior can be, it has no effect on the product as we have it. It is a product that is supported, not a person. Serious as it is. Yeah, obviously what I said at the time was a little different from that, Ed Baver. Suffice to say, and again, I don't want to drag the whole thing down on it. Suffice to say, I completely understand people who say, I can no longer play this game. I know people who don't watch Kevin Spacey movies anymore. And I was recently, reading an article on Bryan Singer. I didn't know the sexual assault stuff that was listed about Bryan Singer. I can definitely tell you about his unprofessionalism on set. There were days he just didn't show up. Or he went off for hours to, get his hair, bleached or whatever. Yeah, well, and this is just it. It really is. if you don't follow gaming news or if you're not on Twitter, it's really one of these things you won't know about. And so, that's, it's one of these things where, if you're on these places, it seems like everyone knows about it. And if you're not on these places, nobody knows about it. Yeah. But the thing is like I've had to deal with this with like Woody Allen, right? Annie Hall is still a very good film. He's a very skilled and very prolific filmmaker. I didn't like Manhattan. I was a bit uncomfortable with Manhattan, and now knowing a bit about Woody Allen, I'm even more uncomfortable with Manhattan. I definitely, I think I owe it to myself to be as honest as I can about what I like and don't like. If I laugh at an inappropriate joke, I can't pretend that I didn't find the joke funny. What I need to do is I need to have a moment of sort of reflection as to, my tastes and appropriateness and whatnot. But in the end, while it's not necessarily the decision that everyone will make, and like I said, I've gotten some very, very strong views about continuing to stream the game. To my own part, there was a set of people I needed to hear from, and following that, I've been able to continue streaming the game for myself, and I think that's kind of it, because in the end, I'm repeating myself, but I really do not think this is the time when you want streamers to tell people what to think. I don't think streamers are moral exemplars. In fact, if anything, I think the kind of person who wants to tell you what to think is exactly the sort of one you shouldn't be listening to. And it's very clear, with all the revelations about what was happening with streamers, this is definitely a case where you need to be sort of keeping your own counsel on this sort of thing, not listening to interested parties in terms of what their view is. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, again, like I think one of the important things for me, I'm going to continue on with the game if you guys don't mind, because like I said, I don't want to like drag the whole thing down. I do not want to imply that it's something that needs to be pushed aside or moved away, but I also know there's a limit in terms of how much added value that I can give. But one of the things to me about streaming a game is that I need to bring some of myself into it, right? I need to put on a show, and clearly there's a game behind it. But like I said, I still watch movies with Kevin Spacey in them. I still watch movies directed by Bryan Singer. In the end, I have not, I guess, been given a sufficiently compelling reason to say the Cultist streams should stop, and there were definitely some lines that I had, but ultimately, I think the stream is going by. And I mean, this is definitely not supposed to be an excuse or that, but the one thing I can say is obviously there's a bunch of people who didn't know about what had happened that now know. So if that's worth something to you, I suppose that's how we can divide it. Read the Book of True Blood. In the final part, Cassius confesses to being a former legate. He recounts his terror of the Tribune and divulges the secret lore of the Golden General, the champion of the Shadowless Empire, the enemy of the Tribune, and hope that the Tribune will someday be undone. By the way, this also is not to imply I don't have opinions about this stuff. It's just, I think, just much like you guys don't know my opinions on a lot of things, this is maybe not the time for me to, to be sharing them. Lock the study door, the work begins. Apparently I'm much more comfortable talking to you all about Canadian politics. Hey, Sunny Sun Sun. Ah, well, I'm in overtime, so good to see you. I can't even remember where this dread came. Oh yeah, the dread came from the book. Okay, this call upon the mother of ants, which ariseth from wounds. The serpent's mouth is large enough to crouch in. Its tongue is the thickness of a man's shoulders, but almost certainly it will respect the power that we bear. So I gotta worry about some dread coming up soon. So Voiceless Dead's gonna be gone, Buzzing in the Brain's gonna give me restlessness, and I already have dread. So that would be 3 dread to kill me. I'll be able to get rid of at least some of it from painting. And I think now would be a really good time for me to add some more cultists into the mix. So we can get rid of the chilly atmosphere and whatnot. Alright. A case of mistaken identity. This isn't who you hoped for, after all. They're no one of a particular importance, and eventually they'll pass from your memory. Perhaps there is no one else available that you'd care to meet. I wonder, it'd be fascinating to try and get one of these guys to be taken up in as one of the things that gets eaten by mortal. What is this game? This is a game called Cultist Simulator. So it's a couple years old now. It's available on mobile as well. But basically, this is a narrative card game where you sort of play the villain in an H.P. Lovecraft story. So the story is sort of told in these little fragments of lore and the little, little cards and whatnot. Your whole life is sort of represented in terms of cards. So you have, you might describe yourself as your body, but you may also describe it as sort of your connections, the people that you know, or your knowledge, or even your possessions. But the basic idea is that you've been granted sort of this glimpse of this this world that lies just beneath the skin of our own. This world sort of magic or creativity or however you'd like to read it. And ultimately you're sort of you're trying to piece together these little hints that the game gives you and build it together into something greater and achieve sort of this great and apocalyptic ambition. In this case, mine is sensation. So I've dedicated myself to the immortal pursuit of sensation. But the thing that's neat about it is that it's a game that doesn't have a tutorial. So basically, you learn the game by playing it. And it's one thing that really turns people off, or one thing that really interests people. But yeah, it's basically it's a game that kind of gets told in these tight little fragments of information. And it's sort of your job. Playing the game is figuring out the game and figuring out all the lore and the details of what's going on. I also have, if you want to see how complicated the game is, not the most recent blog, but the second most recent, has a big graph of like all the different relationships between the cards and something that I did. So, but you'll get an idea. The best thing to do is ask questions as we go along, Sunny Sun Sun, because we're a little bit further along in the story. I can, it's probably better for me to fill in the gaps. There will probably be a lot of questions, but I think you've got the essence of the experience, which is little fragments. Again, it's basically, there's no cults for dummies books in the real world. If you want to go delving into occult mysteries, you need to work really hard at it. You need to deal with a lot of confusing and potentially even contradictory information. And that's basically what the game is. It sounds like it. I mean, obviously, if you look at this table, there's a ton going on here. But the game actually does a very good job of onboarding you. It starts you off with only a few verbs and a few cards. And it's basically, as you progress in the game, you get more and more cards. And so effectively, the difficulty and the sort of the dimensionality of the problem increases with your capacity to be able to handle that sort of thing. So I don't actually think it's all that overwhelming, but of course I've been playing this game for quite literally hundreds of hours. So, a fragile manuscript illuminated with the twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language we've seen is much older. Coral decorates its cover, and its page edges are sharp enough to slash a throat. I have made notes towards the translation, now I can study it. These pages outline the nature and the doctrines of an hour that demands the union of what is at rest, an hour that is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon, the witch and sister. The language is naughty, poetic, willful. It will take some untangling. Yeah, no problem. Oh, so given the fact that we don't have any more people to bring in, let's at least do basic recruitment. There's no reason for me not to do that right now. So this will help me get rid of a few things. Let's also get rid of sort of the overt threats like dread. So Sylvia lost her eye in the woods when she was 9 years old. Every year at Candlemas, she returns to the place she buried it. So here's an example about what's going on here, Sunny Sun Sun. Here we've got a person that we've met. We have a little description of them, and I am recruiting an acquaintance by invoking Grail. We are the Order of the Bloody Cup, an occult society dedicated to the mysteries of birth, blood, and appetite. We're conducting a ceremony using the secret, a red secret. Some words are spelt correctly only when the proper ink is used. And in 30 seconds, they will arise as a member of my cult. In the meantime, I am going to want to paint... Yeah, I'll wait the 4 seconds for the buzzing in the brain to go away. Alright, so here I'm going to use whatever reputation I have left. And a couple passion. So you never know, I might make this might be a living. Probably not, but... So we're doing a mood piece from my restlessness so that doesn't turn into despair. The expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now. I could send another follower. Now, we had an encounter with the serpent, so it lowers its great head. Moisture seeps from its lidless eyes. Is it weeping? What does it remember of its eldest sister, whose power we call upon? So we know we've got a hidden door coming up, so at this point there's no reason to worry about the knock. Yes, the game is not explicit about you being a villain. There are sort of non-violent ways of achieving things, but generally what you're doing here, you know, you're the person sending all the cultists out to enact certain, certain actions and whatnot. So it'd be fair to say that you're the antagonist in a Lovecraft story. The Grail has touched me with her wonderful fingers. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough Grail aspect. Exploration might find more. So again, we've got two things, restlessness and a chilly atmosphere. I'll be able to get rid of both, but probably not before they become dread. Alright, I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. As always, we'll spend the money. They will not forget the savor I have given them. So Sylvia's description has changed. Sylvia has a detailed knowledge of roof ridges, of the river at low tide, of Irish whiskey, and of conjuring tricks. So one thing you may notice, so Sylvia has the aspects mortal, she is now a follower, and she has the moth aspect. And we can contrast this with somebody who is not yet a member of the cult. So we can take a look at Laidlaw, an acquaintance. This is Mike Laidlaw, the writer, sort of Dragon Age fame. So you'll notice that they have an acquaintance, not yet a friend, nor yet an enemy, and they are mortal. You'll notice that they're not touched by sort of the secret world, and that's one of the things that's sort of happening in this initiation. So one thing that's kind of convenient if you pay attention to what's going on. So you've got restlessness, right? Sort of you want to do something, you're not quite sure what, you're sort of feeling on edge about it. So a restless longing has me. I feel I want to do something. What exactly? And this has all of the different aspects. It's got heart, grail, forge, lantern, moth. No winter, incidentally, but or knock for that matter. But in this particular case, what I'll do is I will, again, bring someone into the cult. But what I'm going to do this time is I'll just use the trappings of restlessness. I'll bring Laidlaw in, and it says this one is ready. But notice that I didn't actually need to have the ceremony, and this is because Grail, the aspect of yearning, and if you think of it, right, restlessness, a restless longing has me. Well, if it's an aspect that's associated with longing, it makes sense that restlessness would have it. So in this case, 30 seconds, and we'll have Laidlaw in my clutches. So this is dread, but I don't need to worry about it yet, so I'm fine. We bear a great power of opening. We'll almost certainly find this hidden door. I see the mistakes, but I can also see the end. This is me painting. So I need to work at Glover and Glover first, but I'm going to try and get some vitality by doing manual labor after. Oh, I forgot to read Laidlaw's description originally. They will not forget the savor I've given them. Laidlaw has begun to understand the limitations of ingenuity and the power of sacrifice. So here we go. Again, I want to get rid of the dread just in case something nasty happens. Well, it's a season of ardors coming up, so that might wind up giving me some contentment. I think at this point I'm actually going to hold... Well, you know what? There's really no benefit to me keeping this thing around. I don't need dread right now. So let's bring Victor in. Victor is a sly fellow. He knows an unusual opportunity when he sees it. We're really just adding the dread here so that we can eliminate it. And we'll bring in the red secret. Yeah, no problem, son. Alright. My recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So, of course, we got some mystique, which is all well and good. We will also have gained some... well, sorry, not gained, but we'll have also retained our notoriety. So at some point, the police are going to be mad at me. But for now, I'll just take the money and run. We'll go back to work at Glover and Glover for 70 seconds. And afterwards, we'll pick up heavy things and put them down again. Fate lines in stone, a surface that yields to pressure. We found it! The hidden door moves with a grating shudder and a shower of dust. Alright, we've read the Geminiad and a whole bunch of stuff seems to happen. So the Geminiad reminds us that the witch and sister has been known to manifest as the sister and witch, and that this face may heal while the other face is always hungry. It implies connections between the witch and sister and the hours of the wood, especially the secret keeper called the Velvet. But it's ambiguous on whether the witch and sister is a wood hour proper, and it speaks at length about the sadness of the two who are one, the sadness that remains from their time as flesh. So, we have got the rite of the crows quenching. This rite calls on the beach crow at sunrise or moonrise. The crow accepts the sacrifice and returns the gifts of the earth. We have got the Geminiad red, so this is a knock item. Not a particularly strong one. It's only 2, but... we've got the Moldy Warp admonitions, which we already had. We have got a Thakic invocation. Raucous shrieks attend the passage of names of the Grail. We reproduce them as best we can for the pulsing power that they lend. Oh, Jesus, I forgot. You don't get knock out of it. This is ridiculous. I guess the Hebe Stanton. Have we? I don't think I have. All right, maybe I should be studying these. What do I need? Erudition. I don't think winter goes into knock. It's, yeah, into heart. Heart, I think, into Grail, right? Is it edge into... That's edge into winter, yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot that knock is absorbing. I better hope that I get some erudition soon. Let's, I really didn't think this through. Okay, back to the white door. Let's go find Teresa. They'll not forget the savor I've given them. Victor is a sly fellow, but loyal. All right, so that's all the names. So what I'm going to do now is upgrade all of the believers into disciples, and I want to see whether or not I can upgrade Saliba and Rhaenyra even further. With a Thakic invocation, I almost certainly can, but let's deal with the believers first. So Edge I don't need as much because I don't use it as much. Yeah, we'll start with Yzabeth. Actually, no. Let's see how far I can go. Not quite. To exalt a disciple to a Cyprian, I will need Grail of at least the 21st into... Oh yeah, so we're quite a way away. Alright, that's fine. Yzabeth 2.0 it is. My follower will kneel as a novice, rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. Yzabeth sleeps in fits and starts. She rises at dusk to go do things that Yzabeth does. Judges lie before... Okay, no, we're still waiting on that. Oh boy. My lover's experiments in pleasure are endless in their ingenuity, but so far I can match them. Okay, so I've got an affliction. Let me just rearrange the people who were disturbed. The room stinks of serpent musk and burnt paper. Someone has comprehensively destroyed all the records they could find. They've even scrubbed the walls clean. Cold ashes choke the fireplace. No trace of the poor soul who rented this place remains. Alright, so again, because I don't want to spend the money, I will work and get the vitality, which I'll use to improve my affliction. I'm also going to send the Raw Prophet off to... Wait a minute. Yeah, I do have the Raw Prophet. I'll send the Raw Prophet off to destroy the evidence when the time comes. Let's go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight, because it's possible we get erudition. Nope, I've learned something that will earn me a favor once only. Last night, I dreamt of a blue silk pavilion overlooking the cloudy labyrinth of the Bounds. I listened to the mistress of this place speak of other visitors. The Suppression Bureau come here. Did you know that? I think they hope to recruit me as an ally, she snorts derisively, after what they tried to do to Christopher. But their folly is your fortune. I will tell you something that may help you if the Bureau ever troubles you. Alright, what are we working for? So I either need erudition or a library. I definitely don't have a library. I also don't have erudition, unfortunately. So when I arrive, Rhaenyra is hazed in perfumes. When I leave, she lies tangled in a glorious sprawl of limbs. I'll carry her with me for days. So, as a consequence, I wound up with a passionate memory. I could recall a warmer time. Maybe that will help me. Let's try it. Shared gasps, tangled limbs, heat and secret dark. Something tells me this won't give me knowledge, but you never know. In pain we are born, in hunger we are embraced, in delight we are devoured. These are the gates of the body, and this is her promise. Not all that is born decays. In remembrance of that promise, we give ourselves to the feast. Yzabeth was just here, just a moment ago. Just here. Almost certainly. So again, we'll do the same with Sylvia first, because it's helpful to have the Moth people. Sylvia has detailed knowledge of roof ridges, of the river at low tide, of Irish whiskey, and of conjuring tricks. And apparently I just need the Thakic invocation now. I don't need to worry about the trappings. Restlessness. This might distract me, so... Restlessness, contentment, and vitality. Ah, well, that's welcome. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to figure out what I need to do with the restlessness, seeing as I need to work at Glover and Glover. I think I'm just going to make it part of the initiation rituals, or the advancement rituals. A single corner of fire-curled paper has survived the flames. In a shaky hand, it reads, Lady K. Green Chalcedony, 3-lobed, spring leaves and But unexpectedly, in a suitcase beside the flames, a little trove of books survives. Whoever destroyed the Key Hunter's journals saw no need to burn these books. Some good work, Enid and Neville. I think I'm going to keep the hint and the raw prophet around for a little bit. Alright, so we have On the Matter of Deeds and Serpents. This is probably the Prophecies of the Naga rendered into English and illustrated by William Midnight in Paris in the 1880s, but it shows a number of divergences from the text. It's certainly quite recent by the standards of VAC texts, so I definitely can't translate VAC. The Serenity of the Black Wood, an allegorical history of the House of Leith, who it is here implied were inspired by the centipede. Serrano Blackwood is an occult alias to this day. We've got the Irreproachable Traditions of the Society of the Noble Endeavor in Latin. And the ciphered journals of Alessandro Lacrosse. Prince Alessandro Lacrosse spent years in secret study of the tablets taken from the Fucine marshes in central Italy. His work will allow you to read Fucine texts, but it is written in a simple Latin cipher. You will need to decipher it first. So, of course, we already have this. We'll be selling them. But first things first. So, I want to promote with Grail. It's a Season of Suspicion coming up, so I don't have as much to worry about. Yeah, it's really just about destroying the evidence. Maybe I just get rid of the damning evidence when the time comes. Orthos Wood. I'm actually running out of locations to plunder. In the Black Heart of Orthos Wood, we might find the tree where the masked crow met its peers, but the forest itself is a peril, and the cannibal clans who live here are another. So in the worst case scenario, this restlessness turns into dread, and I just use the contentment. Hang on, I think the contentment might die before. We'll see. Alright, so we need Moth and or Grail. So Porter, you're on deck. I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. So given how soon we're going to see the Season of Suspicion come back... Oh, no, actually, it's going to be Despair. So I've got 48 seconds. This will be turned into Dread in 34... Alright, I've got enough time. But I may not have the contentment. Alright, I'll try and find a way out of this. I think I can. Call upon the moth that seeks among the trees of the wood. Here we'll add Saliba. My studies have been stymied for now. So, of course, I need erudition before I'm going to try that again. So, in the meantime, I think it's... Oddly enough, I'm actually going to do a lot of secret histories, just because, again, we're running out of... We're running out of locations to check out, so... there's sense... Well... It does want me to do erudition. I could get that through... No. Let's focus on the task at hand. There's always going to be another reason for me not to study a book, but... Alright. Sylvia's favorite tactic is to smile and close her eye. It is remarkable how often her interlocutor will blurt out exactly what they are thinking. So, I've got 2 seconds left on the restlessness, so we'll add that there. That means we can actually go down to the delightful sacrament for... we may even be able to go lower, I never checked, but... And at this point, let's do... I'll do Eau Claire, and... Actually, no, Clovette, because heart is useful for me in terms of getting rid of reputation. Clovette's determined happiness now borders on the fanatical. Okay, we're healed up. We don't need to worry about dread popping up, but what I am going to do here is go through the white door and see if I can pick up some erudition from visiting the Gallimer woman. There's something up ahead. We've made it through the forest. Again, we'll be seducing the watchers, so no worries there. Cobalt Stasis, thank you very much for the follow, and the name is very apropos. I don't know if you're a fan of Cultist Simulator, but the cobalt blue of the Mantis comes up very many times in the game. So if that's an intentional reference, my hat is off to you, though I don't own a hat. I hope you're doing well. Actually, I hope you're all. Again, I'm pleasantly surprised by the number of people here. I'm going to have to assume that there was a host, but I'm grateful for it wherever you came from. At the moment, at some point, I will get the lore that I need. But for the time being, I'm running through the expeditions that I can. By the end of the stream, we will solve the Stack Doors riddle, I swear. I prepared the text for study. All right, the Tantra of Worms. The entomologist Juliana Zawistowski eventually came to insist that this text was written by insects inhabiting a human skin. She never presented evidence for her claim. The Tantra explains various less than practical countermeasures against the worms, the serpents, which are not serpents. Moth and Winter are closest to them, and so understand their weaknesses, but both have their own perils. The Lionsmith crushes them, but that's not recommended for mortals. We're just continuing to work at Glover & Glover because it doesn't pay that much, but it's consistent and it gives us time, except for when summoning tries to escape. We're basically ready to handle anything that comes up. Clavette's optimism is daunting. She wields her joy like a hammer. So now I think we're gonna move up I'll move up Laidlaw first, just because Forge is somewhat more useful for me. And then we can finally bring up the Edge followers. So Laidlaw has begun to understand the limitations of ingenuity and the power of sacrifice. And again, I'm sort of willingly letting the evidence pop up to damning. One, that's just because I had better things to do with the talk verb, but also given the fact that I'm trying to get erudition from visiting the Lodge of the Sage Knight, one of the other things I can get from the Lodge of the Sage Knight is the protection from the Suppression Bureau. So I mean, again, it's not a slam dunk argument, but just on the balance of probabilities, I am going to be a little bit more protected from that eventuality than I would be if I was trying to go through the Peacock Door, let's say. Subtle fracture. Clouds part, walls creak, old wounds ache. If I want to summon something, I can. It's hard for me to see why I might want to do that now, though. So last night in the great pavilion above the grey sprawl of the Bounds, a woman who once called herself Teresa Gallagher sat on gilt-fringed cushions and offered me a horn cup of dream wine. The wine is imaginary, she explained, but the cup is not. To navigate the Mansis, one must understand the distinction. Perhaps one day you'll join me on the pilgrimage, or I'll join you. So here, let us share a secret. And her breath tickled my ear. Now, one of the things that's really going to help me out, don't actually need to keep going through the Mansis like this to try and get erudition. One of the things that is eventually going to happen is I'm going to start using my talk verb not to upgrade followers, but to hand in commissions. Those commissions wind up giving me erudition and glimmering. But for the time being, one of the best ways for me to get more more lore, more books, is by doing these expeditions. I've got summons that can handle them. Overall, I'm in a fairly favorable position to get this sort of stuff handled. And so I want to take the opportunities where I can. They also help me build up funds. And then when I'm in a little bit of a different pattern, when I'm in one of these cases where maybe I don't feel the need to be constantly going out and finding the next location, then I can worry about sort of amassing some worldly possessions and doing some more of these these writings. My desires are changing. Course of the Heart sometimes pops up. In this case, it's not too helpful to me unless, I wind up with a sudden sickness. But I am going to go painting. We've got a few things that we can throw into the painting. Right now, though, it's just to prevent dread from popping up during the season of despair. Watchers fall. Their present pleasures will end ill for them. Perhaps they'll think it's worth it. Meanwhile, we can pass. Alright, so we take my creativity, we take, not restlessness, we grab the 2 mystique, the notoriety. The drawback, of course, is that the notoriety gets extended doing this, but I do need the money. I also need to get rid of the restlessness. The worms have always been eager to inhabit us. Here are the practices that make us inhospitable to them. There are diagrams. The diagrams are not good to look upon, and none of the practices they depict would allow the subjects to survive. So have you had another operation of the declining sun? Let's go for against the sisterhood of the knot and the foulness of their depraved customs. This is a Greek text, so 1, 2, there we go. Lock the study door, the work begins. And Laidlaw. Laidlaw has learnt the cleverer uses of fire and copper, wax and acid. And I think I said it was just going to be promoting edge followers from this point on. I'm keeping the hangers-on around just to dump any negative influences I don't want to keep around in, but like I said, it would be good to get the sort of the main cast ready to go. Rose is a slimist, but loyal. There's my erudition. Soak up knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. In last night's stream, I was in the Lodge of the Sage Knight behind the White Door. It is difficult to remember exactly how I came there, and the mistress of this place, the woman with the dark glasses, was nodding as if I had asked her a difficult question. Of course I hadn't. I lost my speech when I passed the White Door. How is it that I can speak? She said to me. I didn't come through the White Door. I'm not proud of what I did to come here, so let me tell you about something else. Alright, so the question is there anything better that I can do with my dream slot right now? And I think the answer to that is no. So we are going to jump through the White Door again. Now that I have my erudition, I'm going to wait for the 53 seconds as the translation happens, and then I'm going to try combining the Igavin right... Or sorry, the... Oh no, I guess I need to... Yeah, I was going to combine these two. I was going to combine it with the Wood Whisper and then upgrade. Alright, after the Season of Despair, we've got a Season of Vision, so I want to make sure that I don't pick up any fascination for my troubles. I just paid for paints there, hopefully we'll get a return. Treasures lie before us, so that's going to give us some extra notoriety. I have not shirked. The Memory of Crows. This is a great oak where the masked crow once roosted. Lightning has split it from head to heart, and the tree is charred and rotting. It squirms with finger-length worms. Something glints dully in the swarm of dead roots. Alright, my recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. Right, there's a glimmering. Normally I would be using this to upgrade the secret histories, but I have higher priorities for my erudition and glimmering right now. Got 2 funds. We spent 1 on it, so it's not. I mean, in terms of time, it cost us a little bit less, but overall, that wasn't a great return. Alright, here we go. How you doing, HQ3473? I'm obviously quite late tonight, but we're on a little bit of a roll, and I don't know, I just didn't feel like finishing. I mean, I'll have to finish at some point, but the extra time wasn't as much of a burden as it is on some others. Oops. I just wanted to move these. Particularly, I just want to try and distinguish between the ones that I can translate and can't. So the Concursum Diaries... Wait, that's Frisian as well. And back. Alright, Well, it's kind of dangling off the edge, but so are these. Alright, so let's try and subvert the Wood Whisper again. There are incantations of unseeming, where the space between worlds is as potent as actual syllables. When a thing is opened, we will know its nature. Any lore studied with knock becomes knock. And I can't believe that I forgot this, but that is the way it works. Oops, everything's happening at once. Let's go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight again. We've got a favor of authority if things turn particularly nasty. Last night I dreamt of a blue silk pavilion overlooking the cloudy labyrinth of the Bounds. I listened to the mistress of this place speak of other visitors. The Suppression Bureau come here. Did you know that? I think they hope to recruit me as an ally, she snorts derisively. After that, what they tried to do to Christopher, but their folly is your fortune. I will tell you something that may help you if the Bureau ever troubles you. And Rose. Rose has sharpened her cunning to a concentrated point. And then our last upgrade of the evening, because I'm keeping the hangers on to give me some emergency escapes if it comes down to it. Our sly fellow but loyal in 1 minute becomes something else. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I'm just gonna keep running with the with this passage. It occasionally gives me erudition, so the odd fascination that pops up. Actually, now would not be a good time for that. We'll see how it goes. The root coils around an egg of lead the size of a child. Perhaps it was plated with another metal once, but weather has removed all trace of any coating. After a struggle, the halves of the egg come apart to reveal the contents. So, thank you, Saliba. Thank you, Porter. Thank you to the Raw Prophet, the hint. So we've got some Lethe. You really changed your bureau the more you played the game? Or change your view on the bureau from positive to negative or negative to positive? In the mountains as upon the plain, they may not be a path where none is passed. All right, so clearly we cannot speak back. Whispering Amulet, it knows what I desire, or I imagine that it does. So we actually don't really have a classification for this, but I'll put it with the moth and... Oh, damn it, of course. All right, well, I'll move the Lethe up here. We'll give it the dabbled mask here. In the forest where the moon couldn't go, the boughs of the trees were woven together like bandages or lovers. The moon might change herself to an ant or a bird or to her sister, but the forest would not yield to her penetrations, no matter her caresses. One day we came with our scissors, and we severed the branches until the moon and our blood dappled the rotting leaves on the forest floor. First they come off as assholes, but then you come around to their POV. Was that before or after you played the detective or the investigator legacy? And Lethe, a dark and syrupy liquor flavored an unnamed forest village. The tongue and the eye, and now we begin. Forget your name, forget your skin. Yeah, I know the player's an anti here. I'm just curious if whether or not you changed your view having played an investigator who was who was corrupted, or if this is just something that you got through the playthrough. I think I can afford to keep the Raw Prophet out in the sun for 40 seconds. I wish I timed this a little bit better, but the unnumbered stones. Megaliths placed in obsessive, inerrant rows by priest castes long dead. Time has long erased the original bloodstains, but on moonless nights, the locals supplement what remains. Hidden chambers might guard hidden treasures. So I don't think the Raw Prophet will help with the hidden side of the equation. Let's do Laidlaw, just in case. Treasure seekers visiting the stones must penetrate the forest that conceals them, grapple with the locals that revere them, and finally be prepared to do some digging, even if they can find the hidden door. Alright, well, never mind. Raw Prophet's coming along because it's got the boast moth. I don't know. I always took the number of kidnapping options, and the fact that you like murder Mr. Alden told me pretty quickly that you're not a good person. There are like there is a way to sort of be the not obviously mean version of it, but it was always, I guess to me it was definitely always very apparent that you were a pretty nasty dude. I think for all the other thing too, I always kind of took it as, you're the shadow. Almost like I don't want to make the Moriarty comparison because obviously there's just so many better Lovecraftian connections that you can make instead. But just the idea that you're the shadowy figure in the background directing the people who are doing the break-ins and the murders and whatnot was sort of the one that I took it as. So we'll add Porter first just to get us through the woods. Also, we can potentially deceive the Watchers. And then finally, Lantern or Knock. Of course, we've got the hint, which means we just need to add a lantern. So depending what comes up... I might actually go back to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Right, challenge knowledge. This is a piece with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in odd corners of scholarship. So we've at least got the erudition down. Ah, fair enough. I mean, this does raise an interesting... So I think this is in the early access period of the game, but what was really interesting for me was there was a mechanic where an investigator could go looking for you. And you may not have necessarily generated... I don't even know if there was mystique. It might have just been notoriety at the time. Anyways, if you didn't have any... reputation, the fact you were investigated actually generated notoriety. And I definitely had a playthrough where I played a character who had not done anything bad, but the notoriety caused by the Suppression Bureau investigating them created the conditions under which they were actually arrested and locked away. And so this is one of the reasons why I like this game and why I still play it, is that obviously there's no text in the game to tell you the nature of what happened. In this case, it's, because I looked like a suspicious person, this incredibly unjust action happened towards me. So that's a little bit similar to what you probably felt about the Bureau at the start of the game. Another one that I really liked was I think I was getting ready to do like this was again in the really early alpha version, and it was like you had to sacrifice. It was like it gave sort of this really broad description of a ritual. It was like, you need to do such and such and a sacrifice. And so I put a follower in for the sacrifice, right? And that didn't produce the intended effect. It turns out that I needed to put money in. And so you have this wonderful image of like the big climax at the end where they're getting ready to do the great ritual, and they plunge the dagger in, and everybody kind of looks around and sees the mess. And like, oh crap, are we gonna have to clean this up? And go back and read the text. It's like, oh, financial sacrifice. Ah, damn it. I might be able to save myself here. Last night in the billowing blue of the Lodge of the Sage Knight, I sat on velvet cushions and watched two dead contend with shining swords. They came with the place, said the woman who rules here now, the one who calls herself Gallagher. I was not the Sage Knight, if that's what you're wondering. He went higher in the mansis, long before I came here. My attention has drifted. The swords sparkle like falling water, and the dead move like dancers. Cool. The pause saved me. Right. Ink paper and the fizzling of electric lights. The office is dark when I leave. Outside on the pavement, I turn up my collar. And the sly fellow, Victor has sharpened his cunning to a concentrated point. Isn't that what Rose says as well? Huh. I never made that connection. I don't think I have restlessness now. Yeah, it's funny too, because like I've always this has always been the way that I play Cultist Simulator. I realize one of the problems is that because to me there's like the classics I kind of keep going back to. I don't always sort of vocalize. So what I sometimes do is, there'll be little pauses, or there'll be like moments where, there's not as much happening. So at those times, I'll maybe talk a little bit more about what I think's going on in the background or anything like that. But each playthrough, again, I don't always make it explicit, but I do have sort of implied personalities for certain characters. In this one, we've not actually taken an overtly violent action to achieve any of our goals. We got very lucky in the fact that our jerk boss, who caused us a lot of problems, actually retired very early. Traditionally in this game, one of the first lines that you cross is like murdering that boss, and we didn't need to do that. So, I didn't necessarily plan it that way at the beginning, but it seemed like a nice little trait to have, which would be whether or not I continue to play sort of as a pacifist. I think there's something interesting about waiting for a dramatic moment or seeing what test pushes Mr. Samuelson to maybe a deeper or more violent act. And again, that's just it's private stuff that you do in your own games. It's not necessarily, it's not, imbued with this tremendous significance or something like that, or it's not some deep secret that somebody needs to discern from the stream or that, but it's one of these things that keeps you interesting, because in the end, it is a narrative game. And because video games are interactive, they're interesting when they're interactive. Aha, there it is. Is that it? You've resolved a knowledge challenge. I think because games are interesting when they're interactive. Being able to invest part of yourself into that experience is, that's what makes this unique and interesting, and the sort of thing you can keep putting a lot of time into. Probably, I don't think everyone will be able to put in like the hundreds of hours like I have. Like, this is clearly something that, because it worked well on stream. Oh, I've got glimmering. It worked well for me to kind of keep doing it at this pace. But what am I doing? White door, please. But yeah, I don't know. It's better. I definitely like being a little bit more active in the stories that I participate in. I know what I can do with a talk verb. I can have a chat with Valsine about repairing some items. We can begin to repair this, but it will take at least a bronze spintrea to purchase the necessary materials, so I need to be mindful of fascination again. I don't think... I know I'm going to have a season of ambitions coming up, so I'll want to make sure that I'm able to paint for that, but otherwise, going back to Glover and Glover makes a lot of sense to me. Look closer. Closer still. Closer! Keep looking. Closer. Now close your eyes. I feel like a bit of a dope for waiting to get a knockbook when I had so many opportunities to do the subversions. Blinking in the light. Now I understand. Watcher's confusion. Their bewilderment is our opportunity. We will pass in silent secrecy. Here I'm going to do the Lodge of the Sage Knight again, and we got the erudition. Excellent. I soak up knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. So one of the reasons I want to be doing this right now is that if I can, turning this Forgotten Chronicle into another Forbidden Epic, great opportunity to make the most of my summons. If I don't, then I'm just going to try and get the promotion at Glover and Glover, and we'll spend some time building up some resources while I work on other things. And I will go through the white door again. Again, I run the risk of getting fascination, but we can manage that. The bronze spintrea. My follower is at work on the mirror. All shall be opened when we open a thing, when we learn its nature. Sorry. Oh, that's... I thought I put a wood whisperer with it. Anyways, I'm happy with the consent of wounds. When we open a thing, then we learn its nature. I've deepened my understanding of the lore that opens, which we call by its aspect knock. To open certain ways, one must first open oneself. This practice outlines that opening in the name of the mother of ants. What's the stag door's riddle? What must open before the way opens? Well, now we know, so... And soon we will be a know. Alright, let's get some... Yeah, well, Actually, you know what? I'm going to do something a little unexpected here. I'm going to do a mass translation just so I can kind of I can get all the benefits from reading all of these books one after the other. I think 87 seconds. Yeah, we can afford that. I just want to get the restlessness. Logistical difficulties. Supplies are low. Unless I spend more funds, I'll have to abandon the expedition. Alright, here we go. So I know I should wind up with a glimmering from the painting. I'm a little surprised I didn't earn more reputation over the time. The mirror is repaired, it shines again as it did once before. A multiplicity of vistas, the bewilderment of views, gaze upon me and rejoice in the dissolution of your senses. Right, is there anything else I want to do with the talk verb? We are getting near the end of the expedition, but I feel like there's more we can do here. Was it really just that I wanted to do the repairs? I feel like there was another talk that I wanted to get done. In the absence of better alternatives, let's carry on with our repair shop. So I know I'll wind up with glimmering from the painting, although I might try and pursue it from... Well, no, we'll go back to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Subtle fracture. Clouds part, walls creak, old wounds ache. A sixth order influence, significant resonances or correspondences. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. Last night in the great pavilion above the grey sprawl of the Bounds, a woman who once called herself Teresa Gallagher sat on gilt-fringed cushions and offered me a horn cup of dream wine. The wine is imaginary, she explained, but the cup is not. To navigate the Mansis, one must understand the distinction. Perhaps one day you'll join me on the pilgrimage, or I'll join you. So here, let us share a secret. And her breath tickled my ear. Alright, so... we want to go to the Stag Door's riddle, Gearby's riddle. In my dream, I stand again before the Stag Door, a ridged barrier of blood-streaked horn broken long ago and not yet healed. That vast and golden head Gearby will await the answer to my riddle. I myself must be open. Behold my blood which is shed. Not a good time, Rhaenyra. Okay, fine. Liaison, imperatives of delight. My lover's experiments and pleasure are endless in their ingenuity, but so far I can match them. For days, the memories of this will interrupt my thoughts like lightning on a summer night. Okay. Again, we're gonna mass translate just so that I can get the advance. So one of the things that I want to do if I'm not going to be able to advance some of my other types of lore, or sorry, not lore, do the other expeditions, what I want to start doing is amassing lots of erudition and glimmerings so that I can do things like upgrade lore, or so that I can just generally like try and accomplish a little bit more while I build myself up for the next batch. So that's one of the reasons why instead of having a minute to translate and then a minute to get the result, so that's 2 minutes that passes by, and Glimmerings and Erudition last for 3 minutes. I'm getting all of the translation done now, and then we get all the benefits and detriments from each of the books by reading them one after the other. Artist reward. My recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited my latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. There's no shortage of mystique, and this actually paid about as well as Glover and Glover, given that we spent the money on the paints. Alright, so a minute and a half for the tentative evidence to go away. We're not out of the woods with that yet. When I arrive, Rhaenyra is hazed in perfumes. When I leave, she lies tangled in a glorious sprawl of limbs. I'll carry her with me for days. So we have a pleasant memory. That might make me restless, I think. We can see. Faint lines in stone, a surface that yields to pressure. We found it. The hidden door moves with a grating shudder, a shower of dust. The stag door is the Adept's Gate. To pass it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head Gearby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. Alright. So if I want to do more repairs, Moonstone seems to be as good of a place as any. Not place, but item as any. So it looks like it's a Season of Visions that comes up next. That's lucky for me as far as the evidence is concerned, because even if we do get a Season of Suspicion, the evidence will be destroyed before they're able to act on it. More translations, and we will do the same, but for Aramaic. Here we go. So I've already got plenty of Forgotten Chronicles, so we either do the Ascent of Lives or the Knives or the Painted River. Painted River, I think, can generate Fascination. Let's try the Ascent of Knives. Damn it! The Ascent of Knives is called the Sharp Stair and the Mother of Mirrors, and the Feast of the Grail. If one is to look beneath the stair, as I did last night in my dreams, one understands that last name. It draws a tithe of blood from the feet of those who ascend. And Pausai, some shaped like men, many shaped like women, wait beneath the glass of the stair to satisfy their hunger. I did not approach. I made no sound. I only observed. So, we've got a new way. Now, if memory serves, I can't believe I don't remember this, but to advance my desire, so this just changed the preference. In my dreams, I know the path to the stag door through the maze of the bounds. Gearby will let me pass, but the path is always a puzzle. I will need reason. Yeah, so that doesn't work for me. Oh, you know what? It might be I need a Season of Ambition to come by. I'll figure it out. I also don't remember... That's not winter. Edge? Nope. Oh, we've used those before. All right. There we go, the spider door. In dreams, the silken sands are the place that whispers. Grey grains sift, grey weeds quiver. Thirst is the only guide through the sands. My thirst, or the thirst of the spider's door. Oddly enough, no glimmering from that painting. Beneath the stone, the chamber inside the tumulus has half collapsed with the years. Fat-weight spiders crawl from the touch of our lamplight, insolently slow. The stone reliefs are cracked and dripping, but here is the offering hole still, with its treasures. Alright, good work, Slee. Got some extra notoriety. Porter, the raw prophet, and the hint. Now we need to make some decisions about what we do with them. I've got a jumble. I've got Martensite paste, which we've already read. And Great On Oil. Alright. So there's one thing we can check. We've got the one forbidden epic. Let's get that out of the way right now. Fleeting Reminiscence. Not much for me to do with that right now. I'm a little worried about the hint. Oh, hang on. Needs funds to complete the task, so I was really behind the curve on that one. I could have got that done quite a bit sooner. Prepared the text for study. There's a side of me that's very tempted to just go and read all of these secret histories oriented ones. I messed up the order. I'm just trying to think if there's any advantage to that. Possibly, but not one that I can discern at the moment. The sands drain away like water, and beneath is the stone from which the gods arose so long ago. Ahead is the door, glistening like rain, its black surface beaded with blood, each drop heavy curved like a swollen tick. So I'm definitely not going to be able to do anything with the spider door right now, but I can use the pleasant memory. The sweet stillness of a common understanding, a moment in winter light. I am going to start using Reason with Glover and Glover, I think, just to try and earn a little more cash. I don't think I've read the description of the Noonstone yet. Noon, the saying goes, is not what it was, but this polished stone still retains a sunset glow. I thought I had more than one of these. Apparently not. So there's a couple of things that I can do. Also, I have no idea why I've got 2 lantern stacks. So one thing I can try and do is to start painting high-level lore. So I can probably get a lantern, an edge, and a heart painting, if I was so inclined. That, of course, will almost certainly wind up generating some fascination, so I want to be a little careful about that. But as for the rest, I mean, I definitely know what I want to use the talk verb for, but this might sustain me. Probably not, but let's just keep going through the stag door. We don't need to get too fancy about it. I'll try and get whatever advantages I can from my 2 companions, and then I figure the next stream we can probably start doing some more of the advanced expeditions. Ooh. Alright, so this time we're going to take G&G, but I'm also going to add Diligence. So this is going to mean that I'm going to have less... Oh, you know what? I might have made a mistake doing that, because I think one of the things I said I was going to do was a lot of commissions. And so that gives me fewer... opportunities with the timer. All right, we'll see what happens. I suspect I'll get the promotion and I'll regret it, but an unusual vessel. I find an unexplained reference to the Hebe in my research, and my attention is diverted. What is Hebe? A woman? A place? The name of an hour? This is coming quite late for me. Normally I get it within the before I've completed the Shires. All right. I did say I was going to translate everything, but we have all of the text, which will give me secret histories. So, read against the Sisterhood of the Knot and the foulness of the depraved customs. Hieronymus claims that the powers served by the Sisterhood of the Knot made an arrangement. The Thunderskin loved the Yew, and the Grail destroyed him as restitution for the destruction of the Axe's loved ones. Hieronymus's writing becomes incoherent with rage at this point. Oh, I didn't think I read this. So, against the Sisterhood of the Knot and the foulness of their depraved customs, Hieronymus Hypnertomachus wrote this furious screed about the sinister influence of the Sisterhood on his own Church of the Unconquered Sun. So we'll probably be wrapping up relatively soon, but let's try and get as much as we can. Irrepressible 32 Tal. Thank you very much for the follow. I don't remember what is behind either of these that much. I feel like the Painted River is the better chance for the secret histories, but again, it potentially gives you the fascination. I dreamt of the mansis behind the white door in the great space above the orchard, the place that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I can see those colors still. All right, well, that's why we've got fleeting reminiscence. I am going to be interested in seeing what happens with the Season of Ambitions. Because I definitely feel like we should be making progress on our ambition, but I also, again, it's been a while since I've done this, so it's neat. Oh, I really wanted to read that. All right, just in time for the exploration, though. So, the Hebe Stanton, a battered but surprisingly plush steamer, much used by actors fleeing scandal, by shy millionaires, by occult scholars who feel safer with moving water under them, and just once by the Legia Club, who chartered the whole ship for the use of the seven cabins. So I got to get these two out of here. It is rare for passenger vessels to visit the grim island where Hebe Stanton is docking, but we can charter a fishing boat and trust the sea behaves. The real work of passing guards and doors will begin if we get on board. Again, I feel like there's things I should be doing with the talk verb right now, but... right, so I don't believe I got promoted. Lucky for me. So what I'm going to do now, I've got enough to kind of keep me going. So I'm going to start doing some of these commissions. It's a substantial on Forge, so we need level 4. This may be useful for a commission. And the idea here is that this is just going to earn me the the sort of stuff that lets me upgrade my my lore. Okay, what hungers drive us? You played quite a bit of Cultist, but I never got that far. Well, I was going to say, this is probably, maybe halfway is a little bit off. Definitely at the end of some of my other playthroughs, the board is quite a bit more elaborate. I remember on my Priest playthrough, I arranged the verbs in a cross. But this one, I'm eventually going to have to move it, so my lore has sort of bumped up against my followers. So once I start pushing the last couple, I'm going to have to move these columns down. But I wanted to go as far as I could with the decisions that I made originally, and carry on with that. There's a couple improvements that I could make if I was particularly neurotic about it, like putting it so that all of the different lores that subvert each other in order. I've seen some people do them colored and whatnot. But yeah, the one thing I always like pointing out, as you know, because you've played the game, I like pointing out that like this looks super complicated and like, you know, this game is impossible. But what I like is that by the time you get to a board that looks like this, you have already solved a number of problems, and so as a result have been able to push on. Now, when you say you haven't gotten that far, is it just because there have been other things that have taken your attention, or have you gotten to a point where you feel like you're getting stuck a little bit? I certainly don't intend to play the game for you or to give you unsolicited advice, but I'm always a little curious in terms of where the lines or the sort of the pain points of the game are. All right, our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. We can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So the Watchers, the Moth should take care of that. Forger Knock, so we're definitely short on that. And then the Western Sea, most of these islands are well known to the histories, but our destination lies in wild uncharted reaches. We'll need Heart or Forge to survive. I like the Heart because of the associations with the sea, but in this case Forge makes sense because of the door. So Valsine. And then I remember what I was supposed to do with the talk verb. I was supposed to upgrade Eau Claire, who I forgot for some reason. So do I have any influences I want to get rid of? No. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. Okay, let's see what's going on here. So the Grail has touched me with her wonderful fingers. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough Grail aspect. Exploration might find more. Oh, I think I remember. I think I need to work the sensation with the stag door. I'll do that next. Hieronymus recovers his composure eventually to describe how the Thunderskin entered the mansis through the peacock door. This, Hieronymus insists, is abomination upon abomination, but then that most abominable of doors has always been an abomination. The part of it you mostly struggle to get very far in Cult without losing. Hard to say specifics because you've had lots of different ways. Yes, in fact, I don't know if you've played the Exile DLC, but the Exile... definitely some people struggle with it in a different way, but I feel like the Exile actually is overcoming the fact that, like, you know, if I were to lose to, say, Fascination, or, you know, if the Suppression Bureau were to get me here, I'd feel a little hard done by because, of course, I've invested so much in this and I've made some progress, and something that, you know, I really should know better to be... you know, than to be beaten by is the thing that does me in. And, you know, that never feels very good. But in the case of Exile, it will fail you fast. And I think in some cases that becomes very negative for some people. That it's maybe a bridge too far to just kind of come in from the previous experience of the game and then just have it a case where, you know, you feel like you really don't have what you need to move on. What happened to my level 2 for the Ardent Orison? I could have sworn I had one. Did I accidentally... Oh, you know what? I probably accidentally put it in the... No, because my Wood Whisper's gone too. Curious. Sorry. But yeah, the... I quite like the way Exile does it. And in this case, there will probably be some, like, false starts. There'll probably be some cases where, you know, you have to redo things. But overall, I thought the experience was really, really worthwhile. All right, the writer credits the Morphe Codex, in which the priests of the Sisterhood of the Knot claims to have discerned the true meaning of the Thunderskin's birth. The writer credits the Red Grail, the Ring Yew, and the Horned Axe with the powers the Sisterhood reveres, with agreeing a final treaty between the house and the house. Between the hours of the house and the hours they displaced. The Thunderskin loved the Yew, and the Grail destroyed him as restitution for the slaying of the Horned Axe sisters and brothers. Now, let's find out what the heck is going on with my... Huh. Yeah, I seem to have somehow lost... Oh no, I'm using it in my commission. I'm an idiot. You kept playing attentively. You could have gotten further. It's easy for you to lose track of fascination or despair for some reason. Well, it's actually part of a design of the game. So the pause button, for instance, is not necessarily something that people always notice the first time they play the game. There's a lot of people who notice the pause button after a couple of playthroughs. And another really common bit of feedback that the game gets is, why do I have to keep moving like Glover and Glover to the work slot? Like, why isn't there a number? Why isn't there like a button to automatically make it that? And it's because, well, work is kind of a drag. And, the game is sort of modeling the fact that work is not necessarily something that you want to do. And that, in fact, it very often takes your attention away from the things that you find important. And so I suspect what you're running into is very much the intention of the game designers to make sure that you're kind of overwhelmed with information, and that sometimes through the again, obviously you're playing the villain, so sometimes it's not always sympathetic, but the idea of someone neglecting their studies to a point that it has negative consequences to their body, in the case of losing all of your health, or you become so absorbed in your studies that you lose track of the real world, or that you neglect yourself mentally, that you just put everything into this study, and either through the frustration in not being able to achieve it, or through neglecting all of these other parts of your life, falling to despair. There's lots of different ways that you can sort of model what's happening inside of the game, and they're all interesting. They're all sort of different perspectives that you can bring to that experience. But in the end, I think the simplest explanation or the simplest description of what's going on is ultimately the game is sort of recognizing that you're someone who has sort of been given a glimpse on something very, very special, something very unique, something that only a few people look at. And you're largely dealing with the implications of that, but that isn't necessarily something that is good for you, or even something that is positive by any of our more standard definitions. I'll leave it to you to get to some of the the minor and major victories. But whether or not it is good that you get, the quote unquote good ending is very much open to interpretation. I think there's plenty of people who would think that quitting all this occult stuff and working for the bank is probably the actual happy ending. All right, the Thunderskin entered the manses through the Peacock Door, a privilege never given to the witch and sister, but then their merit was much less. The writer admits that the entry through the Peacock Door is unseemly, but insists that under the circumstances there was no other way. So that's a couple of extra forbidden epics that we've got. It'll be hard to keep my summons in the world, but I can still work with it. In pain we are born, in hunger we are embraced, in delight we are devoured. These are the gates of the body, and this is her promise. Not all that is born decays. In remembrance of that promise, we give ourselves to the feast. Though Claire rarely speaks, she chooses her words with care. Even her movements have become economical. She has never seemed to blink. All right, now I believe we've got a roster of disciples. In the worst case scenario with the Dread, I would be able to bring in one of the hangers-on. Oh, this is one thing I could do. I could upgrade my pawns. So my follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. The banking ending was your first ending. You were a bit confused. Well, definitely the game kind of... I feel like the game kind of pushes you towards it the first time. Like, I feel like... first of all, it's a legitimate ending, but uh-oh. I might get a crash warning. Yeah, I definitely feel like the game sort of pushes you towards... I think they do let you know, like, this will end the game. But I do consider it a legitimate ending. I just consider it so like that's one where you could sort of say, especially if you've died to starvation a couple of times, like getting that ending represents progress in the game, in my opinion. I'm going to try the Painted River, especially because I've got a dread that I can use as a get out of jail free card. Could be worse. Painted River runs from a great chamber near the White Door, far through the Mansus, to the far edge where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind. And all the while the captain and I discoursed on the secrets of the House of the Sun. Now, in a perfect world, I would try this lesson learnt and the glimmering to advance a lore, but I don't think that's going to be happening for a while. Wave-lashed and sea-spattered, we sun-scorched and salt-stained, but here. So I'm going to wait for G&G to finish just so I can try and move the way to the stag door. I just want to see if I can work the sensation, but... Alright, expedition continues. We've already got... Oh, no, we don't. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, yes, it does, because it was Forge. So, Porter, come along. Ink, paper, the fizzling of electric lights. The office is dark when I leave. Outside on the pavement, I turn up my collar. There we go. So, hint, great work. The final fulfillment of a desire is often a conclusion. It is not enough to hope. I stand or fall on my deeds. Desires are often the means of winning a game. Desire for sensation or power or enlightenment will require a great ritual, but there are other even rarer desires, especially in the Ghoul, Priest, and Dancer expansions. Now available at a store near you. You made some steps forward in finding the White Door and developing some lore, and performed a rite or two, but you never got far enough to really wrap your brain around the different inputs and what they do. I felt like that might be my next step. So I always take that as a comment, Irrepressible. If you have a point where you would like a little bit of a nudge towards a particular outcome, definitely feel free to ask. I'm happy to say so. But I also figure that this is one of these things where if I tell you and you didn't want it, there's no way of taking that knowledge away. Whereas if you ask and I give it, then, that's just me being helpful. But I would definitely say, like, getting past the White Door. Have you gotten Gearby's riddle yet? There's like so this thing that I've got here, the way through the stag door. I don't know if you were here when I solved the riddle, but for me, a big sticking point was actually getting to the point where I got the riddle, not necessarily solving the riddle. All right, power. I'm assuming I just need to give a sufficient power of Grail. Hopefully, the Delightful Sacrament is enough. It is. The Sighing Key. The right is the key that will allow the Red Grail to enter me. I will be changed forever. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. Lucky me. Against the Watchers, a powerful deception. Look closer, closer still. Closer! Keep looking. Closer. Now close your eyes. No, but you think we may go back and watch later, enjoying your style. Oh, thank you, Irrepressible. I will let you know, and actually this is because obviously there's a few people here. For those of you who are trying to find your footing, so there's a couple of things. One, on YouTube, there's a video, I think it's called... It's like a beginner's guide to Cultist Simulator or something like that. It's not formally a tutorial. The real idea behind that one was for the people who are on the verge of like, I don't get this game and it's not worth the time to play it, so I'm going to give up. It was my effort to kind of do one last kind of safety net, because the developers definitely didn't want to do a tutorial. Like it was originally published by Humble. Humble really pushed for a tutorial, and that was one thing that never got added to the game, and I think rightly so. But everybody learns at a different pace, and you can really only bring one set of breadcrumbs in a game like this. So I figured I did about like the first 20 minutes of the game, basically me doing the breadcrumbs and explaining the logic behind why I was doing certain things. So that video is probably the most popular video I've done, because I don't normally do YouTube. But because Twitch only keeps VODs for 2 weeks, all of my playthroughs are on YouTube. Now, the drawback is that some people very kindly prepared playlists for me, and work has been an absolute nightmare, and so I've not actually been able to pick up on that. But basically every session of Cultist Simulator that I've had has been on there. So even this one, if you look, basically probably if you space the videos out about once a week, you should be able to see from the beginning of this particular playthrough. Yeah, it's I definitely have quite a bit of, if somebody wants to see somebody go all the way through, there's definitely more than a few playthroughs. And so if it's working for you and you want to see where this came from, the archives are on YouTube, but it is hard to navigate, and I'm going to be working on that. And that's just youtube.com/systemchalk. It's systemchalk everywhere. In pain we are born, in hunger we are embraced, in delight we are devoured. Here are the greats of the body, and this is her promise. Not all that is born decays, and in remembrance of that promise we give ourselves to the feast. All right, so that's a sturdy disciple that we've got. I think probably before I go any further, I should give Madame Bichet her commission. I have what is requested. This, I think, will give me a glimmering. Is there something to be learnt from the satisfaction of desire? And yes, I don't have anything to do with dream right now because I am currently using the stag door in the work slot. I prepared the text for study. So I think I'm going to do the same thing I said I was going to do before, just translate everything and then we'll read them all in one go. So the Serenity of the Black Wood is in Greek, so we'll translate that. Season of Despair. Ooh, Season of Despair is coming up, so I don't have the luxury of waiting for a contentment to get rid of this. Let's just bring... I mean, I could upgrade someone or I could bring someone in, really. Something odd is happening with my... Right, okay. I'm just becoming forgetful. Sorry, I'm like almost double time now, so I'm starting to lose track of things. Well, let's see if I can... Oops. Let's see if I can get away with just using the Thackic Invocation. I can. All right. So that'll get rid of the dread. Their bewilderment is our opportunity. We'll past in silent secrecy. Now, I believe I'm going to need some extra funds for this. Also, I really should be upgrading my Forgotten Chronicles at this point. So we'll get sick as well, so I want to keep an eye on my health there. Alright, the sighing key. The rite is complete. The marks of the Grail are upon me. The first mark is what I have said, and the second is what I have done. If I inspect my body, I'll find the third. I thrill with new appetites. So we've got the delightful sacrament, we've got the way through the stag door, and ascension sensation. The red Grail has warmed me, its thirsts have begun to dry my mouth and itch my hands. I know this to be the third mark. So we can get a little bit of a preview of what we need to do. So I think if I take the sunset right, and I take the... I can't put that there. Ah, right, because it needs to be 6. I'll just leave that be then. Clearly we go back to Glover and Glover because I need to keep the job still. And we will go back through the stag door. And once this translation's done, I think I'm actually going to try and upgrade that Forgotten Chronicle. Logistical difficulty. Supplies are low unless I send more funds. Okay, our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. All right, so we'll wind up reading these books next stream, but what I will do in the meantime, let's try and sneak out another Forbidden Epic. So, history is less certain than we are taught. I can learn from the study of its blurred edges. So this will require a glimmering and an erudition. We have both, and we have both for at least 2 minutes, so we should be in good shape for getting that sorted. So got an avid disciple, loyal but greedy. I don't really have much else to do with the talk verb right now, so I suppose these upgrades make as much sense as anything. Call upon the Forge of Days, who will end all nights, will almost certainly shatter this warded door. Hopefully we will. I don't have a lot of money, so it'd be nice to avoid the inconvenience. Now again, we've got... Yes! Okay. Finally got the Forbidden Epic. The attention of the hours is drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, the histories are braided like hair. There's a great chamber in the Mansus through which the painted river flows. The vagabond, it is claimed, painted it from memory in the years before she left the house. Certainly there are histories concealed in its design. I traced them with my hand last night. There were fragments of aquamarine paint beneath my nails, flecks of gold leaf when I was done. So I've got a few Forbidden Epics now. I've got a way through the stag door, which is... sorry, I thought it was back in the work slot. I definitely need to wrap up. We will still go back through the door. I don't think there's any need to work on this for now. What's the flowchart of deciding whether to combine lore, and is it different for the pink ones? So I am largely keeping my... So I'm largely... Wait, now I'm missing... Am I going crazy? I feel like all of my lore keeps getting moved on me. Or maybe I never had the next step. So in all practical purposes, there isn't as much of a reason to have... there isn't that much of a reason to have the lower level lore. So like, if you have something that says you need 2 lore to get it done, and you give it a 10 lore, it's going to have the same effect. But sometimes it's nice, like, so if you want to learn more about Edge, right? So we start with a knife secret when our ancestors forged swords, taught arts of martial movement, spoke curses on the eve of battle. All of these things shared certain patterns. Then Chiliarch's lesson. This is a bone deep story. The thousand men learned in antiquity. Of blood in its exits, to speak it aloud is to hear the sword hiss. An operation of the Labite, a series of mystic exercises that require both dedication and terror. The Colonel's names. The Colonel has been many things in many ages. He is blind, he is deaf, he cannot be wounded, he cannot be denied. His names are cunning, as only the very old can be. The Lionsmith's names. The Lionsmith is young by the standards of the hours, but old by the standards of war. His names are recent recruits, and their recitation has a savage power. So some of this stuff is just nonsense on its own. But what you'll notice, so one thing I'll let you know about the passage up through the Mansus. There's actually hints about how to get through all of these levels, like all the way up to the spider door, and they're usually in the little fragments that you read in the books. And of course, once you've read the book, it's gone. You can't get that information again. So either you need to play another round, or you need to recall it, or you take a look at the files inside the game if you're particularly inclined to those kinds of approaches. So one of the reasons why I like keeping lots of the lore around is just if for whatever reason I'm like, wait a minute, wasn't there something like, Wasn't there something about X, Y, or Z? I can sort of click on this lore and just read it again. But honestly, like, you could get by. The simplest heuristic I could give you would be higher level lore is better, and if you want to upgrade lore, combine two of the same, although there's also ways of subverting lore. In terms of what you need to upgrade it, that'll be communicated here. This was patched some time ago. So if I wanted to move, let's say I wanted to move to the next step above Formula Vigilant, well, first I would upgrade the Geminite Invocation. For that, I would need practical experimentation, so I'd either need health or use a prisoner, and then I would also need intuition, which would mean I would need glimmerings or an HQ with a sanctuary, which probably would be the unattended church. I'm going to assume you haven't moved HQs, so I'm not going to say specifically which one gives you a sanctuary, but I don't know. Church, sanctuary, seems like it might make sense. Formula Vigilant, same idea. Requires obsessive research. So for this, I would need a library, the Never Know skill, or a reason. It's very small risk your reason might be permanently damaged if you do that. Also requires practical experimentation. Also requires intuition. So the higher the level of lore, the more you need to put of yourself into upgrading that. So then you're asking about the pink ones. The pink ones are secret histories. Now, people get mad when I say this, but there is some debate as to whether or not secret histories is a proper, like a proper principle, the same way that like Lantern, Edge, Forge, Knock, Heart are. I will not get into that debate right now, but they are unique in the sense that they're the ones where you get the locations from. And then I also don't think you can subvert things into secret histories. They just kind of sit on their own. So it's not necessarily any different what you have to use. So in this case, erudition and glimmerings, it's the same as the previous one here. The upgrading is very similar to the other ones. All of the other lore here. But I would say that probably the interactions between lore is different. I think Secret Histories and Knock are the two unique ones in terms of how they interact with other lore, or don't interact. Yeah, it's hard to remember. I remember the Secret Histories just because it's the name of the setting. But I don't know. I think when I started playing the game, I probably couldn't have named all the principles offhand. Sorry to do all the self-promotion, but I will. I'm trying to get more people to read the blog anyway, but if you want to see how obsessive you can get about Cultist Simulator, this is an article I wrote doing a network analysis of all of the elements inside of the game. Yeah. So keeping these ones around, you can always just spam for secondary, like there's repeated locations for every level. I don't really see a lot of value in doing expeditions to those as opposed to going to just the higher level ones. And in the end, I've had better things to do with my study verb than to turn Furtive Truths into Forgotten Chronicles. I'll get around to it eventually, but there's just so many books for me to work with that it doesn't make as much sense. So yeah, a lot of this stuff that you're seeing here, it's just, I had an opportunity to upgrade it, but I had a better opportunity to read a book that would give me something that I would be using in a write, for instance. Thank you. But yeah, that particular blog there is about Cultist Simulator, and basically, so for those of you that like modding, all of the cards in the game are in JSON files. It's not proper JSON. If you try and put it through like a proper JSON parser, it's gonna brap at you. But there are some different. The community has put together some resources to try and help parse that out and just generally make it an easier time. But Lyra Zyder, who runs the Frangiclave, which is sort of this online database of all the cards, he helped me out, and we were able to get, he was able to kind of give me a leg up in how he built that. and I was able to use some analytical techniques to sort of talk about all of the different relationships between the elements in the game. The reason why I call them elements in the game as opposed to cards is that there is edge lore, there is the Lionsmith's name, but edge itself, aspect edge, does not exist as a card. It is an aspect on a card. Similarly, mortal exists on Count Jannings. It doesn't exist on Ibn Aladim. It doesn't exist on Sulochana. It does exist on Poppy. But again, there is no card called mortal. There is mortal of which certain characters participate. The reason why I'm highlighting Adim and Sulochana is there are some implications about who those characters are. What certain elements are connected to will tell you something about those cards, tell you something about their relative importance. And so that article, it does kind of assume some familiarity with the game. It just has little references to the game. So phrases like even dread has its uses. That's just going to seem like a weird sentence if you're not familiar with the title. But basically, that was an opportunity to sort of take a look at the structure of Cultist Simulator, the things that we might know as players of the game, and how those things are sort of mapped on the actual way that the game is structured inside of the game. You say Jason too, but you've been working with this integration team that says JSON. So thank you for keeping you sane. Yeah, I mean, I've done it sort of both ways, but I don't know. It's just easier to say. I guess the biggest thing is like if I were to talk about my relationship to my father, I would not say I'm a son. I would say I'm a son. So Jason. That would be the easiest justification I could give. I actually don't have a lot of examples of where I take an SON and do the on. Yeah, and Jason is just more fun. I'm sure someone somewhere, has the official specification, and there's probably like a 6,000 word article to explain the full history of JavaScript. Yeah, well, actually, here's the one. Is like if they force you to say it the other way, just call it JavaScript object notation, and call it a day. I almost screwed up. I want to pick up heavy things and put it down again because that'll give me the vitality to heal myself. Yeah, it's anyways. So, because Weather Factory built the game in such a way that it allows you to analyze it, hopefully some of you will find that an interesting article. At least more interesting than the RPG one. I understand that the RPG one, I'm offering a strong opinion, which may not necessarily be in line with people's experiences, but I am most proud of the EA article. But that is the article that I've probably gotten straight up hate mail for. And given that article's a couple of years old now, I'm allowed to say I was right. Because there's a company that's identified as the weakest of the three, and ever since that company has been shown to be progressively weaker. Yeah. Although, in fairness, I don't think anybody's actually seen that file format really in a while. I'm pretty sure, at least, what I'm seeing they're animated, but I'll have to take a look. Anyways, I should probably consider wrapping up because I'm almost at double my time, and I think I'm I'm slowly making less sense, and I'm also starting to sort of come down off of that nice high of views. So let's get a quick view of the state of play. Doors have two purposes: to open and to remain closed. Today, this door remains true to a second purpose. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll get through the Hebe Stanton, and then we'll call it a night. Supplies are low, so we'll jump that up. think... Yes, I will continue to upgrade my pawns. The only thing I want to be a little careful about is I want to have the talk verb available to keep my summons accessible for the next move. And now this is a nice little opportunity here. So I believe this is the point where it starts giving me opportunities to sort of like boost my level. So what hungers drive us? My strength attracts comments. Not all the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. So we'll go immediately back to Glover and Glover. All right. I still want to try and get secret histories, so we'll go back to the Painted River. And we get a fascination for effort. It feels like this might be on a cycle. I should double check this. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. I dreamt of the mansis behind the white door, of the great space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I see those colors still. So I've got a fleeting reminiscence, 50 seconds. Ugh. The vitality will last, so we will get rid of the fascination. I know we've got I don't need to worry about a season of visions coming up, but it's best that I just get rid of the threat. So that's dealt with. Oh, here we go. Okay, so sustenance. The recently dead or the live. Oh ho! All right. Well, looks like I need to be fed. This is the line that we cross. Now that I'm full Grail beast, we do not have the same hang-ups about killing. Challenge intuition. This piece with missing puzzles. I might find those pieces in the odd corners of scholarship. Provide glimmering or use a sanctuary. Oh. The desert inside. Without the life of others, my own life will feed on itself. Interesting. It is. I don't think I've done a full Grail ascension. It's been a while if I've... I know I'm definitely want to go for the achievement for it, but yeah, it's been a while since I actually don't remember. I don't remember if I've gotten to this point or if I'm just forgetting. Either way, practical disciple, loyal and good with their hands, and that is it for all of my my upgrades. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to do with talk at the moment. If I have a particular friend, now is the time to renew our connection. Passion for days, for days. The memories of this will interrupt my thoughts like lightning on a summer night. All right. My fluids thin, my flesh desiccates, my changes uncoil, my passions dim, I am becoming less than I want. All right, so we're still at a steady state here. It costs me passion not to fulfill my hunger, but I can live with that. So we'll get rid of the affliction. Well, there's some ways I can get some more passion if it comes down to it, but it'd be nice to avoid that possibility. Death of a door. All doors must open as all lives must end. This door has found its end here today. Good, because I don't think I could afford the status quo. Let's get a little bit of a cushion finance-wise before I start doing more of these works. Oh, this will be good. So I'll have enough to do another upgrade to the Forbidden Epic. She would like a moth commission. All right. And here I think I'm going to keep the talk verb open because I've got the summons that I want to work with. So when I arrive, Rhaenyra is hazed in perfumes, and when I leave, she lies tangled in a glorious sprawl of limbs. I'll carry her with me for days. All right, so some contentment, bittersweet memory, and Rhaenyra. Cozy nest. There are a few passengers on board. No wonder if this cheerless icy isle was the ship's destination. But there's at least one passenger, someone who had protected their cabin door with more than physical locks. They must have gone ashore. They might return at any moment. So here we're just waiting for the resulting Forbidden Epic, and then... actually, I've got 2 Forgotten Chronicles. I do like keeping these things together. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I will start by upgrading the Furtive Truth, which is a little bit of a waste of these, but history is less certain than we are taught. I can learn from the study of its blurred edges. Actually, probably would have been better for me to go from the Forgotten Chronicle up to the Furtive Truth, but whatever. Again, it's just because I like keeping the lore easy to access. We empty the luggage, upend the books, and shake them. Turn pictures to check the backs. We find clothes, tickets, maps, nothing out of the ordinary, although there is a curious translucent material like a sheet of snakeskin draped over a chair back. At last, when we slash the mattress to search its stuffing, we find a little collection of ivory scroll cases. So, notoriety for my trouble. Wrong stack. There we go. Forge Brothers. So, the Hint and the Raw Prophet are going to have a conversation. Alright, and we have got the Ceaseless Tantra, the Fire Circle Tantra, the Fire Circle Tantra, the Fire Circle Tantra, the Leonine Tantra. We'll read all these descriptions when I translate them. And the Incandescent Tantra, which has to go down here because we've run out of space. Okay, so... the Hint and the Raw Prophet have a conversation to keep them around. We study the Forbidden Epic to find out things in the land beyond the forest. And we are ready to call it a night. Although, I am going to find somebody to host tonight, so I'd love it if you guys would hang around. Obviously, if you liked this and you're not already following the channel, do consider doing that. I try not to be too active in, like, pushing the promotion, but I do want to start getting into the habit of at least talking about, you know, giving people the call to action. I hope that's not too... Are you sign off? I am, but I will find someone to host for tonight, so if you hang around, I will make sure that you are in capable hands by the evening. Just a little bit of I'll just give a quick recap of what we're going to be doing for the next little while. So for this one, we're pretty clear, it's pretty clear what our next few moves are going to be. We're going to be going to the land beyond the woods. I'll try and make the most out of my existing summons. We've got a full cult. We're now well on our way towards the sensation victory. If I were to try and start eating corpses, the challenge, of course, would be that I don't have remotely enough Grail power to do that. I don't even have enough to turn Rhaenyra and Saliba into Cyprians, so we need to cool our jets on that for a little bit. At some point, it would be nice to sell off the jumble and whatnot, especially if I'm going to be going through a lot of expeditions in remote locations. But I also need to keep my summons around, so that's going to be a little bit of what we're working with. But right now, it really is just a matter of advancing my lore, digesting the books that I've already gotten, and getting myself into a position where I can finally take that last push towards the major victory. Although that certainly won't be quick. But yes, as always, responsibilities, design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy, production, marketing, and biz by Lottie Bevan, UI design and coding by Martin Nerukar, Art by Catherine Unger, Lottie Bevan, Clark Cuckoo, Sarah Gordon. Music by Maribeth Solomon, Brett Barkman, Mickey Erb for Mickey Mar Productions Limited. Audio by Soundcuts. Additional coding by Chris Payne, Fraser McCormick, Mark Gagne, also known as Lyresider, who is a Twitch streamer, and Hannah Rose. Additional writing by Lottie Bevan. You've been seeing some of that on this playthrough. Additional design by Cowlin Porter. Additional marketing and PR by Claire Sharkey. Very special thank you to the localization teams, because this has brought in a bunch of money for Cultist Simulator and has no doubt financed things like the Exile expansion. And then finally, special thanks, Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, and literally everyone who's ever sent feedback or a bug report. Thank you. With all due respect to everybody else in the special thanks, but I'm just keeping it the way that it was originally. Now, I just need a minute here to load up my browser to see who's available for a host. As far as what I'm up to for the oncoming week, as is usual, on Friday, that's kind of the free day. And in this particular case, I am having a great time with Chimera Squad. I really enjoyed that. I'm actually going to be trying to finish Chimera Squad on Friday. So that'll, one, probably mean that I'm streaming later. And then on top of that, it's one that I'm 100% committed to doing. And then after that, also I should mention that Cultist Simulator, as far as a live stream, once this stream is done, like this playthrough is done, we have oh dear. Oh no, I've got someone. All right, good. But yeah, once this playthrough is done, I am going to free up my Wednesdays for whatever game I wind up doing on Fridays as well. So that would be Chimera Squad if we didn't finish it. Now, obviously, we've got plenty of time before we finish Cultist Simulator. It's not going away, but I just wanted to give some advance notice that what's going to be happening is I'm going to be shifting from Twitch for that into YouTube, where there seems to be a very active viewership for that, and I'll probably wind up doing them in smaller videos that get put into playlists so people can watch at their own pace. But again, that won't be happening for a few weeks anyway. After that, Monday we'll be back to Stellaris or Paradox games in general. Tuesday I'll make sure I have another Morrowind episode, and of course next week, actually I believe next week there might be the Dirty Rectangles meetup. That's a local game dev collective. If that is happening on the 12th, which I think it is, I will not be broadcasting next week, but week after I'll be back to Cultist Simulator. If there's any confusion about that, I'm currently confused about it, I'll tweet it out, but I'll say if I'm not here next week, it's not because I've given up on Cultist, it's because I am attending another function, and I'll be back the week following. So thank you everybody for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you next time. We will be rating Lovelust Games. Now, I actually don't know the game that she is playing, but she was one of the moderators when I streamed Cultist Simulator on GOG.com. She is a wonderful streamer in her own right, and somebody who's been very supportive of my channel, so I'd love to host her. I will let you know that there is a Cultist Simulator stream happening right now, but it is in Chinese, which unfortunately I have no hope in following. So if you can, please do support that broadcaster. As for the rest of you, please treat Loveless Games well. She's very nice, and someone I'm really looking forward to sharing with more people. So I'll give it a minute to load up, and I'll slowly limp over the finish line and hit that raid button. All right. Thank you guys. Have a lovely evening. We'll see you next time.